RDAG, you're excited to see like a flawless victory here, but just keeping it till it's official. But come on, who's gonna stop them at this point? The only thing they can stop them is themselves.
It's themselves, and we've seen how Warden really slipped that one.
We saw
Could
that.
have been what I call it, a hindrance, but even so, I think they're leaping and bounds ahead to just recover and make their way towards the end.
So here comes the question. Chinese Taipei, they're already moving.
Hello, my name is Anton, my nickname Naft. I'm from Team Kyrgyzstan. I'm 25 years old and I am captain of my team.
Hello everyone, my name is Shokhruz. My nickname is Yakudza. I'm 18 years old. I came from Uzbekistan and I position my game is supporter.
Hi everybody, my name is Rizni Azmi and my in-game name is Razor, and I am from Team Sri Lanka and my role is support fragger.
Hello everybody, my name is Batar. I am captain from the national team Kazakhstan.
Hello everyone, my name is Subin Kumar Prajapati. I am from Team Nepal. My in-game name is DRS Rules. I am the in-game leader of the DRS.
This is part of my life. For a long time I tried to reach great heights. This is a story about struggle as in many lives of other people.
Our advantages is our aim is on the high level, and we had the experience on the first 10 and we came here and we are ready.
I think the player to watch out for in our rival team Nepal is Rules. I think it's because he's very competitive compared to the others, and yes, looking forward to facing him.
We are looking for our Kazakhstan team. I think they have good style to play pattern.
I think that the goal of any team is first place. We prepared well and we will try to show our best game in this tournament.
RDAG, ASIA+SOUTH.
RDAG. Кыргызстан готов к азиатским играм. Алга.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。 iQOO11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
It is a brand new day with a brand new group. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with us, we're your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with a wonderful Keith right beside me. And we'll be seeing Central and South Asia qualifying stage as our first set today.
Yeah, brand new teams, brand new set, and we've got 4 tracks of each set, which means 8 potential maps to find out who are the top 4 within, well, Central and South Asia together in this one. It's a tricky one, but we'll get into it in just about a bit. First, to kick off this entire event, of course, a shout out to the sponsors itself. This competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by none other than Neo TV.
And of course, thank you to our prestige sponsor Audi Q4 e-tron Strong. Support for the RDAG tournament. Thank you so much for being together with us, and this is a wonderful model right in front of here. Maybe I can take one back.
Oh, take one of these cars back?
Yeah.
Less likely, but you could probably walk away with that one on the screen right here. Take home today a special thanks to iQOO 11 here, the official mobile game equipment for the Road to Asian Games. The professional choice here to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
And thank you as well to our official supporter Omen, with the new Omen 16, new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022.
And none other than the comfort partner here providing us a full support is AutoFull with their brand new AutoFull M6, the official gaming chair partner to the Road to Asian Games. Be your own hero.
And thank you to our official supporter East Rock for their support. At the same time, we also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, DouYu Live, Kuaishu Games, Migu Video, and our channels Tencent Video, Weibo, Xianghongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support.
All that good stuff bring you this exciting event here right before your very eyes. Without them, we would not exist on this meta space. So huge shout out to all these sponsors. Now, going back into the game here, we will be going into some very, very, I would say exotic names within this entire group stage. We have Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, and finally Uzbekistan.
Yes, and they will be playing 8 tracks as the part of the qualifying stage in order for them to move on to the next stage, which is going to be the finals. But in the afternoon, we will be served with Southeast Asia. So there will be a lot of games here today. And speaking about a lot of games, this will be the schedule for today. As you can see here, we're going to kick things off with Central and South Asia qualifying stage, followed by Southeast Asia qualifying stage round 1 and 2 round 1s back to back, and then we'll go to round 2, in which those teams will be reshuffled. But of course, we'll get to that a little bit later. We'll be focusing on to the Central and South Asia qualifying stage as our first series.
Now that I mentioned, I've noticed actually within the group stage itself, there was Sri Lanka within that Central and South Asia qualifying stage region, which means, do you think that Sri Lanka was the seeded team forward, seeing as though the bottom 4 left?
Well, that's your answer there. Yeah, direct to the finals. So Sri Lanka looking good so far as a start. So we'll be focusing on the other 4 countries. And yeah, looking at the numbers, quite a disparity that we can see. 14 minutes versus 17 minutes versus 19 minutes.
Now for Sri Lanka and both Kazakhstan, that's good numbers to get on with. As we all know, the benchmark to be very competitive in this space is the 13-minute mark. So if they can shave off just a little bit more, I think they'll be in good condition. As for the rest below, I think a lot of work needs to be done. The 16, 17-minute run, sure, great, probably works within your own ecosystem. But when it comes to pitting up against some of the big giants, you need to be able to cut for time.
Well, what we learned from West Asia is that some of the teams had some slight advantage. The fact that they played more games, allowing them more room, more time to actually learn more about the game, refine their tactics, refine the way that they play it, and to cut more time. And when it came to the final, like if we took an example of the West Asia, Palestine did really, really well there. And one of the theories is that because they played more games.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing to consider too here. So does that put Team Sri Lanka in a back foot now that they are directly seeded into the finals? They will be missing out on all the experience building sessions that they're going to have later on through the entire 8 tracks itself. They definitely cannot take their foot off the pedal. We also know as a matter of fact, that the teams that were directed to the finals played a different format in which they shared a lobby with only themselves.
Well, we only know that tomorrow. Yeah, because the finals will be played on a different day. But of course, today, one of the teams will be eliminated from the finals. So we'll be looking for the top 3 from this group. And I mean, just looking at the initial numbers, there seems to be a gap, but who knows? That could be a learning point for them. And from whatever that they learned today, they might be applying something different.
Yeah, we hope to see a shift within the tables here. Kazakhstan moving into this match for today, looking very strong. They are one of those teams with the 14-minute markers. And so the rest of them playing at 17, hopefully they've brushed up enough, seen some of the past matches and seen some of the maneuvers being taken out from teams from the East Asian region who still hold record in terms of the fastest average time to finish the track.
Yeah, and you kind of think about it, right? Like the 14-minute is close to one of the best average groups around, which was about 12 to 13 minutes. So it's not too far away. So it's going to be tough competition there. We can expect that. But yeah, whether they can maintain the level of consistency or not. And we also need to take into consideration that they are in a group where there are different teams playing. Before this, when they played the seeding, they played as a solo team.
Yeah.
So this time around, there's a little bit more competition for the targets within each section.
Yeah, which means things are only get harder. Scarce resources, you know what they say, if you push comes to shove, it's only the one who could adapt is the one who can survive, and now they have to adapt with 3 other teams within the same lobby fighting for that same resources. Really excited for that game to happen. Obviously, we have 0 information to go off with. I don't believe that the seeding stage was broadcasted for us to ever study from. So it's going to be just as much as a surprise for us as it will be for you.
Yeah, as it will be for the teams as well. Yeah, because they obviously it wasn't broadcasted, so they couldn't like really see what's happening. But anyway, we're going to check out a pre-interview just to get to know our teams first. So here we go.
Hello, my name is Santon, my nickname Naft. I'm from Team Kyrgyzstan. I'm 25 years old and I am captain of my team.
Hello everyone, my name is Shohruz. My nickname is Yakudza. I'm 18 years old. I came from Uzbekistan and I positioned my game as supporter.
Hi everybody, my name is Rizni Azmi and my in-game name is Razor. And I am from Team Sri Lanka. And my role is support fragger.
Hello everybody, my name is Vatar. I am captain from the national team Kazakhstan.
Hello everyone, my name is Subin Kumar Prajapati. I am from Team Nepal. My in-game name is DRS Rules. I am the in-game leader of the DRS.
This is part of my life. For a long time I tried to reach great heights. This is a story about struggle as in many lives of other people.
Our advantages is our aim is on the high level, and we had the experience on the first 10 and we came here and we are ready.
I think the player to watch out for in our rival team Nepal is Rules. I think it's because he's very competitive compared to the others, and yes, looking forward to facing him.
We are looking for our Kazakhstan team. I think they have good style to play pattern.
I think that the goal of any team is first place. We prepared well and we will try show our best game in this tournament.
RDAG, ASIA+SOUTH.
RDAG. Кыргызстан готов к азиатским играм. Алга.
Yes, now that was the players. To conquer a lot of struggling teams trying to get past that one, and a lot of teams lead have been thrown out of the win because they are unable to just find a mastery understanding about that on that last obstacles right there.
Yeah, that is always the biggest blocker, right? And because of that blocker as well, it also allows teams to come back. Like if you're like behind, like let's say you're third or fourth place, but because you do well in section number 3, you can complete the challenge faster or be the first team to complete. You can speed all the way to the finish line and become the first team to do that. So we have seen that before with some of the teams that deploy that sort of strategy. Namely for the Palestinians, they focus onto section number 3. They're like, okay, we just forget about section 1, section 2. That's fine. We just do decent, okay. But when it comes to section number 3, that's where they grind it all out. And they always maintain a number 1 spot like for most of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, like in a sense, you could see that last challenge as your last leg. Because you could maybe flunk off checkpoint 1 and 2, but it doesn't matter because with the 120 seconds cooldown mechanics implemented within each obstacles, that is actually time in which it is capitalized by teams on the back end to maybe close in that gap and finish out objectives as fast as possible. But when you're up against the tougher competitions, who's excelling in checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, and even checkpoint 3, you're not going to get that sort of leeway. And so moving on forward, let's hope that these teams just understand what it takes to conquer that tough climb.
Yeah, one thing that we learned as well by watching some of the best teams around, right? So for Team China, their strategy is that they will always want to reach each checkpoint as the first team, being the first team to reach each checkpoint. It's because like when they reach each checkpoint, they will be able to get as many ground targets as possible. And the moment they do that, by the time the other teams arrive, there won't be enough ground targets for them to take. So they will have a big head start. They always have like at least 100 points and above head start before the main objective comes up. So it also shows the importance of whatever happens during the race itself. If you really want to refine your methods in order to be the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about being the earliest of birds, right? In this sort of game. And this is obviously more of a circuit kind of challenge. The fastest you are, the better you're in a better, you're setting up yourself for success. And if any small and single details that you do that contributes into your progress, a percentage of completion is always going to be a good part. So despite checkpoint 3 being pretty much like a last life, I think teams should really explore just knocking all 3 challenges out of the park and, you know, finishing with their record time as possible.
Yeah, because right now, of course, objectively is to move on to the finals, right?
Yeah.
So you're competing within your region. But it will come a stage whereby you will be competing against the other regions as well. So by that time, of course, if you want to go for gold, you want to get the number 1 spot, you got to fine-tune every single element within the game. So whether it's from the driving, to the looting, to even the communications, things that we don't get to see on the broadcast at least, to their coordination. I mean, every single element is really important to just shave off those precious seconds, because right now the benchmark is definitely Team China. They are one of the record holders. I believe in one of the tracks they got a 12 minute when they were playing with other teams, but when they were playing on themselves, when during the seeding stage they got a record of 10 minutes. But realistically, now that we are at the stage where everyone will play against each other, trying to cancel out each other, especially stealing away the ground targets before anyone else. So I say that the 12-minute-ish mark is definitely the benchmark for now.
Yeah, it's a gold standard right here. But that's not to say that Team China does not need to improve and refine, because we've seen time and time they're achieving these good numbers. However, they do still go into stumbling blocks during the driving journey there. So the moment they clean that up, I think we can expect a brand new record. Maybe a 12-minute flat would be very realistic for them, or maybe a 12:10, since 12:22 seems to be their best so far in track number 2. So looking forward to that one. Looking forward to the countries that will be playing, or more like the teams that will be playing down here for the Road to Asian Games 2022. Now, you're very seasoned within the scene. do you have any experience in maybe one of the players who has shown up for the interview, or is that a complete wildcard to you too?
Honestly, it's a wild card because it's a totally different game. So I have no idea what to expect. But for Team Nepal, they have played in global stages before. So as compared to the other teams, yes, they have that experience. But it is a totally new game that we're talking about here. So it's very hard to like kind of make that apple-to-apple comparison. So I don't know, man. But based on the teams that we have seen previously, or some of the seeding times that we have seen even from Southeast Asia, having the experience on the global stage also means that they train regularly. Yeah, at least on the mechanical skill stage. So if they are able to train mechanically, at least they would have that one step above other teams. Because at the end of the day, it still involves a lot of shooting.
Now, I like how you said it's not an apple-to-apple comparison, but some elements do transfer, right? Like if anything, this version of the game is as accurate of a skill representation as it can be, right? If you shoot well, you shoot well. There's literally no external factor besides a very minute RNG element into it. So if the team is representing on a global platform more often than not, which means that they have probably better understanding within the mechanics, that they should be looking like a favorable contender coming in.
Yeah. Well, from what we have seen before this as well, yes. Okay, I'm going to give a flip side to it, right? So say yesterday's example, like for Team Republic of Korea, they have experience playing in the global stage. But for like Team Hong Kong China, they don't. In fact, they are part-time players, but yet they could still do better than Team Republic of Korea. So I don't know, man. Something that have unlocked that we don't know, that they're able to refine. And maybe, okay, I'm just putting out another theory. Like maybe because of the theory is that because their objective is only to play for Asian Games or Road to Asian Games, hence they don't need to worry about the professional circuit. So they could focus onto this. And I'm talking about Team Hong Kong China as compared to Team Republic of Korea that has to mix their careers of playing professionally as well as this.
But I could do you one better.
Right.
Team China won many global platforms. Here they are again, just showing that mechanical prowess. So we can only speculate, but again, this one, our wild card to us. We have zero clue on the data and probably player statistics, so we'll have to see it firsthand here in track number 1.
Here we go, track number 1. The Central and South Asia qualifying stage. Here we go. We'll be playing a total of 8 tracks, ladies and gentlemen. So you don't want to miss out on the action. Make sure you stay together with us because the first track will definitely set a bar among all these teams as they head down. And as usual, they're going to start it off with a loot. And how fast did they get into their vehicles and go how much they want to loot is all part of the strategy as our teams start to move now. As usual, the first stretch is going to be kind of close. What will be the big differentiator, at least from the start, is going to be after the first section. Whoever completes the first task will have a good advantage of heading on to section number 2 first.
Right now, taking in the lead, it is Team Nepal here, but this is going to be a tight curve, and they did so without compromising too much of their speed. Still maintaining status quo, but it seems like Team Kyrgyzstan might just make a nosedive and cut them in the process here, especially with this one. Team Nepal took a little bit too wide of a turn. They will lose a little bit of that lead here, but Team Kyrgyzstan still fairly measuring well, trying to keep up with the number 1 position. Meanwhile, they cannot be too comfortable as well because Team Kazakhstan now trails behind.
Interestingly, we don't get to see one of the teams on screen, Team Uzbekistan, so they need to do a lot of catch-up here. But a slight flip there that I noticed for Team Kazakhstan. But then again, it is a neck-to-neck race between the two teams. But look who's trailing behind. It's going to be Team Kazakhstan, not too far away. So one mistake from the front will allow them to overtake.
Team Nepal and Team Kyrgyzstan, actually this is just seeing the way they rotate, and after witnessing so many games yesterday, it is very apparent that Team Kyrgyzstan has got a better understanding in the rotation. Team Nepal seems to be taking so many long routes, taking the full brunt of the curves and not cutting lanes in which can be a straight line potentially. So perhaps they might want to look into that. Team Kazakhstan, meanwhile, or Kyrgyzstan on the other hand, they really know how to mimic the pathway that Team China has been displaying the whole day yesterday.
Yeah, I guess based on the data, right, when it comes to speed up target hits, they're pretty close to each other. So I guess the theory is like what you said. It's just the routes that they take. Are they cutting enough corners to shave off those precious seconds? So it's something that they might need to refine when it comes to the later tracks, or even a repeat of this track when it comes to the second set. But now all these teams have arrived onto checkpoint number 1. And as usual, it's going to be a race to get the ground targets first before the main objective comes up.
Taking that points in. Unfortunately, we do not have eyes on it right now. However, the speed up targets hit. Uzbekistan seems to be the one in the lead, despite it is Team Kyrgyzstan who made their way into compound first after overtaking the likes of Team Nepal. Now 48 out of the 100. Now the benchmark is 100 pointers before that activity come online.
Oh, very close score with each other. Even for Team Uzbekistan, despite them arriving fairly later than the other teams, but the point difference is not that far. And now this is where the differentiator will start. Whether the teams can take down their respective colors faster than the other teams, this will be the one. This will be the big one here. So far, again, all these teams fairly close to each other in terms of points.
Team Kyrgyzstan, though, is the one with the lead at 151, 170 now, but Team Kazakhstan coming in really, really close, and this is what we were talking about when we looked at the group stage and the timings. Team Kazakhstan is the one with the 14-minute marker, so they should, in theory, know what to do in a much more efficient scale, and it looks like they might just do it close enough. 290 to Kazakhstan to Kyrgyzstan, and they take the lead, Team Kazakhstan here. But it is the ones in purple, which it is Team Kazakhstan, who will be making their first exit out of this checkpoint despite being third to arrive.
Yeah, but not too far away are the other teams. We can see that at least 2 teams making their way onto checkpoint number 2. Make that 3 teams, but nevertheless, it's still going to be Team Kazakhstan on the forefront. They have a slight lead here. And what we'll learn from the previous days is that if you're able to reach the checkpoint first before any other teams, you will have the advantage of taking down the ground targets, giving yourself extra bonus, and not only that, denying the ground targets from other teams.
Deny they will. They will try their best, but they have to hold their lead and not get denied for it. But a quick break here because the future gaming of smartphones is the iQOO 11. Do check that one out. Now, Team Kazakhstan is inching closer towards this next objectives. It all goes down to the rotation here, and if anything's going to go wrong, it shouldn't be now. We've seen many teams getting stuck within these rocks here. Let's see if Team Kazakhstan will make it. They will.
They
successfully
will.
So, and now the next challenge is the trees.
Oh yeah, the trees. Okay, it's going to come up next, but looks like they have a decent lead right now. They even have a decent lead enough that they leave all the other teams behind, allowing them to have that one full screen for themselves. And even if you look on the minimap, like they're way, way far ahead. So I guess they definitely know how to cut those corners. But we also noticed that some of the teams, I believe it was namely Team Uzbekistan, not using the ramp to their advantage. But nevertheless, now we have Team Kazakhstan now arriving, being the first team to arrive at the second checkpoint.
This is reflective of the seeding stage earlier on, with Team Kazakhstan is the one with the 14 minutes, leaps and bounds ahead of their contenders here, who closed in an average of 17 minutes each. So that's huge gap, about 3 minutes apart here. And if they can maintain that, Team Kazakhstan could look towards a very, very fruitful journey here during the qualifying stage.
3 minutes is quite hefty, not gonna lie about that. So it's all about, not only about refining, but really need to retune whatever that they learned from yesterday's seeding stage. But now all the teams have arrived in section number 2. Team Uzbekistan still at a single digit, but for the rest who arrived later, Again, the points are not too far away. The ground targets will be their aim. And so far we can see Team Kazakhstan still at the forefront, but the gap is not too far away. But looks like time is no longer on their side. The main objective will be up really soon as we can see the team starting to reposition themselves. And the main objective will be up in about 5 more seconds.
3 seconds and counting down for the next one. It is retractable targets. Shoot those targets before it is retracted back on the inside. Limited time offer, as you might say. As they go through windows after windows here, they must coordinate the attacks. I've seen yesterday Team China, they actually have all 4 members across this entire place, and they divided this entire range into quadrants, with each member is actually guarding within their jurisdiction.
And also, by observation of looking at how they're playing here today, again, just like yesterday, nobody really cares about the top floor. Everyone's focused on the first floor and also the ground floor. So looks like that seems to be some sort of a meta trend here for the team.
Meta or not, this region is a wild card here, and Team Kazakhstan has lost that lead to the likes of Kyrgyzstan, but only for a moment here as they take back that leading point. 261 out of the 400 has been built. Very close neck and neck against Team Kazakhstan here. Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, they are looking like they're setting themselves up for a race towards the checkpoint number 3.
You can feel the frustration from the Uzbekistan athlete. Every time he tries to aim, every time when he wants to shoot, the target is taken by another athlete, another team, denied away from him. And now, in terms of points, they are way, way behind. But the first team to complete the challenge is going to be Team Kyrgyzstan.
Team Kyrgyzstan, but also Team Kazakhstan, both gets to make their way out of this checkpoint and into the next here. So it's going to be quite close. Now, you mentioned that you wanted to see a close race towards the end of the finish line, and these two not only phonetically sound the same, they are also matching up each other in performance alone.
All right, so looking at some of the stats here, I think this is starting to be some sort of a trend. Checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, the percentages among the athletes have a disparity, especially with the driver having different responsibilities. When it comes to checkpoint number 3, the best practice or the best numbers to get the best result is that everyone has almost equal percentage contribution towards the points. So that is where we will see the numbers start to close up with each other. And so far from that, it allows teams to get the best result.
Oh, goes in for the jump, but Team
no.
Kyrgyzstan, that is a dire mistake. Making way to the likes of Team Kazakhstan, who is supposedly the best contender here. They had one chance to maybe keep them at bay, but that chance was long shot off the moment they made that mistake. But same can be said to Kazakhstan. They fumbled a little bit on the drive, but nothing too irrecoverable to keep them back.
But okay, so now this allows as well for Team Kazakhstan to open up a gap. And within our area view, no other contenders until now. Okay, the next ramp is in effect. And so far, the two teams that we can see here managed to use the ramp. But unfortunately for Team Kyrgyzstan, they didn't get that much airtime as compared to their opponent.
And that's despite them, Team Kyrgyzstan, having the more speed-up targets earned onto their end. So that right there just did cost them pretty heftily. But not over just yet. They still, in the end of the day, arrived neck to neck within checkpoint 3. And this goes down to the mechanic prowess between these two teams. As we saw earlier in checkpoint 2, it is Team Kyrgyzstan who outgunned the like of Team Kazakhstan. Can they do that again?
Ooh, okay. This is going to be the opportunity, because this is where we see... This is going to be the final stretch. This is going to be section number 3. So this is where we see teams starting to find that disparity between each other, especially if you're able to complete this challenge the fastest and you go on to be unchallenged to be the first team. But okay, a little bit of a stuck there. Hold that thought for a second. Uzbekistan. Ooh, they got to refine the way they navigate around this compound.
I like how that sounded intentional. Uzbekistan. Team Uzbekistan. Yeah, well, maybe early in the morning. They haven't gotten their driving warmed up just yet. These tires gotta warm up for the more efficient of driving. So hopefully a cleaner round with more tracks to come. But right now they will pay the price of that little maneuver, but it's still recoverable because they are here now in checkpoint 3. And if they can outgun the likes of Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan in the next 2 seconds, then they might be the ones to find a faster exit out of here.
Well, at least the starting gap is not that far, so they still have that opportunity. But now it's a matter of tracking skills, your mechanical skills of shooting a target that's almost impossible to hit, and looking at their meta, looking at how they are positioning themselves. This is almost similar to how the West Asians position themselves. They have a couple of athletes on one side and a couple of athletes on the other side, so they're surrounding the main target. But at the end of the day, it's a matter of are you able to hit them?
Team Kazakhstan at 100-pointer, but look at it. It's Team Nepal, the one who has global experience here, finds their way with competitive aim at 128 to Kazakhstan's 148. Very close neck and neck now. The benchmark to the minimum threshold to get by is a 500, so that creates so much time for errors or even opportunities for these other teams to maybe take the #1 spot.
Ooh, the strategy for Team Uzbekistan is to aim down in the middle and try to find that middle point where all these plates will meet so that they can have the maximum number. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working out for them just yet. And as of yesterday, what we saw, the best practice is to shoot the track from the starting point of where the plates start to fly to a certain midpoint and pull it back. So I guess that could be it, but then again, it's still up for discovery for all these teams. If they think that based on their practice, based on what they've experimented, that is the best way to do it, well, by all means, then I guess it's just up to whatever they're comfortable at the end of the day as well.
This man's frustrated, I could tell it. He's missing all that discs and he just has to let one rip here. Just not working out for him. This angle is a little bit a peculiar one to manage. Now usually within the East Asian region, you see these players tracing from behind the transparent glass walls and pre-firing there and then. What this region is doing on the other hand, the Central and South Asia region, they're waiting for it to actually show up, only then start firing the barrel of the gun, and maybe by then they're a bit taken aback with the recoil.
Okay, I'm looking now at the points. Team Nepal and Team Kazakhstan really close to each other, so we could be up for a surprise here. Good Team Nepal do that comeback, because before this, they weren't at #1 in any of the other challenges, but this could be the moment to do the comeback. But Team Kazakhstan still ahead by about 40 points. 40 points, not too much. They can still easily catch up, so there's still a lot of opportunity for Team Nepal to be the #1 team to complete section number 3.
Section number 3 is the one to win here. That is the crucial make or break moment, and right now Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal neck and neck to each other, only differing by about 10 scores. Now turn into 20 and even 30. The gap is slowly, incrementally increasing, and Team Nepal would have to be able to catch things up if they are looking to end up in the #1 position. But things will go on with a stalemate for a little bit here, seeing as though maybe mechanically against the other region, they are less than proficient.
Well, Team Kazakhstan now, they can start their engines, but look at Team Nepal overtaking Team Kazakhstan. Only 2 points left, and now they're starting to move. Looks like Team Nepal will be the first team to complete the challenge and definitely will secure the #1 spot in track #1.
They have made the first of exits, but nothing's confirmed just yet because Team Kazakhstan has also started a move. If they were to fumble on the drive right now, that would be insanely detrimental towards their overall timings and scores. But it seems like the gap is large. No reason to assume that they would ever find themselves into the ditch or stuck somewhere by the roadside. So make a clean escape they will. That is Team Nepal.
Ooh, it looks like no mistakes for them, my friend. Unless this corner, okay, this is going to be a sharp corner. Let's see how they're going to manage this. Okay, so far so good. No fumbles. They're good. They're on the clear. to be the first team to arrive on the finishing line with a finish of, well, about 16 minutes, 45 seconds, it seems, for round number 1. For the other teams, all the other 3 teams, they are still in checkpoint number 3. Now, we have your movement here. Team Kazakhstan starting their move, so they will be the second team to finish. Whereas for Team Kyrgyzstan, will be the third team to move.
All these numbers, these finishes are happening one after another. And this is surprising because from number 1 to number 2, the gap is huge. Look at how much downtime is happening in between both these positions, between Team Nepal and Team Kazakhstan. It's an awkward silence for the time being, and let's take a look at that gap. It's at least 45 seconds more from the team on top.
45 seconds, and we're still counting to see what's the gap between number 3 and number 1 as Team Kyrgyzstan will arrive. So we have one more team to complete the challenge. That's going to be Team Uzbekistan. All for them for the taking. Only 12 points left and they'll be on the move. They should be able to complete the challenge before the 19-minute mark.
19-minute mark is 19 too late. I don't know how to put that one in the nicest manner possible. But I think the average within the game would be around 16, 17. Now, if you come into a stumbling block, like having your car stranded by the side, unflippable, then perhaps you're looking at a 19, 20 to 23-minute mark. But if none of those freak accidents were to occur, then something needs to be trimmed down here because that shouldn't be the average.
Now I'm trying to think like what's the longest timing, right? I guess it's going to be Hong Kong, China, Team Hong Kong, China. Because there was that one round they were on foot. So because of that, that costed them a lot. And it was about 20-ish minutes. Yeah, that's the longest timing so far. So considering that their current position, they should be able to arrive before at a 19-ish minute mark. Not the longest, but still it's something they really need to work on, because if we compare them with the rest, it's almost 3+ minutes difference than number 1.
Yeah, and that's 3+ minutes they will have to make up back moving on forward within the next 3 tracks here for match number 1. Definitely not setting themselves up for a more comfortable run here with the first game. But hey, maybe some people wakes up every morning asking for life to be a bit harder so they grow stronger.
Well, in order to review their gameplay, we're going to check out the iQOO highlight. Thank you so much to iQOO for being with us. And as we can see here, as a start, well, it's also about the level of consistency, right? Because they'll be playing 8 games back-to-back. And it's also about maintaining the focus. And perhaps there'll be different tracks that they're more comfortable with. And we might see a different result next. So, got to keep an open book for this.
And these are the time that has been clocked in officially here in the first track. It is Team Nepal who came out overall victorious with the 16-minute marker and 44 seconds, at par with some of the teams over in the West Asian region. 25 speed-ups. It is Team Kazakhstan and Team Uzbekistan who came in with the most of speed-ups earned, but not the first, with 17 minutes and 29 seconds and 19 minutes respectively.
And here's our FAW Audi Super A player with Saukesh being the top scorer, 460 points for his team, Team Kazakhstan, followed by Ferno, Rules, as well as Fly. So they are the top performers. So each team has their respective top performer here. There are times where we see that like 2 athletes from the same team being up there. So at the end of the day, that top performance stat is really based on individual, not broken down in the team.
Yeah, and so that is something that they could also look forward to, and hopefully incentivizes them to perform better for the sake and benefit of their team, because that Audi Super A player will have an award ceremony sometime, maybe tomorrow, I think, given that they are playing the qualifying stage within this tournament. So tomorrow they will have the regional finals, and then that's where the awards get dispensed out.
Yeah, that's where also Sri Lanka will be waiting for them because they qualified directly onto the finals. So that's something to look forward to as well, whether Sri Lanka can keep up to the pace as well. And for today so far, round number 1 is going to be Team Nepal. I would say it's quite a comeback from Team Nepal because when it came to Section 1, Section 2, they weren't really like the first team to complete the challenges. So is this another team Palestine strategy of focusing onto section number 3, do well there, and just go all the way to the finish line?
Well, I would say yes, there are similarities drawn across, but perhaps no, because the big difference between that and Team Palestine is that Team Palestine absolutely destroys the rest when it comes to the checkpoint 3. This time around, it was a very neck and neck with Team Kazakhstan, so it could have gone either ways. But more games later on, but first a quick break from the both of us at Sir Cloud and Keith. We'll see you in just about a bit.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污，抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome to the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Central Asia, the central region of the continent that acts as a transportation gateway between Asia and Europe. It is also the heart of the Silk Road in ancient times. Surrounded by plains and hills, Central Asia has abundant mineral resources. Central Asians have cultivated a rich and diversified culture that stems from their ancestry as steppe nomads. As esports in Central Asia continues to grow, we hope to see more tournaments held here. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. The Khan Shatter is an architectural wonder built with a distinctive neo-futuristic style, a feature often seen in Kazakh players' skills. Kyrgyzstan, known as the Water Tower of Central Asia, is well known for its honey production. Their players are ready to taste the sweetness of success. The undulating cotton fields of Uzbekistan are a sight to behold. Will esports cement its stature in another epic scene in this country? We hope Central Asian players make new acquaintances and have a great time during the 2022 RDAG Regionals.
We are back with the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, and we are jumping straight into track number 2.
Yeah, track number 2, same old story, different route, but same challenges for them to conquer. And as we saw in the previous one itself, Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal very neck and neck. And I think if I were them, I'd be kicking myself in the foot because it almost seemed like they have that victory in hand for Team Kazakhstan. They will have to maybe do things a little bit cleaner this time around to maybe perhaps get themselves that #1 finish as expected, coming in as potentially the fastest finish during that seeding stage.
Yeah, but then again, of course, we all know during the seeding stage, it's only one team playing without any challenges, without any other teams trying to deny the points out of them. So it's going to be a different feel when they come back and play with all the other teams. And of course, we will be skimming down the teams as this will still be the qualifier stage. Tomorrow, we'll be getting the best of the best teams from this region. And that will be a bigger challenge, I must say.
Yeah, the regional finals is where they really go hand in hand against each other here. A true testament of strength. We've seen that within the East Asian region yesterday. It was one heck of a treat, and we hope this one no lesser than that. And so that one goes down till the later stage. But first, track 2 should be on its way soon enough.
Yeah, so track number 2, just a little bit of a recap. So in track number 1, it was Team Nepal getting the #1 spot, and where they focused on was on section number 3, similar to how Team Palestine did, but you had a different thought. But nevertheless, it was the results that show Team Nepal was the #1 team. Coming in at second place was Team Kazakhstan, and on third place it was Team Kyrgyzstan, and on the fourth place it was Team Uzbekistan, who really need to refine how they do. And from what I observe as well, I guess it's also a lot about the traveling time, whereby we see that the teams don't cut enough corners, especially for Team Uzbekistan. So it's something that they need to work on when it comes to the next track.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, when it comes to the rotations itself, it is Team Kyrgyzstan who somewhat identify where they can try and minimize the travel distance and actually efficientize the process. But Team Nepal, they took the long way. They won with sheer firepower towards the end in checkpoint 3 itself. But if Team Nepal tries to maybe mimic those routes and apply it within themselves, no doubt they could look like a very scary competitor. I mean, just to echo on what you told me, they are a global, they are a team who has presence within the global scale.
Yeah, and I wonder, will that be like a significant advantage for them? Yeah, but of course we need more games to really see if they're able to adapt. But one thing about being active in the global scene, playing in big stages amongst the biggest teams around the world, to a certain extent, you are challenged to be mechanically good or great, or even at least able to follow up to the other team. So I guess that's where they've already exercised themselves to be able to do so.
Yeah, mechanically sound. That's how they outgunned the likes of Team Kazakhstan here and shooting these flying plates. Although it was very close. It was a 498 to Team Nepal's 503 towards the end there. And there were, surprisingly, after Team Nepal left their station at checkpoint, there was still some period of time being spent by Team Kazakhstan to just hit that 500 marks. So perhaps that is some sort of tell on the potential weakness coming in from the team.
Well, it's only one game. It's only one game, ladies and gentlemen. We need to look at trends as we will head on to track number 2. And will there be consistency, or will there be a rise from Team Uzbekistan, who finished at number 4? This could be their favorite track. We don't know yet as we jump into it right now.
Yeah, we are in track number 2 with being the shortest of all the circuits here. This is where you're expecting a little bit of a lower number, perhaps within the 15-16 range minutes to complete. Should be on the acceptable side. Anything above is a little bit worrying, to say the least here. So let's see how these teams play things out right now. They have each gotten their vehicles. They have each gotten a decent amount of loots to start off with. Some scarce resources, but now they will have to jet their way into the next checkpoint, in which they can have all the resources within that compound should they be the first one in.
Yeah, and for a start again, seems to be similar from before, whereby Team Nepal, oh, okay, so Team Nepal is at the front. I thought the moment we saw like only 3 teams, like, oh, they're still way behind, but now they seem to be in the forefront for Team Nepal. and they are skidding away from the other teams. Looks like a little bit of an accident there for Team Kazakhstan. They had an accident with the cactus, I believe, and because of that, that set them back quite a bit now. And they will be at the 4th spot as of now, but it's not that far at least. So all these teams should arrive at the first checkpoint at a pretty similar time.
What's impressive?
Oh, again?
Yup. More and more sloppiness has been demonstrated here within this lobby, but it is Team Uzbekistan who took somewhat of a long rotation from the first place, now finds themselves trailing behind Team Kyrgyzstan itself. Now Team Kazakhstan showing the prowess in which they have during the seeding stage, which probably could explain and justify their 14 minutes, making headway with cleaner rotations against the rest here. Meanwhile, all the rest of the teams right behind him, they will have to try and conquer some of these challenges off the terrain. Team Nepal being persuaded back by a rock on the front side.
Oh, I'm liking this. I'm liking this back and forth. It's like they're switching with each other. But that also means that every single mistake can be costly. It's not something that the teams can afford, because you always want to be the team that arrives first onto the checkpoint to get yourself that advantage of hitting the ground targets. And for the rest, it's really just to follow up from there. And this is official right now that Team Kazakhstan will be the first team to arrive, so they will have a slight advantage of looting first, getting onto the ground targets first. But because the gap is not that far, all the other teams can also deny them of the points.
Deny, they will try at the very least, but Team Nepal sending their representatives straight into the area of activity, not looking to even go for these ground targets, only thinking and considering them if they are in sight and within this compound. Now, this isn't the most efficient thing I could imagine spending the 120 seconds, but perhaps they know something we don't.
Yes, I guess it's also a discovery for them, for us, and also for the other teams that will be waiting for them or even learning from these games as well. But Team Kazakhstan now having a double-digit lead, 50 points in fact. As for Team Kyrgyzstan, just only arriving on this double-digit. Team Nepal still behind. Team Uzbekistan, interestingly, no single point yet. Maybe they're focusing on the loot instead, and their main goal is just to get the main objective when it shows up.
There we go, one member from Team Kazakhstan again just raking in the points, doing pretty well within these 120 seconds, getting themselves 80, so ideally you'd like to get 100 to be able to match that one up with the East Asian region, but 80 is a good head start considering none of the other teams are halfway there. So Team Kazakhstan 115, 120 now in the score charts, the only team within the triple digits, and they're making their way to halfway through 300.
Yeah, Team Kazakhstan got a second place before this, so they'll definitely not be happy. They want to reclaim that #1 spot, take it away from Team Nepal. But if we talk about Team Nepal, well, they managed to get to the halfway mark right now. But for Team Kazakhstan, oh, wait a second, hang that thought. Team Uzbekistan actually now is at the forefront. And from behind, from the last team to arrive, they could potentially be the first team to go. But Team Kazakhstan will not go down without fight. It is neck to neck between the two teams. Both teams actually hitting the 300 mark at about the same time.
Team Kazakhstan find themselves yet again another close contender. First it was Team Nepal, now Team Uzbekistan to fill in where Team Nepal might have left off here. Neck and neck towards the end, and if Team Kazakhstan, oh, that mistake right there slowed them down a little bit, but still maintaining that lead. Now, talking about Team Kazakhstan, if they make another mistake and let Team Uzbekistan rob them from that #1 victory, they will be in a bad headspace moving into track #3, and hopefully that does not happen. They need the win right now. Team Kazakhstan, they're looking like the hardest worker in the pack.
Oh, look at this. Oh, no, wait, what double whammy they were talking about.
Oh, no.
So it looks like because of the vehicle stuck, it seems that they need to press the reset button for themselves. That will give them a 5-second penalty in the area. But again, another mishap here as the Team Kazakhstan looking like they were stuck. But it's, wow, okay. It's accident after accident that we're talking about. Next is going to be Team Uzbekistan now stuck at that hill.
I like what Team Kazakhstan is doing, that they actually did their homework. They made the rotations much like Team China. You don't jump off the ramp. You have to fall onto the side and stick to the wall. And a lot of these other teams, they're making the same mistake of just jumping off and crashing down and finding themselves stuck in place, not moving on forward. And so Team Kazakhstan, you could tell that they're here to win the game. You could tell they're in it for the #1 spot, and they are right now the first team into checkpoint 2.
Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. We don't see that many teams actually deploying that sort of strategy, but I guess that's the advantage of if you're able to watch more games, then you'll be able to learn off other teams as well, and it seems to be working out for them. The most efficient route allows them to be the first team to arrive in this checkpoint. Now, a little bit of a tumble there for Team Kazakhstan, but it's going to be okay. But Team Uzbekistan, this is pretty much a comeback for them. Section number 1, they were the last team to arrive, but now, section number 2, the first team.
Right now, looking at Team Nepal, the team who was the #1 spot winner previously, trailing from behind. Now, this isn't so scary to think about because they were within the last place earlier on, but made the difference when it comes to checkpoint number 3. Now, can they do that one again? We'll have to see, because the amount of collision that they've undertaken, a little bit unnecessary and a little bit too haphazard, and they already right now had to expunge one reset, which is going to cost them a minimum of 5 seconds at the very least.
Yes, 5 seconds could prove hefty there. But as Team Nepal arrives, the countdown starts. Team Nepal has no time to loot, no time to get the ground targets. They have to focus on to the main objective now, because they still need to come back. They're still at a single digit with only 2 points, but because they don't have enough time to loot, meaning that ammunition may not be on their side, irregardless, they still need to loot up, hence losing points to the other teams.
Once again, that story of a close call streamlines their way here into checkpoint number 2. Uzbekistan and Team Kazakhstan, very marginal difference unless Team Kyrgyzstan has got something to say about it. Move it on, rising up above second place here. 181 to the 194 here of Uzbekistan. It is Team Kyrgyzstan who now leads the pack way past the halfway point, looking to farm in the next 150 pointers to maybe end this charade.
Oh, Team Nepal, despite them getting the #1 spot now, their second time to get a #1 could be in jeopardy. The fact that they are still way behind, not even hitting the 100 mark just yet. But for Team Kazakhstan, Team Uzbekistan, and Team Kazakhstan, very close to each other. It's still anyone's game to be the first team to leave this section.
Anyone's game indeed, and Team Kazakhstan, they want it to be their game. They have held the lead for the longest of time. Surely, when it came down to target practice, they cannot look to slack off, because that is going to make an even bigger dent comes checkpoint number 3. And I do recall one of the players during the interview said that what differs Team Kazakhstan towards the rest within this entire region was that their aim should be in a higher level.
Oh, that's a very interesting statement there. So we'll be looking to see if they can maintain the level of consistency, because when we talk about aim, it's also about, like, can you keep focus? Can you keep focus not only throughout the game, but throughout the entire qualifier series? Because fatigue could kick in at some point, and that could also dissolve your vision as you try to keep focus to hit the targets.
Now, Team Uzbekistan, surprisingly, is the one to make it first mover into the next checkpoint here, followed by, naturally, Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan themselves. So 3 teams has already made it onto the next one. Meanwhile, Team Nepal, the supposed champion here in the first track, finds their way struggling within that checkpoint itself. Oh, and talking about struggle, that's one more again from Team Kyrgyzstan. I guess if you could draw a trend line of conclusion within this region here, I think they need to really polish up in the rotations within the map.
Yeah, based on the observations, it does look like that is the case. There are many times that we have seen that teams actually tumble when they drive. Oh, okay. Is that the wrong way? Circling around? All right. I guess he was trying to hit that one more boosted target just to give themselves that advantage. But because of that, they trade off the amount of time. So I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it, though.
It's actually the angular approach. They missed the beach flag, and they had to turn around just to qualify for the next flag itself. And so, again, like what I'm saying, it seems like when it comes to this region, the Central and South Asia, their rotations needs to be polished even further, because if you're going to expect to shave off a lot of time, it should be from this.
Yeah, I think this is rather costly, though, and it's like across the teams, right? It's not like only one team, but across. So it's something that they will need to refine as we have another 6 more tracks at least to play. But now all the teams have arrived into section number 3, and this will be the main section. And this is normally the section where we'll see a differentiator between the last place and also the first place. And basically, this is also the comeback section for these teams.
This is it. Team Nepal, they found themselves back to number 1 because of this section itself, or this checkpoint in which you have to hit the flying moving objects. And so they could look to do that one again, but with Nepal's strategy, none of them seems to care for the building up an initial lead with the ground targets itself and relying so heavily on this challenge. Now we will see if that is going to pay out dearly for them, as the challenge has begun with Team Kazakhstan having a 46 hit start.
All right, looks like all these teams positioning themselves in the front of the objective. Anything going behind? I do see a movement on the other side. I believe it's from Team Nepal going to take an off angle onto the main objective. But is that going to work for them? Because right now, it's not a matter of experimentation for Team Nepal, because they're still at a single digit.
Single digits. They now hitting the double and hopefully the quadruple here, because they will have to pull a hefty amount of load just to carry their way through and up the ranks before then the counter hits onto the 500. So fortunately, they do have time, but it's going to take so much more accuracy and consistency in hitting those marks before that timer runs out.
Well, Team Uzbekistan doing not too bad this time, looking to recover from that disappointing track number 1 of a 4th place finish, and this time not too far away from Team Kazakhstan, who is currently holding the lead with about 178 points, but they're still not at the halfway mark yet, meaning that there's still enough room for the likes of Team Uzbekistan to actually chase back and be the first team to leave this section.
Trying to be the first team to leave, but Team Kyrgyzstan just says no, can do here. Another one who might just be the top contender towards the number 1 spot. Right now, consistent across the board is the 3 team Kyrgyzstan, Team Kazakhstan, and Team Uzbekistan here. Any one of them could look to make it to number 1, and it goes down to the marginal difference that they draw. Kyrgyzstan with 238, Kazakhstan with now just taking the lead at 256, but still not in comfortable position to confidently secure that 500 points.
Oh, and with the gap now being there, Team Nepal, what are they going to do? Are they going to let go of that number 1 spot that they got from the previous track? Looks like Team Nepal will need to work out something different now. Yes, they are closing the gap, they're closing the margin, but we are comparing them with the number 1 team. Team Kazakhstan has about 80-point gap between them as well as Team Nepal. So it's something they need to catch up on. But they seem to be closing the numbers now. They're catching up. Team Nepal, already a 60-point gap.
Team Nepal, this is where they are now looking like the previous region in the West region. Team Palestine, who has been showing absolute dominance within this last circuit, this last checkpoint. They looking like they might be able to close the gap here, especially with still about 150 more on average for all the top 3 teams above. The gap is not impossible for the likes of Team Nepal, and I see members of Team Nepal already leaving this the entire podium to perhaps go loot up for their allies or maybe scour out some of the ground targets. But 322 all second to fourth place, playing within the 300 zone, and it's just a matter of time before they bypass.
Yeah, anticipating your ammunition is important as well. Reserving your ammunition, making it efficient to hit as many targets as possible is important. If you run out of ammunition, you need to do exactly what they did earlier on, is to get down to the buildings, to reload, to reloot your ammunition, and that's going to be costly in terms of time. But looks like the first team to complete the challenge is very likely to be Team Kazakhstan. Only 4 points left, and yes, they will move on to the finish line.
Team Kazakhstan with resilient and very, very headstrong effort and attitude here will finally get themselves that first ticket out of this checkpoint. They've been denied before by the likes of Team Nepal, but it is them who's leaving Team Nepal in the dust here in track number 2 as they speed their way towards that finishing line.
There you go, unchallenged, unfazed by the other teams. They will claim the #1 spot for Team Kazakhstan. Before this, they were at second place, so it's an improvement for them in this round. And time is locked in at about 60 minutes, 46 seconds in this track.
Well, a well-performed track circuit, I would say. Could have been a little bit lower, but that was the benchmark we were looking for, 15 to the 16 mark for at least this region to perhaps qualify for and set themselves up for faster tracks comes to when they have to fight against the other regions.
Okay, so we'll be locking in the next timing very, very soon. Let's check out the difference in the official time. Will be 34 seconds difference between Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan. Now next following up will be Team Uzbekistan, who got a 4th place finish before this. This time it's going to be a 3rd place finish, so a slight improvement there. But falling up to them is going to be Team Nepal, falling from grace, #1 before this, and now the 4th place for track number 2.
Fall from first to last. It seems like the tables have turned here and nothing is forever within the Central and South Asia region. Very volatile across the board. You can see that their power is matched across majority of the teams. And so Team Nepal, I would also argue that they were only behind because of a little bit of a freak accident that happened earlier on. If they polish their rotations, I don't think this is going to be the same outcome.
Yeah, because like number 3 and number 4, actually they're not too much of a difference. So like what you said, if they're able to polish like the driving routes, or even as simple as not tumbling, well, it's simple for us to say it, but of course I know it's hard to do, then they'll definitely be at least maybe 3rd place, or maybe even better 2nd place.
Yeah, it's all the miniature things that do matter here in an efficiency game. For the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, as you can see, a lot of these other teams also suffer the same tumbleweed in their driving and rotations across checkpoints. But let's take a look at the IQ highlights. Some of these shots that are coming out from these teams here, I would say in terms of firepower, they're all equally matched across the board here, especially the top 3 teams during this track.
And interestingly, for the speed ups, it's actually Team Kyrgyzstan with the most speed ups, 33, 10 more than the #1 team. But the team that got a decent number of speed ups is Team Nepal, 28 at 4th place, meaning that it's about the efficiency of using the routes and cutting the right corners.
Cutting corners is something they have to get used to here in order to shave some of the times off, especially Team Nepal. They have to, right now in terms of rotation, Team Kazakhstan seemingly understands the game the best, learning from the likes of Team China itself. And for the Audi Super 8 player across the scene, these are potential winners later on tomorrow when it comes to the regional finals. That's where they will be awarded the MVP award.
And in summary, as of the 2 tracks that we've seen, there's no one team that just goes all the way yet. They're like pretty close to each other. So really anything can happen, and it's hard to tell based on the 2 tracks who will move on to the next run and who will be eliminated. So it's still up for us to really still analyze the games coming forth.
But some simple conclusions can be made though, and that is Team Kazakhstan seemingly within the seeding group stage looking like the best out of the 3 or out of the 4 with the 14-minute finish, although different format, but you can see it here again. Very consistent. Number 2 finish in track 1, number 1 finish in track number 2. And referee notice right now from Team Kyrgyzstan, in fact, Flyaki, Zarike, and Shahaz. And also the one from Uzbekistan, it's Dino, for unauthorizingly leaving the game during the first game of PUBG Mobile. So make sure to adhere to the rules, guys. Really, it doesn't do me any justice to be reading your names out this way, but hey, we're obliged to. Now, more games to be played, 2 more within this first set. A quick break is in place. This is Sir Cloud. Keith, I'll see you in just about a bit.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
And we're back. That's what we hear all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with me, Sir Cloud, as well as my wonderful buddy here, Keith. And my oh my, we still can't really see a trend of who can dominate this region.
But looking like it's heavily sided on the side of Team Kazakhstan, at least for the first two tracks here with a first and second finish. But before we get into it any more further, a quick notice from the referee. Caution to Kyrgyzstan member Fly for shooting violation in the second game. I wonder what that might be. We do not have the details specifically further, but just a word of advice, maybe not violate the gun laws here. And also, we're doing this to ensure that this entire tournament is executed in the most mannerful way with respect and ethics and fair play and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and of course, the people working hard behind the scenes to ensure this goes smoothly. Thank you so much to the production team, to the refereeing team, and everyone else behind the scenes, even the teams themselves, the management, the coaches, to ensure that we all have a smooth show. And it's been a great show so far. I'm really enjoying what we've been seeing for the past few days, and I'm sure that we'll enjoy the next few days as well as we head on to track number 3, a whole new track for all 4 of these teams to be playing against each other.
Playing against each other, that is the name of the game here when it comes to competitions. Road to Asian Games 2022. Just to address the elephant in the room, it's not 2022 because we're back in time. It's 2022 because it was long overdue from a postponed event last year. And so we finally get to see it in front of our eyes, and we are not going to hold you back any further because track number 3 is on the go.
Yes, here we go, on the go, track number 3. It is it. As we head on to the game, so far, no real trends yet, but the trend is definitely going to be the sequence of the tracks. For this track, it's going to start in Los Higos. We're going to end around the areas of water treatment. As usual, going to be the 3 checkpoints that the teams will need to go through. But so far, for what we see from this region, it's not about the checkpoints. It's about the route. And they need to find ways to ensure that they have a smooth journey in between the checkpoints, as the teams will start off right now going on from the starting line. And at the forefront, we have 3 teams, 1 team left behind. Oh, not really left behind, but actually Team Kazakhstan is in front of everyone else.
Yeah, they're holding the lead for the time being here, but it is still very, very close from second place onwards. It's anyone's game, and we all know that for this region, the driving is not really the cleanest, and that could also add a new layer of competition, because that could be that could very well be the factor in which these teams can capitalize and maybe look to make headways within this position and moving on to the checkpoints and giving themselves their head start. So right now, Team Uzbekistan in purple falling behind, Team Kazakhstan in red leading the pack. In between, interchangeable. There is some sort of a commotion happening in a mini-map. It seems like some of these teams had a spin out. Their car lost a little bit, lost control, and maybe is twirling a little bit.
Oh, again, costly time there. If that happens, allowing the other teams to actually overtake each other. And it looks like it's going to be Team Uzbekistan again still behind. Probably a tumble was onto them. But oh, interestingly, Team Kazakhstan taking a different strategy as what we normally see. Not using the ramp this time. So it's probably something that they're comfortable with. Probably something that they know that they've found out to be a better route.
Yeah, you know what they say, when you're in front, you don't want to risk things and, you know, lose the lead just like that. And so they took the safest of path here, understanding that it's not going to be too advantage, even if they accomplish that jump right there. The rest of the teams would still be able to catch up and capitalize on that township itself. So a very safe choice, and that could be a good choice moving on forward to securing themselves and potentially a lead into the #1 spot.
Okay, now all the teams will arrive onto the first checkpoint. So this is where we can see teams starting to gather up pre-points before the main objective. Based on the trend for this region, none of the teams start off with 100+ points before the main objective comes. It hovers around the 50, 60 point mark, and that's about it. There seems to be a trend. So if we were to talk about like efficiency versus other regions, there is still room for improvement on how they start off.
Talking about improvements, it seems like Team Kazakhstan again just outshowing the competition. They just know what to do or know what objectives to hit within these checkpoints. They really have done their homework, studying from the greats, the likes of Team China themselves. They're trying to get the points in to maybe make headway of 100 pointers before this activity begins. They haven't been successfully able to do so previously, at least not in track number 1. Hopefully they can get it this time around, only halfway there, and that would, well, you know, put themselves up for a greater success. But alas, they failed to hit that 100 lead mark, but 50 is still something in the bag.
Okay, coming on to the main objective, the 4-colored panel. Every team will take their own side, and now they will try to get as many points as possible in the shortest time in order for them to be able to leave this first section. Team Kazakhstan is leading the pack, but for Team Nepal, well, they're looking to recover from whatever happened in the previous track because they started off really well in the day as a first place finisher, but from the previous track it was a 4th place finish for them. This time around, it's all about redemption.
Yeah, redemption arc 1 for Nepal. You do not want to find yourself down in the bottom. That one positioning in the last place in the previous track must have hit them dearly in terms of their standings. Right now, Team Kazakhstan is the first with the 300. That means they yet again will have their chance to make their way onto the next checkpoints ahead of the others. Already onboarded, evacuation is in place. Already heading towards these arches, and that will register them as the first team to reach stage 2.
Although Team Kazakhstan is in front, but for Team Nepal, not too far away, only 4 seconds difference, but okay, we saw that. An overshot allowing Team Nepal to take advantage of it, and that could be costly for them. They try to cut corners, they manage to cut the first corner, overtaking again their lead over Team Nepal. And now they're back on that throne, but Team Nepal trailing behind. Another mistake, and Team Nepal can take advantage.
And this is what I mean by Team Kazakhstan compared to Team Nepal. Team Kazakhstan really knows how to rotate much better and cleaner, and that's exactly how they're winning against the likes of Team Nepal. Kazakhstan studying from the rotations of Team China.
And Team Nepal during the ramp. Unfortunately,
Team Nepal, Team Kazakhstan really knows how to rotate much better and cleaner, and that's exactly how they're winning against the likes of Team Nepal. Kazakhstan studying from the rotations of Team China.
And Team Nepal during the ramp, unfortunately, they didn't manage to boost themselves, not giving them enough elevation, enough momentum to overcome all the other obstacles coming on the other side. So that opportunity was taken by Team Kazakhstan, and now they're back with their comfortable lead in front.
So they will maintain the lead. Team Kazakhstan looking like the first again to enter the checkpoint number 2. But down in the bottom here, it's Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Uzbekistan just trying to pretty much keep up with the likes of these two who's just zooming through the entire course. Team Kazakhstan just inches away now from actually registering as the first team to head into the checkpoint and start that 120 seconds countdown.
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, this one corner. But no pressure onto them, no one's behind them, and they will smoothly corner. I worry about the last 2 teams though, because they're so close to each other, and sometimes it's about the pressure of you able to see your opponent, like he's just right in front of you. And it takes only a little bit more for you to overtake them, but oh no! Speaking about overtake, looks like it's going to be a disaster for Team Kazakhstan.
Team Kyrgyzstan finds their car tumbled and would probably need to hit the reset button. Surely they're lingering a little too long on that car. They need to hit that button there and then and now if they want to pretty much make some headway back into the game. Team Uzbekistan will bypass them and probably capitalize on this situation to ensure that they will secure themselves at least a 3rd place finish on a minimum.
Oh, look at the gap now. Unfortunately, they seem to be not moving just yet. I guess they're still figuring out, like, okay, what do we do? Do we want to penalize ourselves, or is there a different way that we can save the timing? But look at the current condition. I guess it's a must for them to press the reset button.
If I would have just used the reset button. It's 5 seconds. It's not that much of a penalty here. Now they've essentially already wasted 5 seconds just staring at it, thinking that they could flip one over. Unless, of course, they did not do the due diligence to pretty much figure out how to flip the cars themselves. But no more attention on them. Oh, they actually got the car reset and is moving, it seems. Can they make it within time here? Because that activity 2 has already begun. The countdown is out. Retractable target now in play.
Okay, so now they're on the move. But by the time they arrive, probably like Team Nepal would have been 50% done by then. Team Nepal now is already 1/4 of completing the challenge. Man, this leaves them way, way behind. So I guess for them to get the #1 spot looks like it's going to be a tough situation. But for them to catch up to maybe number 3 at least, still doable perhaps.
And this is what's impressive about Team Nepal. Their mechanics is known through and through as a team who's got presence within the main version globally. You can see that they know how to handle the crosshairs right, already raking in the 285 pointers. But Team Kazakhstan, they are not making it easy for them. 255 to the 290, now 300 on Team Nepal. Very close calls here. 400 is only by the horizon, differing by 20 points between number 1 and number 2.
Oh, it's neck to neck with Team Kazakhstan now between them. And it could be any other team. It could be either one of them right now to finish this challenge first. So it's going to be 10 more points left. And Team Nepal officially will be the first team to complete section number 2. They will be on their way. As for Team Kazakhstan, looking like to be the second team to complete this challenge. So now this is going to open up a huge gap between the number 3 and number 4 team.
Same time they finish, it seems, with a little bit going to the way of Team Nepal first. But now Team Kazakhstan, this is where I say they can make a difference. Because Team Kazakhstan, remember, their forte against the rest of this lobby is that they understand the rotation much better than the likes of even Team Nepal themselves. So if they can look to make and close that gap, that would be very beneficial for the side of Team Kazakhstan.
As long as they don't tumble anywhere. Okay, so there's going to be quite a terrain here. Let's see if they can make it smooth. And looks like it's okay. But a little bit of a slowdown there as they try to land. I guess they didn't manage to hit the boosters at the right moment. But nevertheless, they are still at the forefront. But when it comes to comparing themselves with the other regions that we have seen, the booster needs to be used at the right timing, especially on the ramps. But oh no, another accident.
As I mentioned, not really the cleanest. That's going to be time for the likes of Team Kazakhstan to close in that gap. And just because they hit that wall, they also lose the momentum speed here. And that's not going to give them the propulsion they would have expected coming in from this high ground. So Team Kazakhstan finds their way through nice and easy. But it is Team Nepal who's just ramboing through the rest of the obstacles here.
Yeah, so far they're in the clear. Don't expect much competition for them to arrive onto the final checkpoint. And at the same time, the speed up targets it's well for Uzbekistan. I noticed the meter for Uzbekistan starting to go up, meaning that for Uzbekistan they have completed the second checkpoint challenge and now they're leaving the second checkpoint on their way. Nice to see that Team Uzbekistan is able to catch up so far despite them losing a lot of time between checkpoint number 1 and checkpoint number 2.
Talking about checkpoints here, look at that. Finally, they're trying to do it as efficiently as possible. And these two teams going through beach flags the best way they could. But to what avail here, they will find themselves arriving towards this next checkpoint already. This is where things will be on a make and break basis. Who's going to get the lead? Who's going to get the ground targets before the likes of the rest of the teams here, and who's going to take that resources for themselves.
All right, so the first two teams have arrived, but for the other two teams still making their way, still trying to catch up onto each other. to get to checkpoint number 3. But look at the gap at this point. It does look like by the time they arrive, they won't have any ground targets, or maybe even worse, like the ground targets won't man anymore because everyone will be focusing on the main objective.
The main objective's happening in still, I think, at least 80 seconds here. So they don't have to worry too much about that for the time being. But talking about things to not worry about, initially was Team Kyrgyzstan. But now that they've gotten their reset, it's Team Uzbekistan who now has to pretty much turn on the pace here and amp things up, because Team Kyrgyzstan is only behind them by a slight margin, and the both of them has yet to even begun point number 3.
Oh, I noticed that Team Uzbekistan, again, another sticky situation for them. And this is going to cost a lot more time now that the main objective is starting. And Team Nepal, being a team with a lot of experience playing in the global stages for the main version, they're showing the mechanical experience. Now, this is where the shooting will be tested, how they track the targets, and looking well for them so far. At the same time, they'll be motivated to reclaim back the number 1 spot in which they lost from the previous round.
Trying to be back on top here, that is one impressive feat. You know what they say, winning is easy, maintaining that lead is when it gets hard. And right now, they're looking to confirm that even more here with 140, the only group, the only team within this lobby with a triple-digit score points, and they're nearly even breaking 2/3 of this entire score.
Interestingly, for Team Nepal, being a team that is at number 1 now with quite a significant gap, they are opening up the areas, they're opening up the space, sending one athlete behind to shoot from another angle. So it's a different strategy still deployed by them. But for this one athlete from Team Kazakhstan, he's probably shooting the... Yeah, oh, we just got information that Team Kazakhstan is out of gas.
So mismanagement of resources right there and then. This is just the worst way to go. Now, if you are Team Kazakhstan, you wanted to maintain your lead. You were up there with the top 2 divisions. All you had to do was make sure everything goes on right, but they bit more than they could chew, and now they are running on empty.
Oh no, this is bad news for them. We saw what happened to Hong Kong, China the other day. If you're out of gas and you have to run, despite you having an okay lead, it's easy for the other teams to catch up.
At this rate, they are only in checkpoint 3 here, and they ran out of gas, which means it's a long run, by the way, on the way to the finish line here. You could already expect them to perhaps make a 25-minute run in this case, just to finish the game.
Ooh, it's tough. And on top of that, they still need to complete this challenge. At least for the example of Hong Kong, China, they completed the challenge before they ran out of gas. So for the time to take to complete the challenge, plus running, we could be looking at another 20 minutes. Or maybe even more.
Maybe they won't even complete this game before the 30-minute mark. That's looking very possible right now, because I can tell you straight up, just to rotate inside this checkpoint is going to cost them their time. And they're at 300 and 500 already. And soon, when they are low on the resources, they will have to walk their way into houses and walk their way back onto this podium.
Oh no, this is a disaster for them. But nevertheless, it is not a disaster for Team Nepal. Now that they're on the verge of hitting the 500 mark and being the first team to leave section number 3, it is now Team Nepal who again reclaim that throne to sit back on the podium spot at the number 1, at the top of the hill. And Team Nepal is back on track.
And they're reclaiming it in style, in absolute style here, because they were up against a team who was neck and neck with them. Now, Team Nepal was denied and had a last place finish previously, but this is one way to pretty much elevate themselves and assert their dominance within the map. Now, nobody has the upper advantage. The lead has been neutralized due to the mismanagement of resources.
And who needs speed up targets if you're Team Nepal? Only 21 as of the last stat that we saw. It's half of like Team Kazakhstan. So with that being said, it's a matter of them finding the most efficient route to go in, even without depending on the boost. But okay, just as when I was trying to up them, that just had to happen.
And this is the craziest thing, right? Because if Team Kazakhstan just played just managed things a bit more resourcefully, at best they end up in second place, which would still put them in the lead. Because remember, Team Nepal finished last in the previous round, so they took higher time than a second place finish. But because of this, that immediately negates any potential lead for the side of Team Kazakhstan.
True enough. But if you guys think about it, it's not only about the placement per track, it's also about the total time collected. Can you imagine that they were doing decently before this? Like Team Kazakhstan, number 2, then number 1. But because of this, this drags the average time like a lot. So if we were to tabulate the average time, maybe even like the current last place team is already above them.
Which is exactly my point, right? If they had finished this one in second place, they would still be in a better position because they finished second, which means their time isn't too far from what the average would have hit comparatively to Team Nepal's last place finish in a previous round, because they definitely consumed some time. I believe Team Nepal took 17 minutes in a previous round.
Ooh, if 17 minutes. Now we're already at 18, coming close to 19 minutes. I mean, it's definitely going to be more than 20 minutes, considering that they still need to run from the start of section number 3 to the end. Adding all that up, I don't know, 22, 23 minutes perhaps.
I don't think they're even going to make it, to be honest. I think even running, these are not near locations. They're actually pretty far apart. We're looking at vehicles, and that's even quite some travel distance that needs to be made.
Oh yeah, on top of that as well, all 4 of them will need to cross the finishing line.
Yeah.
So there was some athletes left behind still, because Uzbekistan is still collecting points. So I don't know. I don't know how many are still left there. Okay, all right. Oh, wait a second.
Whoa, they found a way to game the system, and that is by hitching a ride onto the top side of these cars. This is some clever play coming up from them. Very resourceful. I'm pretty sure the rulebook has not seen this thing coming.
I mean, this is sportsmanship, all right?
This is fair. I think it's fair game. They thought about it.
Well, sportsmanship at its best. I mean, it's all about sportsmanship, all about like uniting people. I guess it's a good example.
This is amazing. I did not expect this one to happen. Now I'm all on smiles. I had the thought of like maybe hopping onto another person's car and vehicle, but this is where they'll fall off though.
Oh,
it's an entire jump. Would they? They do!
Oh, they do! But at least they got half the journey covered.
It's confirmed there is no fall damage, and it's still fair game. I don't think they should be penalized for this. Because number one, I'm pretty sure the rulebook didn't see this one coming. Number two, they still have members who fell off from the car, so they still cannot register legally as crossing that checkpoint.
True, because you need to have all 4 of them
exactly.
there.
So there's no foul here, I feel.
All right. So, are we going to see the first maximizing of time? Like 30 minutes gone. Like, does it take them 9 minutes to run to the finish line?
Potentially, I think. Look at the map. All that distance, and they're still there. They're just left the checkpoint. They just only left the checkpoint because this one member wasn't on that car ride.
Yeah.
So they literally just left the checkpoint here. And to put that into perspective and scale, they're not going to make it within 9 minutes.
Oh, I mean, if it's a 30-minute thing, it's going to be the first time.
This is going to be it. I mean, that does not include penalty and foul.
Yeah, let's put that aside, yeah. My, oh my. I mean, I think at this point, like while they run, they can start to discuss what they want to have for lunch. You know, hey, what do you want to do tonight?
Unfortunately, they just ate, so probably they're not even having that discussion right now. It's just awkward across the board here, across the comms team.
I I am absolutely lost for words right now. But this is also a learning, right? Like, the management of fuel for the vehicle is very important. And just for the benefit of our audience as well, every time they use the speed up targets, it actually consumes more fuel. So it's not a free pass. So they need to kind of like make that micro calculation to figure out like how many speed up targets can we afford versus how much fuel we have.
Yeah, clearly they didn't put that one into factor. They just wanted to boost on forward. And I don't even know why. That was... They still had to go through checkpoint 3. Even if they reach checkpoint 3 as the first, that does not confirm you to perform well in checkpoint 3 itself. You might as well walk away potentially second place.
True. Actually, they were doing pretty okay. Yeah, pretty okay. But I don't know. Maybe, is it the driver forgot his role? Because can you imagine, like, the driver is only that one person. Like, all the others will be, like, busy shooting stuff, scouring for ammo and all that. So the driver just forgot. No one is there to actually remind him because everyone's busy doing their own thing.
Then that is the driver's problem because...
I mean, I'm just theorizing.
Yeah,
right?
because you shouldn't need to be reminded, get your head in the game, right? So all 3 members has crossed the line, but because this one member is here, that's still fair game. And, oh man, there's no way you're gaming the system. Already 23 minutes, going to 24, and look at where he is in that minimap. Barely even made a descent forward. He's not even halfway through.
Someone get in a skateboard at least. Get in a skateboard, guys. I mean, he needs it. He'll be tired by the end of the run. This is like an entire marathon.
The question is this.
Right.
Are there beach flags in between?
Oh.
If there are, then he has to abide by the entire course as well, and he can't take a displacement shortcut.
True. I'm trying to think, right? I think, as far as I remember, I think there are no beach flags like towards the end, if I'm not mistaken. So, but you're right. If there is, then, well, you still need to go through like all around and not go straight. But okay, at least now, I think this is the answer, right? Like, there's no beach flag.
Oh.
So all he needs to do is just run straight to the finish line. His teammates are like just shooting and just like, dude, why are you doing this? Dude, we're all waiting for you, dude.
Wait, so... Okay, so I was mistaken.
All right.
The minimap isn't representative of where they are. It's where their vehicles are at.
Ah, yes.
So why is there a blue vehicle also in checkpoint 3?
Well, I guess we'll find it out later.
Don't ask, don't tell, they say.
Yeah.
But he's made it here. What an absolute champ. 25th minute. He didn't give up. Playing Rocky as well, doing the air punches. And celebrated with an honorable shot to the skies here.
Well, I have a good news for Team Kazakhstan. It's not a 30-minute game for them.
But at the same time, I mean, they put up a show. There's nothing I could complain about. But remember, we are at the qualifying stage, which means one team could potentially walk away eliminated, and they would hate it to beat them if they were to bow out because of this.
Dude, I'm liking this side, right? Like, they're like cheering for each other. It's like giving the thumbs up. Like, hey, you know what? You know, good job, guys. Good job. You know, whatever it is. Great work, great effort. And this is the sportsmanship, right, that we look forward to, especially that this is the road to Asian Games. It's all about gathering countries or teams or communities together to have a good time.
It's a good time indeed. I smiled because that really did break against the the monotony of the entire track series. I mean, we've gone through a lot, and so to have something so unique and different at display, look at that. Oh, he jumped out. He could have gone on with the rest and actually make things a wee bit faster.
Because he didn't do the Superman. He didn't like lie down.
Maybe
if he did, he had more grip. Yeah. Oh, man. Dude.
There you go.
It was you.
Every one of them. I really wish they walk away scathe-free because they got punished enough, right? It's no harm, no foul. They didn't cause any other team a detriment and a negative impact. So Hopefully so, but it's not my decision to decide. Here, check out the results of the overall. Team Nepal claiming back number 1 at 17 minutes 42 seconds. Kyrgyzstan in number 2 at 19, but it is the ultimate 25 minutes coming out from Team Kazakhstan.
And the award for the FAW Audi Super A player goes to Kiki with a 537 score, and followed by the other Soundcast. We got Zeri, we got Shahas. They are all up here representing their own team. No overlapping of teams so far for this time around, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is done with track number 3. Arguably one of the most entertaining ones.
Yeah, that was fun to watch, right? The possibilities of things happening. Now you start thinking what's going to happen as the repercussions of that sort of movements. I really hope nothing happens that's detrimental happens. Maybe let them off with a warning if you really have to, because ultimately nobody come out a loser in that outcome, right? The real victims here is still Team Kazakhstan because they didn't have. Now they have 25 minutes added onto their timer.
But you know what? The moral of the story, they help each other, they gave thumbs up, they were cheering for each other. I mean, that is something positive that we can take from this round, right? So honestly, even as a viewer, I'm really happy to see this sort of sides.
Yeah, because it's smart. It's smart play. I thought about it, but then I, did second guess that sort of decision because I'm afraid that I might say things that are a little bit unpleasant. But hey, seeing the morale within the room when you look at the POV cam, everyone's all smiles. I think that it's a great way to kick off, at least for the first match here in the qualifying stage for the Central and South Asia region.
And of course for all of us as well, we wouldn't know if it's mechanically possible in-game.
That's true.
Yeah, so
it was an experiment.
I think it was a total experiment. It's like, hey, and credits to whoever who thought about that, right? Like, hey, why don't we try and say, yeah, who has thought about that? And they just try and somewhat work, except for that last guy though.
Yeah,
if
he jumped off, to be honest.
Yeah.
If anything, his teammates should be, a little bit angry about him because he could have been at least making it halfway through if he hitched in with the rest. I think he felt a little bit guilty there. That's why he hopped off.
And now it makes me wonder, what happens if, let's say, all 4 or 8 of them on a single car and they cross the line at the same time? Like, who wins?
That's correct. I want to know now. Now I want to know. Yeah, that actually makes sense.
Like maybe the driver or whoever who's like have that little tip at the front.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
But if that's the case, then for sure, it will still favor the team within the car. Because look at the animation mechanics. When you're on the car, you get dragged back. You were still sticking by an invisible line, but I'm sure they're going to register the entry of the drivers themselves first.
Okay. Very logical answer. I like that. We like to make logic out of things, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking about logic, it is logical for us to get onto track number 4. So as you've seen earlier on, it's the explanation. It's going to be the same checkpoints. It's just that it's a slightly different route. So it's more of the route that the teams will need to adapt to. Well, technically checkpoints as well, because it's a different compound just with the same objective.
Yeah, but for this specific region of Central and South Asia, huge emphasis in the rotations. Look, we've played 3 tracks now, and 3 tracks are all determined by the rotation. How clean it is, how many stumble blocks that these teams go through, and even just now, not mismanaging the resources during those travels is exactly what caused an outcome, right? And even before that track itself, it was Team Nepal who, pretty much mishandled their vehicle and what caused them to fall in the last place. So the theme for this region has always been a huge emphasis in the way they rotate.
Yeah, other than that, when it comes to the checkpoint, they do okay.
Neck to neck.
Yeah, neck to neck.
All 3 teams.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I think for any of the coaches or the management team who wants to go back to the drawing board later tonight and just rework their stuff in preparation for the finals, that is something that they'll be definitely looking forward to. And I guess to a certain extent, it is doable on their own as well, because if they don't want to use this game version to practice, they can also use the regular game version, get into the training ground and also practice like driving through slopes and all that.
That's correct. Let's all smile across these faces here. That's the most important thing, especially in a competitive landscape. Waved upon the screen too. Well, if only we could wave back, but they cannot see us as we see them. If that sounds as creepy as it can get.
Well, okay, from our seat here to the backstage where the players are at, we can hear their cheers.
That's
I
true.
noticed that. Like, everyone's genuinely having a good time. So I guess the vibes for this region is all about positiveness. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Like, for the other regions, maybe some of them are like, oh, we're here to win. We're serious. We don't talk to anyone else. We focus on ourselves. But here it's like, you know what? It's all good fun and games.
And I like that because it's, let's be honest, if I were to put it as frankly as possible, this region, they're not the most prominent or at least a synonymous to the name of esports, and I guess that's why the community is a bit more lackluster, a bit more chill. They're not too competitive yet, you know, as compared to maybe Southeast Asia where mobile gaming is like giants, right? So that's why the positive attitude is shared across all, and I hope they keep this one going as we move into the final track of the first set of match.
Oh, I'm liking the vibes already coming in from the teams in this region. Let's go! Before we wrap up the first set of games, the first set of tracks, as they will drop into Toria Humada, making their way onto the first checkpoint, which is San Martin, and then to Impala, and then to El Azhar, finishing off in Campo Militar.
So right now, we do not know who is in number one because it seemed like Team Kazakhstan had the chance, but after that stunt previously, maybe we have to rethink on that sort of decision here. In blue this time round is going to be Team Nepal, and in red, Team Kazakhstan remains that badge, going head-to-head with each other, and going in purple is going to be Team Uzbekistan, and finally, Team Kyrgyzstan on the yellow.
Yeah, and so definitely for Team Kazakhstan, they'll be looking to recover themselves this time. So far, a decent start for all of them. Everyone's really close to each other, but like what you said, for this region, it's all about the driving. That's the main differentiator now as compared to the other regions. It's something they need to work on, but so far, at least for the first stretch, it's looking okay so far. But I think for the biggest challenge for this track is definitely going to be between Section 1 and Section 2. It's not only the longest section, but there's also quite a curve somewhere in the middle for them to adjust themselves.
Adjusting themselves, refining, retuning. You could use all the jargons in the world, but it all has to result to a faster track here. Right now, Team Nepal again going away with that lead, and now Team Kazakhstan trailing behind Kyrgyzstan, not taking over each other just yet. However, now that the gradients is in play, I feel a mistake is bound to happen to one of these teams.
Ooh, okay, you don't say. Skimming past by.
Oh, I told you so.
Man, that's like, that feels like a spoiler, you know?
Well, I'm glad I got that one right. And so a little bit of a hindrance towards the team in the top end. That would be Team Nepal. And
another one.
Yeah, immediately. The team in yellow, Team Kyrgyzstan, nearly had a chance to cut over, but because of the way they took on the fall from the high grounds, they will also be held back.
You know what? This is arguably the noisiest bunch. Like from the player area, we could hear them like giving all those expressions like, oh, having a good time. They're probably teasing each other as well.
Yeah, that happens very often here. In case you've never been to an esports event before, so the player booth will be right next to each other, so every cheers and frustrations is shared across the entire hall here.
Good fun at the end of the day. But now, it's back to business. Which team can collect the most points, the fastest to reach the 300-point mark? Team Nepal still showing the mechanical prowess to be able to collect the most points as of now. As for Team Kazakhstan, who will be looking to do that comeback after the mishap from the previous round, still behind.
Still behind, but they at least know that they can look to catch up. I hope Team Kazakhstan walking into this this new track, this final track of set number 1 here, do not lose composure and just play the game the way it should be played. Make sure their resources managed. It doesn't matter if you're in a first place. You can also still make up the difference from second place. But now, after that match, that previous match, perhaps you want to be in first place.
All right, get into position, ladies and gentlemen, as the main target will show itself. And as the main target arrives, that's where we see the teams getting onto it, rather than being there before it shows up. Now the airdrop has shown itself as well. It seems that for the airdrop, Team Uzbekistan has the advantage of getting it. But other than that, for the main target, it's still for them to catch up onto. Now, for the benefit of our audience as well, for the airdrop, it also provides an extra 40 points for the team that got it.
40 points. Hopefully that would be enough, because right now Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal again head-to-head with trying to hit that 300 mark, and it is Team Nepal who does so effortlessly. Will be the first one to book their way out of here. Meanwhile, leaving the rest here to shoot down onto the purple, that would be Uzbekistan, who still has yet to complete their run in checkpoint number 1.
There you go, the first team to leave now, Team Nepal, but trailing behind, very, very close by, it's going to be Team Kazakhstan, who will be looking to recover from whatever happened previously. Only 2 seconds difference, in fact, between the two teams, so it's very, very minimal. But because of that a small gap of 2 seconds, one flip of a car from Team Nepal will allow Team Kazakhstan to just overtake them.
And that is happening more often than not in these regional lobby here. And so they have to be careful, mindful, in fact, about the way they're rotating and be aware of the surrounding and its terrains and gradient here. Missing one beach flag itself could already impose such a strong penalty. But Team Kazakhstan, relentless with the boost. They have got burned once before. Will they get burned again?
Oh, wait.
Nepal and Team Kazakhstan.
Oh, no.
It seems like they're just bouncing around, both making a mistake, but it is Team Nepal again who will capitalize on this. And this is what I mean. They are reckless when it comes to the rotations.
Oh no. But nevertheless, Team Nepal, lucky for them, the opponent made the mistake at the same time. So it's like, okay, we'll reclaim it. Thank you very much. But that in overall is also going to be a precious time wasted. Now with another one on this corner, we can see behind them is going to be Team Kyrgyzstan still trailing. But for the other team, Team Uzbekistan, quite far away.
They are now within the trees. Both of them get out unscathed here, but it is Team Nepal who took the more efficient rotation. I do see Team Kazakhstan who had to cross in a little bit, but that boost right there probably gave Team Kazakhstan a little bit of a lead. No, still goes to the side of Nepal. They're taking 2 different entrants into this checkpoint.
Okay, here we go. The first team to arrive. Well, wait a second. Is there an overtake there? Team Kazakhstan? Okay, no, it's probably not. But nevertheless, it's going to be Team Uzbekistan still making their way through. But another accident there onto the beach flag. It's just happening all over the map, like all 4 tracks.
It's so frequent here that I like it. It makes the drive even more interesting, but for their sake, I really do hope that they tune things down a little bit more, make things a little bit more cleaner to play around, but worry about that some other time. You know what they say, if the entire lobby is being sloppy, then you are not sloppy. In fact, you are just the norm.
Wow, that is a mind-blowing thought. I get it. It takes a while to process, but I get it at the end of the day. But nevertheless, we have all 4 teams now in section number 2. But again, it is still Team Nepal with the mechanical skills. And we must remember, it's like a small difference between them and that second place team for them to arrive. But look at the gap difference right now. It's way, way ahead.
Yeah, Team Nepal definitely showing more in the firepower department. They seemingly secures more points at higher rate of speeds, mind you. And so they always find their way advantageous in being the first to check out of a certain checkpoint itself. And like right now, looking like they might do that one again with already 130, and this has only just begun. Team Nepal now being overshadowed by the likes of Team Kyrgyzstan.
Okay, here we go. Team Kyrgyzstan overtaking Team Nepal. Team Nepal losing the lead. But for Team Uzbekistan, still behind. But
Hold up.
Okay.
Hold up.
All right. I'm not sure if that's a strategy or I guess he was trying to get the airdrop, but it just so happened.
We're gonna see a referee notice, that's for sure. But let's move on and leave that to the professionals who handle things out in the back end. Team Kyrgyzstan now 254, Team Nepal 240, Team Kazakhstan at 215. So like we mentioned before, in terms of sheer firepower, all of these teams are even neck to neck at the brim here. But we do know historically Team Nepal edged things out a little bit more towards their favor.
They came from behind to complete the challenge. Now they're en route to the next stage, but just next to them is going to be the adversaries. So it looks like they have a tough competition this time.
Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal. It seems like Kazakhstan has made way for their neighboring countries to come in and probably put up the fight against Team Nepal here in a match of driving skills, I guess. I don't know. I'm lacking of better words right now. What do you call this? A rally?
Oh, as long as they don't tumble, you can still call it a rally. But looks like a little bit of a tumble there, as always, as Team Nepal.
No.
Okay, opportunity Team Nepal, but the speed boost will allow them to maintain their lead.
Look at that. The more efficient movement coming out from Team Kyrgyzstan. They went straight, meanwhile Nepal went into a huge curve, which maybe put them back a little bit on hold. And that gave the side of Team Kyrgyzstan the lead for this second half of the travel. But now Team Nepal takes the high end. We'll have to make the movement towards the right. So clearly we know that Team Kyrgyzstan understands the map layout even better. They know where the next beach flag was going to be.
Okay, and they were kind of neck to neck with each other. But okay, this could be another opportunity to overtake. But with the speed up targets being hit, that allowed Team Kazakhstan to maintain their lead. And Team Nepal still right behind them because they didn't hit as many speed up targets as Team Kazakhstan.
Now Team Kyrgyzstan is the one to lay nest into the next checkpoints. First hand here, hit the 120-second counter. I'm pretty sure the other teams behind have gotten that prompt and cue as well. But now it goes down to these two. It is Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal out to duke it out within checkpoint 3, which is a make or break moment. And this is a firepower moment. And that usually swings the sides of Nepal.
Oh, yes. When it comes to that, even like in the previous track, they somehow lost that lead and the gap was starting to widen. But all of a sudden, at the finals, oh, wait a second.
Oh, no.
Again, another miss of the beach flag, needing Team Uzbekistan to U-turn to go through the checkpoint. If not, it's not going to be registered for the next stage.
Luckily, though, they have made their way into this checkpoint just in time. They have not started the counter just yet. So perhaps if Uzbekistan, I hope this isn't too much of an ask, but if they can outgun the rest of the teams within this lobby, that could pit them up for a chance of success in towards the late game. Remember, there's only one team will not make it out to see the light of day comes the next round here, and all you have to do is beat the man in number 3.
Okay, this is where all matters now. Team Nepal, despite them still behind Team Kazakhstan, but we are seeing them come back at section number 2 to get that number 1, to take away that first lead. Although the lead isn't that big, a lead is still a lead at the end of the day. Team Kazakhstan not wanting to make that same mistake again. They are still in front. Now looking over at the stats for our athletes. The driver, assuming that not is the driver, only 6% contribution. And as compared to best practice, everyone has equal. Is also something for Team Kazakhstan to work on.
And potentially this could be that one checkpoint where some of those stats even out here because they need all the help they can get. And Team Nepal similarly reflecting that, but it is Team Kyrgyzstan who seems to get a better hang off this checkpoint 3. Already 240, looking to breach in the 250 mark. That is the halfway, 50% through in the objective completion.
Okay, here we go. Team Nepal still behind by about 100 points. Make that 50 by now. But we have seen it before. Team Nepal, they know how to come back. All of a sudden, they have this boost of points collected at some point, and that allowed them to be at the front. But I will, okay, if at any time that we see two teams actually driving towards the finish line together and having that finale drama, I think this is the best moment for us to have that.
I mean, they've gotten close once, man. Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal in the track number 1 here. It was a neck and neck. Right now, they got Kyrgyzstan with Nepal neck and neck. And as we talked about them, Kyrgyzstan having the big lead, now that seems to fade away as Team Nepal slowly inch the difference closer and closer. Only 20 points apart.
Ooh, okay. So it looks like some static here for the teams. And some of them even deployed, like the other athletes, like, okay, go and shoot ground targets, go and shoot the non-objective targets. I guess it's because, like, you know, at some point, like, you kind of get frustrated and you kind of gave up on the main objective. So, like, okay, I go shoot something else. Once I feel good, I'll come back to the main objective. And nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you just need a little bit of a reset just to regain your focus.
And sometimes they also need to, pretty much, they will eventually need to send one guy to make sure that they can loot and maintain resources within the group. So I think that's where you see that's why historically towards the 300 pointer mark, you start to see things slow down because maybe they're running low on resources and they have to deploy members to go out and loot for them, minimizing more shots coming out from one direction. Now, 460 is the score from Kyrgyzstan and 456 from Team Nepal. Very, very nearby, and finally they take the lead here. 470 takes back. It's a neck and neck situation. Who's gonna get out with the first 500?
Okay, here we go. Team Kazakhstan will be the first team to achieve the 500, but Team Nepal still needs one more target. It shouldn't be too far for them, and now both teams will be on the move, but the first team to actually be on the roll will be Team Kazakhstan, leaving behind Team Nepal.
Team Nepal out in the dust unless something crucial might happen within these bridges. They have to time these things right. Otherwise, that could be an impediment towards their advancement towards the last straw. And they made it through. Team Kyrgyzstan looking to solidify their lead here as the top one for track number 4.
That is a smooth jump there for Team Kazakhstan. And now the first team to arrive in about 16 minutes, 34 seconds. It's going to be followed by Team Nepal, who is going to be finishing this in about below 17 minutes. Now, we're going to clock in the official time. Let's look at the official difference. And it is going to be plus 16 seconds down to the last two teams.
Yeah, so congratulations right there, but I still think the most consistent would have to be Team Nepal here. Top 1 finish in track 1, top 2. Oh no, they actually fell in last top in the second track. Then came back in number 1 in track 3 and now in number 4. In track number 4, they're getting the second spot, which means they got averagely a better timing on a better half here.
So it looks like Team Kazakhstan will be the last team to leave section number 3. Again, still needing 100 points. And unfortunately for Team Kazakhstan, because they were the team that didn't have enough fuel, that ran out of fuel in track number 3. And for this time, it seems like they have yet to recover from that track. And they're still stuck at section number 3 with 80 more points to go. But it's still a confirmation that they'll definitely take the number 4 spot for 2 tracks in a row.
Well, Team Uzbekistan try to take the safer path down. Finds their way, held back by a shed, and they just can't seem to get their bearings right. They don't even know which direction they're going to. Playing Ring Around the Roses, they got stopped once, and now they will make the advancement finally towards the right trajectory. Destination checkered flags.
Yeah, not taking the risk of attempting to jump over there, because like yesterday, I believe yesterday was the time that we saw a team attempt to jump. But because they got stuck there, they had to, number 1, either reset, or number 2, they had to like fall down and follow the below route. And that And maybe in their mind, it's like, oh, if that happens to them, that will allow Team Kazakhstan to actually catch up. And that's not going to be the case that they want to do. So you might as well, like, you know what, we're already at 3rd place anyway. Let's take the lesser risk route and just finish the track.
Finish the track. That is the simple objective of this game. Unfortunately, this game is not so simple. In just the past 3 days, we've uncovered so many nuances within the mechanics. That right there could have been detrimental too, but no worries. They are already towards the last place here. They make it onto the last jump, but then fell in short when it comes to the petrol station. All that effort trying to be flawless, and in the end, will trip and fall eventually here for Team Kazakhstan.
And that's probably what goes through the minds of Team Uzbekistan. It's like, okay, it's flashy, but we don't want that to happen. We might as well do something not so flashy and make it a smooth ride towards the end. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. So number 1 goes to Team Kazakhstan, number 2, Team Nepal, number 3, Team Uzbekistan, and number 4 goes to Team Kazakhstan.
Really good stuff coming up here. Consistency across Team Nepal. Really looking like they might just come out on top. I think this is the first time too that Team Kazakhstan got themselves the top 1 finish. And so they might be close within the top 3 positions. But after that poor performance from Team Kazakhstan due to the mismanagement of resources, plus this one over here, which they got yet again back-to-back last place and a lot of delays within the time frame, I'm not even sure if Team Kazakhstan could call themselves safe despite a top 1 and a top 2 finish.
I guess that's the excitement for this group, right? It's like, after 4 games, there's still no clear direction of who might be eliminated. Like, we keep swapping around. But anyway, clear direction of who might be eliminated. Like, we keep swapping around. But anyways, you're going to check out the highlight thanks to iCrew. This is the Central Asia and South Asia region. But I think that one team who, at least as of now, looking good to move on to next. I want to say Nepal, but they had a 4th place finish once. So now I'm rethinking again.
I would still say Nepal because how Nepal ended their 4th place, they still completed. They were just not as fast as the rest.
True.
Meanwhile, the rest were really prolonging that last place finish itself. So potentially still there, and plus they've got consistent top 2 finishes. Right now, take a look at the results. It is Team Kyrgyzstan here first with 16 minutes 34, clocking in 39 speed-ups being taken on their side.
Yeah, and of course we have to award the FAW Audi Super A player. And a fact from Kazakhstan will be the highest top scorer with 444, followed by, again, Vicky, and there is Ferno and Southcash. So all these players are the top players for their respective teams, as we can see here. Well, the boys bringing the points, basically.
They're bringing the points, they're bringing the heat, and man, that was an eventful, I guess, towards the end, it was an eventful set number 1. Especially with Team Kazakhstan. I don't want to be that kind of guy who's actually enjoying the sorrow of others. But man, that right there breaks monotone. It's good for me. It's still entertaining. And everyone smiles. So I think it's safe to say that we're allowed to smile too.
Yes, of course. And I'm sure the players are having a good time as well. From here, well, you guys at home might not be able to hear it, but from our seat, we're able to listen to their cheers. But here it is. Okay, the standings. Okay, this is the answer for our question early on. So Team Nepal is at number 1 with a 3-minute gap with Team Kazakhstan, followed by Team Uzbekistan, 5-minute gap. And then you have Team Kazakhstan with a 3-minute gap. So I wouldn't say safe to say that Team Nepal will go through because we have 4 more tracks to go. So it could still swap, but it's definitely closer between number 2, number 3, and number 4.
Yeah, and so because Team Kazakhstan, despite having a 2 good start here, because of the 2 bad finishes that they had, unfortunately will have to make way for even the likes of Team Uzbekistan, who for the most part seem to be struggling throughout this entire circuit.
So, okay, but before we get on to our next segment, so there's a referee notice here, warning to not for intentionally blocking another team shooting by using the vehicle as an obstacle during the 4th game of PUBG Mobile Asian Games version Central and South Asia qualifying stage match 1. So this was the event that we saw earlier on that we were kind of like wondering whether it's intentional or whether it's just so happened that he was going for the airdrop. So that's the answer from our referee.
Yeah, so don't do it again. We need fair play around here. Road to Asian Games. Anyways, quick break. Do we have a break after this?
So we'll be going for a break, ladies and gentlemen. But after we're back, we'll come back for another 4 tracks for this region. But for now, my name is Sir Cloud. Together with Keith, we'll see you guys after this break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Finally, we're back for the second round in Road to Asian Games 2022 here for the qualifier stage between the Central Asia and the South Asia region. I'm Choo-Choo. I'm back here with Keith. How you feeling, bro?
Nice to have you back on the desk here. I guess Cloud just had to tap out for the time being. Maybe he's feeling a little bit frisky after that late lunch, so thank God you're here to step in when he need to.
But I do know there's such a blunder we had before. That's the first time ever. A very comical situation between the team of, if I'm not mistaken, it was Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, where I don't know how to explain it, but you don't blame them. They're being very geniuses themselves by taking a different ride entirely because they're out of fuel.
I think that's the smartest way to go about it, right? And to be fair, it does not impact any other teams in a negative level. So I don't see any foul here. I thought I had a lot of fun. I was a little bit sleepy till that thing happened, and now I'm all excited for the next set.
Oh man, I just hope we don't have to witness that again because it caused them quite a number, especially when it comes to the time. I think we do have the cap of 30 minutes and they almost hit the capacity of 30 minutes at max. It was around 26-ish, almost 27 minutes for the ending. But so far, we do have a different average of timeline here for this particular region.
And it's a little bit on the slower side, I would say so myself, and I think you wouldn't disagree with that, seeing as though how long you waited in the back end. At the same time, a lot of that contributes is coming in from the drive. Like, rotation in this region is seemingly raw. It's as raw as possible. It is far from the word refined, that's for sure.
And it's so unpredictable. What we predicted, this is going to be the teams that will be participating for this round as well. Team coming up from Kazakhstan, Team Kyrgyzstan, and Team Uzbekistan, and also a team coming up from Nepal. And so far, is there any sort of particular team that you feel might be dominating when it comes to their, time spent overall in all the tracks?
I would say I think Team Nepal seems to be the most consistent. They are at par with at least the West Asian region with the 16-17 minute timings per track. And so they're well in their way to kind of compete with that region per se, seeing as though that the majority of the teams that are playing within the Central South Asian region averages out 18 minutes and up. So definitely Team Nepal looking like they are a league above at the very least.
Well, I want to agree, but the thing is, consistency. You need to have all formats pretty much on the same placement, except for the second track, though, where they do have a bit of a blunder. If I'm not mistaken, they have a bit of accident before, so they place themselves in the last place in the second track. So I hope that will not be the case because we will be repeating again from track 1 all over again for these teams. Now this is their time for redemption if they made a lot of mistake in round 1 before.
Yeah, I think that also contributes because perhaps they were not aware of the reset mechanics. See, whenever you tumble your car, you're allowed to hit the reset, right? But maybe they don't know what the button was and they had to explore, which wasted a whole lot of time.
If I'm not mistaken, the reset button will come at cost as well. You get penalty for 10 more seconds addition to it if you have to press the button. But might as well just press it
exactly.
if you're waiting for, like, the last time we saw around 7 minutes wasted just to tip over the car again, right?
Yeah.
So might as well just get penalty for 10 more seconds.
So put that in perspective, it's 7 minutes just to try and tip the car, and eventually you do hit the reset anyway. Right,
true.
so maybe that was the situation for them. So I do not see that one happening again. But really, with this region, the fun is in the drive, and I would like to see that happen again here in set number 2. 4 tracks to look forward to, Chu. Are you ready for it?
No, definitely. I'm born ready. But before that, do you plan and do you hope for the teams to actually hit themselves in a blunder?
I would be criminalized to be dishonest, so I will not answer.
The way you say it, you're like, come on, guys, crash into something. But do have the same tracks all over again, as per usual, coming up from the side of around Valdemar. And Mike ended up right and around Puerto Paraiso for this first track. It's always going to be Map Miramar for now. And we do have World 4 teams having a very equal start here for all teams moving at the same time. I'm not sure about Team Nepal. They lost one man before and now hop onto that vehicle. It's going to be a gap here in between, but so far Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan taking the lead.
Taking the lead for the time being here, but we know after first trial, Team Nepal is one to look out for. So, Team Kazakhstan trying to make in that corner here. It slowed down a little bit, but not too detrimental yet. Now, neck and neck with the neighboring country. It's Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Kazakhstan potentially taking the first spot. Goes in with a clean tackle towards his corner, not trying to overextend here. Keeping it as tight as possible, but still losing a little bit of that momentum, it seems.
You know what I miss most when you're looking at races? You know, when we used to play race game, there's going to be some crowd cheering at the sidelines around the mountains, right? We don't have it here. But we have a lot of drones, though.
What do you mean? We are the crowd.
We are the only crowd. With that two-person, they're trying to wave, come on, guys.
You see, when you're an introvert, two is a crowd already.
That's kind of true. Maybe even 1.5 is already crowded, right? But we do have a bit of a flammable car coming out from the team Kazakhstan just now. They have a bit of a problem to have a head start, even though they were on the front line before, but will be falling back all the way. While Team Kazakhstan have no problem pushing forward.
Pushing forward indeed, and now they take the leap of faith, but look at that. Team Kyrgyzstan not done it out just yet. Makes a jump of their own. Unfortunately, Uzbekistan once again getting hit by that obstruction in the place here. Now, meanwhile, taking a look at checkpoint 1, it seems like they have arrived. It is Team Kazakhstan being the first there. Second would be Team Nepal, and third at Team Kyrgyzstan, and followed by Team Uzbekistan itself.
Well, at least, even though they got themselves in just now for a tiny bit, just bought themselves another extra 10 seconds, but at least they arrived timely manner as well. But this is going to be, if you look at the standard, the highest standard we've seen before, which coming out from the region of East Asia, I think there's going to be the cap for, like, example, for the teams who want to put up one objective to the other. They have to limit themselves, maybe just maximize it 4 minutes in one objective or one checkpoint, right? Yeah. Not more than that. Then you get yourself at least, or the most, around 14 minutes at max.
Yeah. And so 6 minutes is a definite burn within the entire track itself. Right, that's 6 minutes because you have to wait 120 seconds for each and one of these checkpoints. And so you have a couple of minutes left to spare here. But if you can kill 2 birds in 1 stone, actually do whatever Team China did within the East Asian region, and that is to accumulate at least 100 pointers before the activity begins. That's as efficient as you can look forward to. So 13 minutes is what we call the gold standard so far here at the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version.
You can see they are trying, but Team Kazakhstan right now are leading off with almost 100 points as a start. But the thing is, I noticed it took them a longer time to jump from one checkpoint to the other. When it comes to the Central Asia and South Asia standard right now, the average time spent in one checkpoint is plus minus around 5 to 6 minutes. So it kind of the average of the 18 minutes of overall. So that adds up, right?
Yeah, that's not a good average to go off from. If you're spending 5 minutes per checkpoint, you're already expecting at least a 15 minutes as the fastest you could ever go into. And remember, when it comes to the point where you face different regions, 13 minutes is the time to be beat. But let's take a look at the games right here. I see some of the teams already have hit their quota of the 300 pointers mark and will be making their way forward. And that will be the team in blue. That is Team Kazakhstan now taking the lead once again.
Yep, same goes for Team Kyrgyzstan. I think they are just catching up as well. But I talk about how the average of around 5 to 6 minutes. They're starting off leaving the first checkpoint around 4 minutes and 30 seconds. But the one that they really spend a lot of time in is going to be the final checkpoint. So far, when it comes to the first checkpoint, a lot of teams kind of in the good average of per checkpoint, which is going to be 4 minutes and around extra 30 seconds. But if you're actually taking longer time than that, there's something wrong with the entire team.
Well, maybe not a team. Okay, fine. No, not the team. It's more like things can be optimized, right? Like,
true.
Drive better.
That's the only. They need to use the Audi.
Yeah, you got to use an Audi. that's a good thing you bring up. Handling is a thing that Audi is also known for, so might as well.
True. We need a power steering, right? But back to us the game. We do have Kazakhstan. Yeah, you talked about driving, man. I mean, like, what else can go so wrong? Everything goes so wrong in this region right now for their lineup. I mean, like, none of all the other region we called it before have this much accident.
Which is like
in one track.
Which is exactly why I say in this region, it's all about the drive. That is the make or break situation, because firepower, you're going to see them even across the board, at least for the top 3 teams that would eventually seed out. But it's the driving that makes a difference here in terms of who is going to be the #1 spot.
Targets will activate in 120
I mean, like, if it's minor accident, like you slightly bump into it, just shifting your gear a bit longer, that's pretty much normal. But if you're flipping too much, you're hitting all the high grounds and rocks that's not even supposed to be hit in the first place, maybe they should change your driver now, I guess. It's kind of hard to see all the other regions have this much accident so far. And so far, this is hitting another record. They do have another record holder, but it's going to be the one that having too much accident.
Well, but honestly, that makes the driving portion of the game so much more interesting, right? True. Because if you're flawless on a drive, then everyone's pathway is going to be pretty much the same if you're optimized and efficientized. But because they're so raw and unrefined, there's so much curveballs to look forward to, and sometimes it brings you to a giggle.
Not just a giggle, it's just breaking. You know, the other Chinese castles on the other side, after that happened in the one that actually running out of fuel and just happened to be taking a crap over another team's car, they can't even talk after that. They were just laughing all the way. So, I mean, like, at least you guys still have your mind still sane for now. Hopefully, we're going to stay sane by the end of this entire round. But back to the second section, it commenced for the retracting target. All the players already and the athletes taking their place. And so far, I see a lot of a case here that some athletes, their points been stolen away by a different team in the very last minute. Because if you notice very closely, the moment the target being hit up and exploded, you can see a bit of the smoke color of the team that managed to secure those targets. So if it's not the team color that's aiming for it, then they will be devastated because they'll be aiming so much for it. But the last hit being stolen away by a different team.
In the end of the day, this challenge right here is your standard traditional pop the weasel, right? You have to knock on the weasel while it's out before anyone else does. And that's exactly what is making this challenge very difficult. Every one of these teams are looking out to get the same exact target. Now, I've seen Team China, who has a strategy to pretty much segregate this entire firing range into quadrants and have each one member look out for it. But at the same time, if everyone else is doing the same thing, you still have an average of about 3 different players besides you aiming at the same quadrant.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. It's how they want to segregate themselves. Maybe even try to find some ground target while waiting for it. Because if not, you'll be snatching it between maybe even your own team is having the same target as you, and that's going to be a waste of time. So back to the side of Kazakhstan. Right now, they're hitting the target. I still have to say that they are within the goal standard limit of each station or each checkpoint. Right now, they're just leaving slightly over almost a minute. It's supposed like the goal standard is around 8 minutes, but at least it's still in the good standard of it. And if they can finish off within maybe less than 14 minutes, I think that's the best play coming up from Team Kazakhstan by far for this entire region.
If they finish in about maybe 14 minutes, that is impressive for this region. That's considered very fast because you're already faster than a West Asian region average in general.
I mean, like by data, it was supposed to be, we definitely know it's deliverable for these guys, doable, and it's not something impossible. But it's all about their driving skills, I have to agree. If they happen to be stumbled down, well, that's usually the case.
There we go. Let's go. Team Kazakhstan always in the lead, but always stumbling forward.
Oh, man.
This is a very raw and unrefined. I like it. I like no rules. They don't play by the rules. They play their own game here.
It's like super rough. Speaking of refined, right? There's no finessing it anymore. It's just everything just going rough for them. At least we're having a good time watching this match right now because there's so many unusual bumps. I'm confused here. I'm not even going to joke about it anymore. But this guy's just, at least they're really having this tenacity to keep it going. And now such resilient players. I have a lot of respect for these guys.
I was just telling Sir Cloud, right? Like, if the entire region drives like a madman, then it's normal. Nobody has an advantage in the rotation.
Yeah. I mean, like a standard. You have to put out a standard, and they are doing standards. They even left a player. Where's the entire vehicle gone?
They reset. They reset. Chill out.
I'm so scared.
Relax. They're still in the game.
It's so unpredictable. My God.
This region brings me joy, man. I love it. Thank you.
I mean, like,
thank you so much.
At this point, for me as an audience, myself, I would just want them to reach their final destination as safe as possible. Regardless of the time itself, as long as they are safe. In real life, I wish they would not sit next to me if they're driving. That's.
But you know what? There is a market for this sort of ruckus, right? Like, I want to see a mode where they don't have to go down and do checkpoints. That's just a drive and a journey, and everyone drives like this. And then you're expecting on sheer luck that your vehicle don't tumble over, and the first one to hit the finish line at the end. I think it'll bring a lot of laughter. So.
I don't even okay. You know what? Maybe that's the case. Yeah, maybe we should do that. But back to the side of Team Kazakhstan, due to how they stumbled down before, it delayed them so much. When we talked about them having those 14 minutes going on, and it's down to 120 seconds downtime is done. Now, can they reach their target within just 2 minutes here?
Hardly. I don't think that's a possibility. Seeing the rate in which they do accumulate points, especially in the last checkpoint of the day, of the map, actually, the track itself. No, I think that's a tough chance to ask. I mean, there's a reason why the average for this region in particular is around the 18 to 19 minute mark. And I mean, there's numerous different factors, but that driving is definitely one of them.
Honestly, I feel like driving, if they actually do polish up their driving, that actually can shave off the extra 3 minutes.
You think
Not
it's
even kidding. Because every single rotation, after they're done from one checkpoint to the other, even from the starting line, right, they definitely have their accidents. How many tracks? We have 4 sections, including all the road, right? The journey of it, we have 4. So if each of the section, they happen to be stumbled down, that's going to be extra 20 seconds to 30 seconds. It's pretty much shaving off at least 2 minutes out of it.
Come on, you got to give them a break. I don't think it was a 30 seconds halt. Is it? Was it really 30? Okay.
Don't try them. You don't want to see it.
But anyways, they are doing pretty well right now. Team Kazakhstan here, 240 in the scores accumulated here already in the 13-minute pointers. Now, just to put it in perspective, usually at this time, the teams from East Asia would have completed their match already. And they're barely even halfway through. Only Team Kazakhstan has got 250 here. So we're definitely in a different set of games with a different set of understanding, but it's a fun one. I love watching this game.
I'm sorry, guys, we keep comparing, but we already have our gold standard here. I mean, like, if these teams actually do go first during those days, then our standard would be very different, right? But
correct.
We do have the best of the best, and we do see the golden standard now, the least amount of time required. And so far, the record's still holding on 10 minutes, nobody breaking it.
So we kind of found a conclusion behind that. 10 minutes is pretty much impossible. You cannot do it in this mode.
But how did they actually do holding the record during the qualifiers within 10 minutes?
So it turns out during the qualifiers, it's a different format because it's a time-based format where you're in that lobby by yourself. So you don't have teams stealing your targets as you do right now.
Kind of makes sense. So I guess standard goal and record right now is around what? 11? 12. It's still 12. Okay, 12. So, we're definitely not hitting the new record, so I'm just going to put it aside for now. But another record will be, can they be the longest one?
Oh, they're already there? on average. They're already there on average. But there is one record that this region has achieved. They are the most entertaining one to watch.
I agree.
I've never had this many smiles casting 8 tracks.
Because you don't have expectations anymore. Plus, it's so unexpected to have those kind of trips being, you know, tipped down in very unusual spots where nobody actually hit that. But they are the one that actually have those problems.
It's unpredictability, even, and it's always, look at it across the scoreboards, right? They're always neck and neck, but the difference really comes in the driving. Yeah, so that one always gives me smiles. And right now, Team Kazakhstan, after 2 bad games in a previous set here, looking to set themselves up for more success with a top 1 finish. Now, surprisingly, Team Kazakhstan actually got the top 1 finish for the first track of the first set, and then I believe they fell down a little bit on the second set at second place.
You don't say it now. They're on the way to finish line.
No, I'm saying it was they're actually good on average.
True.
Track 3 was a phenom. Okay, they ran out of gas. That was on them. But track 4,
no,
I don't know what
track 1.
happened.
We're talking about track 1, where they did have a last-minute accident when Team Nepal overtook them and placed themselves first. So that's why I said don't mention it until it happened, because it will happen. I have a feeling it will. Even though I have a bad feeling about it, but I just want to stay as positive as possible right now. But at least they're having a flashy ending and nothing bad happened, and we're super happy. With 16 minutes and around 40 seconds, they finish off their first track, 39 seconds to be exact, for Team Kazakhstan.
Congratulations, Team Kazakhstan, looking like they're one way forward into recovery here, coming in at second place. This is unheard of, but Team Uzbekistan now clocks in at second. Only 20 seconds difference from the top 1 finish at 17 minutes on the dot.
Oh. On the side of third place, it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Team Nepal, another 34 seconds plus down there. It's going to be 17 minutes and 14 seconds. But Team Kyrgyzstan, that's an unusual route just now. Coming in maybe a minute later than the rest.
A minute later, but hey, they made it back in one piece, and I think that's something to celebrate off, especially coming in from such a raw, unrefined driving skills here. So,
very raw.
Hey, you know what they say, when you're raw, that means you can be polished, and that's a positive thing.
Ooh, that's true, that's true.
Room for improvements.
Yeah, if only, honestly speaking, right, they can shave off so many minutes if they don't bump into something. It's not once, it's not twice, it's more than that for one single track.
It's whenever we're talking about it, it happens.
Is it us then?
No, of course not. We're calling out what it is. They just so happen to be so they're unpredictable, but the crash or something wrong is about to happen during the drive is very predictable. If you get my drift, I know something's going to happen, but I don't know how it's going to happen.
That's kind of true. Even our audience having trouble to keep things straight here. But what else can we say? Except for their driving skills. I mean, because I see Kazakhstan, like you mentioned, they are so raw, can be polished and refined on so many angles. Oh my goodness.
One after another.
Nobody ever did that, but they managed to do it.
That's the highlight. All the car scenes were the highlights so far. Ah, I love this. I love this. Thank you, Aiku, for the very remarkable highlight right there.
Yeah. But congratulations to Team Kazakhstan with 16 minutes 39 seconds. We definitely feel like they can still polish that up. But as placing last, it's going to be Team Kyrgyzstan with 17 minutes 59 seconds. While Team Uzbekistan and Team Nepal placing just 14 seconds apart. But so far, when it comes to Team Kazakhstan, I noticed something. The first checkpoint, second checkpoint, they hit the golden standard. But it's just their journey to those checkpoints feels like they have to go through hell.
You know you're going to say that way more often than you think. We have 3 more tracks. So think of a paraphrase so you don't sound repetitive like a broken record, because I know I've already crossed that threshold. I'm doing 2 sets.
I mean, what else can we say other than the driving? Because we do know when it comes to firepower, precision, accuracy, with those shots, they're pretty darn good. It's just the time taken to go from one checkpoint to the other. The stability of their wheels is questionable.
I think it's also their idea and understanding and rotation priority, right? I think for them, it's speed, 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 go, go, go. And so some parts of this track does demand some sort of discipline to maybe take a cleaner corner, or some ramps are not meant to be jumped from. Like we've seen the China rotation, Team China's rotation, I think it's going to be in track number 2, where you're supposed to jump off a ramp into the side and stick onto the wall. That's the most efficient manner. But then you see a couple of teams just jumping off and flipping it and then fumbling themselves down at the bottom.
They were like, why would we want to copy somebody else? We are Central Asia and South Asia. We have our way to do things. Like, this is our way. And now, do you know the way? This is the way. And that way is
my way.
You're having fun, right? You're having fun.
Yeah, it's my way. I like it. I like it. Hey, if it wasn't about time, I would give them my stamp of approval. I would not be ashamed with that sort of representation. I'd say, hey, I walked out coolest in the room. What'd you guys do? Your cars are intact. You're impeccable. My Audi is all beaten up and scratched and character.
Who you want to be as content creator for the team, not the player. Usually, that's the case. Because this guy will be the goofiest guy there is. But next track we do have coming up from Ruins. We're starting off then going into Al Pozo. And we're going to go around Crater Field for next checkpoint, which is going to be a bit tougher for the terrain. I worry for these guys. Dropping ourselves in Saint Martin for a retracting target. Crossing over Hacienda de Patron, moving up to water treatment, and a bit more up north, where we do drop ourselves in the final checkpoint, which is going to be Cruz de Vel. Then we have our finishing line around Campo Militar. Now, I want to ask you something, right? Because it's all about driving skills when it comes to this region. Which track do you think they have to have most accidents on of all the tracks? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I gotta think. Now, that's a good question. Okay, based on the first set. Yeah, that's a very good question. I would like to say track number 3, but at the same time, I think we were so fixated on the fact that they lost gas in the car. And so I don't remember the events that happened. If I have to, okay, so maybe track number 2, because that...
Should we be worried since we're walking into track number 2 now?
Exactly. I'm looking for that one platform in which they jump from. That's that one significant thing that differs a team who knows how to rotate efficiently and not, right? Because the ones I mentioned about just sticking on the walls and stuff like that, it's going to be a high leap point.
So I think all our eyes on that instead of the time and the scores.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
We're definitely not going to look at the scores or any of the time, and nothing really matters unless if anybody. How much the splash of water we're going to get into it.
No, that's literally what they're judged on. Did you not know that?
Yeah, I know. I do know. In this case, that's the case.
No, so how much splash is in this context is their time. We
Honestly,
don't care about that.
Feels like the splash right now is like a waterfall splash.
Exactly. Yeah. I want to see them do crazy flips and then just landing wrong and creating so many splash.
Mean. You're so
No, it's not mean. It's entertaining, and I'm on their backs.
I agree.
I'm on their backs.
This is the most entertaining value coming up from all the other regions down there, but. Entertaining or not, it's still a competition. We're back for South Asia and Central Asia in our second round of track number 2, the road to Asian Games, PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. But speaking of which, surprisingly, right, track 4 is supposed to be the hardest, and usually around the end of the finishing line, before you reach and touch down at the finishing line, you have these bridges. And surprising, none of the team actually have accidents during those bridges.
There was just now previously, I think it was Uzbekistan.
But it wasn't as much.
No, it's worse. They avoid the bridge. It's worse. They avoided the bridge. They took the the pathway on the ground and then knock onto obstacles. So things are gonna get interesting from here on out. I promise you that much.
You promise me. I don't know. It feels. I'm so scared to say anything, just to, you know, avoid the jinx coming out from us casters in the first place. But we do have Kyrgyzstan coming up from red. The first one going up on the front, I think it's going to be Kazakhstan possibly. And Uzbekistan taking the purple team. While
there we go.
Kazakhstan taking yellow.
Well, not chat. Keep on going, keep on going. Let's do something fun. Let's start a counter on how many crashes we catch.
Okay, let's for per team or for the entirety?
For the entirety, of course. We're trying to figure out which one has which track seems to be the most imposing. Ah, there we go. That's one already.
1, 2, 3. Make it 3 almost.
No, I mean it's one incident.
A bit. Okay, that's one. Okay, that's one. That's two.
That's two, right?
That's two. That's two. And please no 3. So far, well, where is another team? Where is the last team? I can't see them even nearby.
Yeah, they're still close to each other.
It's two so far. It's 2 so far. It's just we're waiting for
That's all we're waiting for at this point.
At least they slow down around the corners, right? Okay, this is the time again, as per usual. It was 2.
Oh man, we didn't see that.
Yep, we kind of missed that. I think if we missed it, it means that they go actually very smoothly. No, they happen to be having bumping cars down there.
Oh, okay. They made past the rocks. We gotta make things a bit more interesting for the viewers here. So you gotta have to do the play-by-play while they're actually driving.
Why me?
Because I'm counting, and I'm bad in math.
As well.
I need my focused in math.
And so far, nothing else is happening. Everything goes smoothly, and it's a smooth sailing for most of the team. So except for Team Nepal is here, but where is another team that I'm waiting for? Who else left? Is it Team Uzbekistan? Why are they so left behind?
They're the ones who crashed. You counted their crash. You don't remember that?
It's 2 now for now, right?
Yeah, it's still 2.
It's still 2.
In our eyes. We don't know what happens at the back end when the camera is not looking.
I feel like there's going to be more than that.
But yeah, because
for some reason.
How did they fall in that far, right?
Yeah, back to it. Team, I think there's going to be Team Blue, which is going to be Team Nepal. Trying to get themselves all the SMGs and the rifles as much as possible right now. Making sure they will be optimizing all their bullets, not to be wasting it. Speaking of not wasting it, they're definitely wasting it right now. Taking 2 or 3 magazines to shoot down the target. Not yet. Close enough. But okay, back towards the teams. They are scattered all over the place. So far, nobody's on the vehicle, so we can stop counting for now.
Don't worry.
I mean, like, if they're still having accidents, I don't know what else to say, honestly speaking.
No. Let's be realistic, okay? We'll portion that counter for when the journey happens in between checkpoints. But for now, Team Kazakhstan doing pretty well. Again, this is that one team who does do their homework. Ideally, they'd like to get a 100-point head start, but 82 is close enough as compared to the rest of the teams here within this same competitive lobby. So Team Kazakhstan up to a great start. Can they look to close this one before the rest of the teams? First one to hit into the triple-digit mark and going into 50% completion of the objective.
Honestly speaking, Kazakhstan, if they really polish up their driving skills here, I have a feeling they actually meet up with the gold standard. It's not impossible for them to reach up to a 14 minutes mark almost every single track because they have been followed accordingly when it comes to the first checkpoint. They left the previous ones around 4 minute-ish. So it's still in the window of where you need to jump into another objective or the next checkpoint, because we calculated the average should be around 4 minutes and the most is going to be 4 minutes 30 seconds, and they're hitting the target quite right.
Yeah, their issue isn't in the checkpoints.
And this is where we start counting again.
Okay, the counter has begun into the travels here. We do have Team Kazakhstan making the lead here out in open fields. It is virtually impossible to crash onto anything.
Don't say it.
That would never happen. Jinx. Okay, it never happened. Great stuff coming out from Team Kazakhstan.
It's too early for that. Not saying it's not
But this is a jump.
This is a jump. And look at the POV, the players. Thank you so much, IQ Level, for that POV. But This is where things get a bit dicey for this. And all the other teams, including Team Nepal, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, already leaving off the vicinity of the second checkpoint. But can they make it down?
Yes, they come off to the side and stick to the wall. See, this is what I mean. This was the China rotation, the most efficient and optimized rotation. Easy way down, and you don't lose momentum from the process. Now let's take a look at the rest of the teams trying to get through the same obstacle.
Can they actually do the same? If they can actually do that, I mean, like, by the end of track 3 and 4, I have a feeling they will improve so much.
Nope, they're going against it.
Oh,
they're going against it.
More 3, and that's gonna be number 3 as well. And
another
they got
one.
stuck. Whee!
Okay, they land fine.
They land okay, so it's 3 for now. It's 3 for now, not too much. It's pretty okay. But the most, definitely, of all the other regions.
But you see, if you stick to the walls to the side, now you're positioning your trajectory into a straight line for the next objective, right?
True.
If you go into the jump, now you have to turn right, hard turn right, and then hard turn left to just get into that flag points, and that itself adds time.
And not just that, because of you taking the right side of the ramp just now, or the platform, when you actually charge in, not all the way through, right? You have this high mountain of wall to stop you from flipping over as well, due to it's around, I would say, around 60 degree of stopping you from flipping entirely the other side, not a flat land. So it's pretty easy for the driver to have control of his wheels as well.
Yeah, so in demonstration, that moment itself kind of gives you a little bit of understanding on who do you think actually understands the rotation even more so than the rest, because only Team Kazakhstan
They definitely
did that.
studied.
Yeah.
They studied so much for Team Kazakhstan. Like I mentioned before, Kande is finally starting off each section or each checkpoint with a triple digit before the platform rises or the mission commences. Because if they can actually deliver that, I'm not surprised if they did hit, and they will hit the 14 minutes mark.
They have the potential. So far, they haven't gotten into the crash. This may be the best time to do
You're
it.
wishing that they hit a crash.
I know, so Uzbekistan is filling up that role right now. Okay, so Kazakhstan, this is your time to shine. Already 118 in the points here. The first one to have that triple digits. They also understand and know how to capitalize the 120 seconds cooldown upon arrival into checkpoints here. Already breaching 50% mark, and look at these score contributions. It's even across down the bottom here with an average of 21%. And so that is a good sign of a team that could potentially scale the distance.
Well, I know these guys definitely can shoot here, because when it comes to getting those scores, they are getting it pretty quick enough. It's all about the driving, really. We cannot stress enough for the teams from Central Asia and South Asia. The only one that's stopping them from hitting the gold standard is going to be the sort of driving skills. Other than that, they're pretty much flawless and pretty good when it comes to their how they divided the roles, how they actually arrange a position of the players to make sure they can optimize as much targets as possible. That's not questionable anymore. It's all about how can they make sure they are reaching their destination safely.
Yeah, that is honestly, I think maybe overlooked within the region. Maybe they're a bit fixated on their firepower, and that's why they're matched through and through within the scoreboards. But a little bit not attentive to the sort of rotations, with the exclusion of Team Kazakhstan. I think Team Kazakhstan understands the rotation and how to do it optimistically or more efficiently. But they're just a bit, how do you say gung-ho?
Huh?
Gung-ho, like you're a bit, you're not composed, you're just rushing the front forward, and that's why you make all these unnecessary mistakes.
Panicking.
Anxious, maybe. Yeah, sure. That could be the word.
I think that's it. They're rushing it too much without really strategize about their next objectives and how to approach it in the most efficient way and optimizing their time to be there. Now, so far, they kind of understand the rotation, and due to this is going to be the second round, so they kind of familiarize themselves with the track. That's why Team Kazakhstan, if you ask me, the adaptation has been sublime. How they actually learn, I just hope I don't praise them too much for something to happen for now, but for the sake of Team Kazakhstan so far, I have to say they improved tremendously within this short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at 4 minutes per checkpoint right now, if they finish this at that gold standard, they might walk away with a 15-minute match. Now, that would be by far the fastest for this region.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking since track 1 until now. Nobody hitting the 15 minutes mark yet. The fastest we had was around 16 minutes. It's not even on the dot. It's like 16 minutes and 30-ish seconds so far. That's going to be the shortest amount of time. But for the others, on the other hand, we do have some teams not living around the second checkpoint just yet. I think all of them still, yeah, all of them left second checkpoint now, all just merging and going towards the same final checkpoint where there's going to be the, make it 4 now.
4, counting.
Is it just Uzbekistan that happen to be having a lot of trouble during their driving? I think out of 4 just now, 3 is just by Uzbekistan so far.
Actually?
Or is it all 4?
4.
You did count it.
Of course I was counting. That was my main objective going into track number 2 here. Why would I focus on anything else? Of course, delivering a good story is good, so on and so forth, but hey, I'm selfish that way.
Maybe they're so used to driving Audi that this UAZ don't match up the standards. You know.
Perhaps.
This is too slow for us. We need an Audi to actually drive it in the map.
Specifically the Q4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flying target activated.
But this is going to be our flying target for last checkpoint when it comes to a second track so far. Will it be able for them to actually hitting the 15-minute mark? We're giving a bit of a leeway here instead of a 12 record minute. That whole by the side of East Asia so far. But on the side of South Asia and Central Asia right now, 15 minutes will be good enough.
Look at that, Team Kazakhstan. They have what it takes. They understand the game here and how to build up those lead. Already 132, and they were the only teams who had a decent amount of lead before that activity began. It was the 80 points mark, which means that they're lacking a little bit comparatively to the East Asian teams by maybe 20-ish points or score, in which they need to find ways to efficientize and maintain and retrieve from. But right now, looking like they are in heavy position to make their first exit as another top 1 finisher here as they approach the 200-point mark.
It all depends on how fast they can actually get their points in. So far, hitting a bit of a stagnant. To hit into 200 mark took them quite a long time for Team Kazakhstan. But Team Uzbekistan, despite they're having a lot of accidents, 4 accidents, and all 4 of them coming from Uzbekistan, they're catching up with those points. But on the side of Team Kazakhstan, they're hitting a plateau here where they got can we still have our 15-minute mark here for the side of Team Kazakhstan? I think it's still within reach. Because usually it takes 30 seconds without any accident to go towards the finishing line or even from one checkpoint to the other. It requires around 30 seconds to have that journey towards the next target. But for them, if they finish before 40 minutes and 30 seconds, which they have only 4 more targets to go, they can actually do have the fastest time yet to finish by the finish line.
But right now, it's, well, I don't think they're going to make it in time. Really, I think they're probably going to leave the checkpoint at around the 14 minutes, 40 second mark. Seeing as though there's a tempo in which they're actually accumulating. It's just not, it's not optimal. Look at that. Like I mentioned, the 14-minute, 40-second mark is the more ideal of situation, but perhaps maybe they can utilize those boosters to get them through and cut some time down. It's a straight path from here, and Team Kazakhstan finds themselves a straight road into the finish line. Meanwhile, in their back end, it's Team Kyrgyzstan.
But at the same time, this might be their first of overall in the South Asia and Central Asia region to have the fastest finish time clocked as well, because we're hitting the 15-minute marks, and this is by far the best record across all tracks with 15 minutes and 12 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, just now by Team Kazakhstan.
That right there just set a new record for the entire region itself. Now, this is the numbers that they were managed to pull in because they didn't even actually have a crash. Let's be real.
True.
We were looking at Team Kazakhstan to maybe potentially, do something a little bit fishy here, but that didn't happen. They had a clean drive, a clean rotation, and that clocked them at 15 minutes, the fastest within the region.
And putting aside their aim and also accuracy when it comes to those objectives, right? And the checkpoint, it's all about calculating around that time of your time from one track to the other, one checkpoint to the other, and towards the end of a finishing line. If you don't hit any of the structures in between or even get flipped, I think shooting-wise, they are great because they always kind of keep track with the time. Despite they have accidents, but it's still not reaching up to 20 minutes here. So if they can shave off those minutes without crashing, I feel like 12 minutes still possible for them.
They can, provided they clean up the rotation, and they still need to improve a little bit within how they play within that 120 seconds window, because they're still a little below par. They're not hitting the 100-pointers mark within 120.
Close enough though.
80, yeah. So if they really want to finish things in like 13 minutes, then they have to also make sure that that is in play and they can secure the 100-pointer within 120 seconds.
But between the teams, yeah, definitely they do have a big gap if you compare with Team Kazakhstan, who tremendously having such a progress, and what a huge growth when it comes to comparing their first track in the first round down to the second track of the second round. And definitely an improve, a huge one indeed. But it's going to be an addition to 2 more minutes for Kyrgyzstan. Just placed themselves second at 17 minutes, precisely on the clock. But Team Nepal follow closely behind with only 9 seconds between the gap.
Oh, things are only going to get better from here on out, and Team Uzbekistan from the last place here will fall in as the last place entry as well to kind of conclude the entire track number 2.
The average, so I think for the standards of Team Kazakhstan, definitely been pushed up higher. If you compare, yeah, they do have a lot of tragedy when it comes to the first round, all the 4 tracks. Maybe they're not that familiar with it just yet, but we can see how they just adapted to it within a short amount of time. Within track 1 and track 2, we barely get to see any accidents coming out of Team Kazakhstan so far. And they're hitting a good goal standard, 15 minutes. I think that's still a good time.
That is good, impressive. They have to keep this one up. However, I have to also bring up, it would be unfortunate if they will bow out, because this is also an elimination round, right? Only 4 teams, 3 teams actually out of the 4 will advance forward to the next qualifying, the regional I'm fumbling my words, regional finals, right? That means there's a chance that Team Kazakhstan would still be on a chopping block for eliminations because of that tragedy that happened in track 3 in set number 1. They had a back-to-back last place finish, and one of those, because of the mismanagement of resources, got them up to 25 points. That is huge gap to try and close back off.
That's true, and also for the last track in the first round, they finished up in 19 minutes. That's another detrimental numbers, if you ask me, if you count the overall for the result. But so far, Kazakhstan consistently getting #1 spot in the second round, back-to-back in track 1 and track 2, with 15 minutes, 12 seconds. This is going to be the new standard set out by Team Kazakhstan. But for the rest, they're pretty much in the 17 minutes plus.
Here are your potential Audi Super A player, which will be awarded sometime tomorrow during the regional finals, per se. Even across the board, we have Team Uzbekistan's Dino and Shahaz here at 449 in the scores.
Well, I'm looking for track number 3 so far. The most accidents we have is going to be coming up from Team Uzbekistan, and 4 times in track 2. But will it be, it's so different the way we end things, right? Will it be more for the other teams when it comes to track 3 and 4? Stay tuned and stay with us, because we're going to go for a break for a bit and see you guys in a couple of minutes.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
爱酷10系列，标配2K 144赫兹E6全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第二代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
And just like that, we're back here for more exciting games here in the road to Asian Games 2022. This is the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. And we are going into the conclusive round. That is track number 4 of a second set series that's going to total up to 8 tracks in total. And we're going to find out who are the teams who will move forward here in the Central and South Asia region. My name is Keith. Together with me, it is the one and only Choo Choo Train. I made that up. I added something in there. I just felt like if I ended it at Choo Choo, it just does not ring the bell. But talking about which, though, ringing bells, we've got a lot here in this region. Now moving into this next and final game, the question still remains. How many more crashes are we expecting to see?
You should have counted since the start, by the way. Then you get more numbers to starting off the day and the second round even. Well, we do have 2 more tracks to go, and so far it's going to be 4 in the last track when it comes to those crashes. And you have to give the record to Uzbekistan.
So far.
The award winning for crashing.
So far, because we only just recently started counting.
I'm afraid it's actually a good news for them, because if we started counting since the first track in the first round, maybe it hits double digit by now.
I don't know. Team Kazakhstan, they got last in track number 4 in the set 1. Maybe because of that too.
How do you count that kind of crash then? Is it counted as 1 or is it double? Because it was really detrimental for them.
I have no idea. But I do see them tumbling a lot. Well, which is a good thing because they're not tumbling anymore. But that is also one of the narratives going in, right? They currently are in the risk of getting eliminated because of, well, 2 bad maps in the first set. Now they have 2 good maps. If they could maybe bring in 2 more top 1 finishes, is that enough to keep them on top? Because one of those maps in in the first set was 25 minutes long.
Now the question is, will it be enough for the side of Team Kazakhstan to make it up with another 2 more remaining maps that's left? Now we're heading back to Miramar, setting off a 3rd track this time. A very different track entirely, a bit longer than before. High chances of more crashes to happen. From the start of Los Eagles, we're dropping into Chumacera for our first objective, then climbing up all the way to El Persa for second, then all the way to Crater Field, where there's going to be a bit dicey driving for a lot of the players, and up north all the way. It's going to be Audi really flashing up those cars, and I love the start as per usual. Everybody hopped onto their vehicle, taking their own loot and loading up their rifles for reaching out the target. But at the same time, they start shooting on the drones to give themselves speed booster along the process of getting towards their next checkpoint.
Yeah, that was music to my ears when you said this is a longer map, which means more driving, which means we might even break that counter right here, right now. Team Uzbekistan finds their way, not at the last point this time around, so maybe they could look to redeem their sort of driving experience and prowesses. It is Team Nepal who leads on the rest of the pack here by the bridge side, in which even Team China gets caught onto one of these car carcasses, but they made it through really, really smoothly, so setting themselves up on a good foot. A lot of these teams cutting through these curves here, not abiding their rule, and wow, an interesting rotation coming up from Team Nepal, not even sticking down to the road, going from hillside towards the next checkpoint, and they're doing things as efficiently as they can possible.
Now, the flags that nearby the bridge just now, where a lot of teams cutting their corners there, I think that's not really not abiding the rules, but they use most efficient way to work things out, and you can cut even deeper from there. Because we saw it before around East Asia, and they made it so well, and that will shave off pretty much like almost a minute if you actually drive through a very shortcut way into it. You're playing smart, and that's not wrong. But Team Nepal so far leading off, like, you know, when you feel like this team having a good start right now, but you know, so many unpredictable things gonna happen. You feel like you're waiting for a tragedy to hit in, but I just wish that's not the case.
Somehow something's telling me that is going to happen somewhere. Now this is a long map, so the possibility is still endless. Fortunately for a lot of these teams, no tragedy within the journey towards the first checkpoint, and so highlights on these checkpoints. For the time being, I'm sure we're going to have to revisit this conversation on tragedies and driving and rotation soon once they're finished with this one.
At the same time, when we do have the 120 seconds downtime while waiting for the platform to rise for our first colored targets to appear. They do have 2 minutes mark to just get all the ground target as much as they can. And so far, nobody hitting the goal standard that we do know that's set by Team China before. You have to hit 100 points before the mission starts.
And that gold standard is looking very, very steep, given the fact that the previous two-track champions, Team Kazakhstan, is only wavering at the round of 40 points at best. It is Team Nepal instead, who's looking like more than likely to break into that third-digit mark. But at this point, I think a lot of time has been going out already. They're not accumulating as fast as they would like to. And just as I say that, immediately the activity is online.
Uzbekistan players or athletes just now trying to hit the frantic target. 3 magazines wasted on that and not even hitting it. He realized, you know, it's a waste of time. Might as well just hit the mission now. As Team Uzbekistan, they are taking off as the front line and leading with 87, but being followed up behind by Team Kazakhstan, but Team Nepal just shows their prowess. We're taking the lead, almost hitting the 200 mark by now.
200, that's going to get them 2/3 the way through here, and that one goes to the side of Team Nepal. Close behind is Team Kazakhstan with also 200 of their own, taking the lead now at 230, 250 and counting. So Team Kyrgyzstan, who actually was the one in the lead from the get-go, now loses this way onto the likes of Team Kazakhstan, and they will find their way first foot out of the door and into the next checkpoint.
As per usual, the teams are doing splendidly well when it comes to the first few objectives. We're talking about the first 2, where they do hit around 4 minutes to leave the vicinity and head into the second checkpoint here. But so far, it's a bit later than per usual. They do require a bit more time, almost hitting the 5-minute mark. So finally heading towards the second checkpoint here, where Kazakhstan live first. Again, surprisingly, because we thought it's going to be Team Nepal, that's going to be the first one for you.
Yeah, like I said, that conversation about tragedy is about to happen. Now we've got counter for the first crash of this entire track and counting, I would dare say, and counting right here. But so far looking good for Team Kazakhstan. They're making a jump forward. Oh, nearly crashed onto that fence, but they knew well to navigate themselves midway through, and there is another crash happening here. I believe that was Team Nepal.
Both of crash coming out from Team Nepal.
And it's supposedly they were the contender with the #1 spot. Remember, they were consistent in the first set of the match series today. So this is going to dig into their lead a lot.
Man, I just hope it won't be detrimental when it comes to the overall time being accumulated later on. Well, for the side of Team Uzbekistan and Team Nepal, now rushing towards the final, second checkpoint. And a bit left out if you compare with all the teams that are actually on top of it, which we do have no teams yet inside of the checkpoint. Second and make it number 3, yeah. And it was Team Kazakhstan this time. We didn't see them to actually have a bit any crashes in the previous track. Surprisingly, they start to make mistakes here again.
Well, this is why I just love the region. No one could have ever expected. This was a straight road. Wonder how they crashed into anything at all in the first place, but I guess that's for them to know and for us to find out eventually. They will be all approaching into checkpoint 2 for the time being here. It is retractable targets. So we have clocked in a total of 4 crashes on the journey to checkpoint 2, which means if that statistics maintain consistent, we can theoretically have about 8 more before the checkered points.
Oh, please no. I just hope that's going to be the maximum that we have for per track. It's going to be 4 crashes per track, but I might speak to you soon now. Because the one that's the most diciest driving that required for the players is the journey from the second track to the third track. You look at those sharp corners and those high heels around the crater field area. That's scary. for the drivers so far. If they have their own designated drivers, they should be worried by now.
Well, what I'm afraid of when it comes to curve is that because it's a sharp turn, people usually be a bit more cautious and then they prevent the accident from happening. But if you give them a straight road and a ramp, now they don't have control midway through. And that's usually where all the fun begins.
And that's usually the case of first track, right? That's where you have it a lot in the first and second track, but not so much when it comes to the fourth. Maybe during the last bridge in the track 4. So far, they have been doing okay, but we are 3 seconds away before the retracting target now commencing. And all the teams are taking their own position. The athletes already place themselves in whichever levels of the platform they feel most suitable at the current state of being of each of the team. And leading off again is going to be Team Kazakhstan, almost hitting the triple-digit numbers. But Team Kyrgyzstan is actually catching up as well.
These two teams neck and neck, 110 each, both Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. It has never been this close before. Actually, it always has been for the top 3 teams here. And right now, Team Kazakhstan just trailing behind. That gap just getting bigger and bigger, but they say no siree sir. Back down to the 5 points difference, accumulating at the same rate. But Kyrgyzstan takes it by an inch.
Coming back, 230, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, pretty much these two teams, the athletes, are pretty much strong when it comes to their accuracy and firepower. They're just going to easily get those 400 marks without wasting any more time. It's all about if their target is not being snatched away by the other teams, because all the other teams have the same scope and same number of eyes set onto the target. I'm not sure if they place any players on ground to find all the other hidden targets if needed, because you don't need all 4 men to have your eyes watch on top of this retracting target.
Yeah, and Team Kazakhstan become the first team to hit that 400. That means and they are back on the road with the counters continuing.
This is where it gets fun.
Yeah. Look at this gradient right here. So many obstacles within the way. Surely they're not under pressure. No one's on their tail. Theoretically speaking, they shouldn't hit anything.
They slowed down for a bit, they learned their lesson. Now climbing up slowly for the sharp turns, boosting themselves up for a tiny bit. Think Kyrgyzstan will follow pursuit, but at the same time, all we need to do is just wait and hope nothing bad happens. Speaking of platform, mid-air flying, hope they landed flawlessly this time. Well done for Team Kazakhstan.
Very composed. This is looking like a different team now, despite having, you know, slight stumble on the block earlier on. They are still well in trajectory to make their way into the #1 position here if they
they avoid it entirely.
if they get checkpoint 3 in time. But yeah, I think Team Kyrgyzstan didn't want to risk it all so much, but so far we've seen Team Uzbekistan, the one who's getting into more frequent of crashes, and so maybe we should keep an eye on them instead.
I'll still have all eyes on all these teams at the same time. We're waiting for the sharp turns to happen. Those corners, will they actually cut those corners away while playing it as efficient as possible, trying to optimize their time? Team Kazakhstan so far haven't hit anything, and that's already a great sign to start off.
Perfect swerve right there from the outside. He turned inwards, keeping that turn radius to a minimal as possible, trying to shave off time. Meanwhile, Team Kyrgyzstan is doing the same thing here.
Instead of going in a straight line, they decided to make a bit of a U-turn there.
Because they know that the straight line usually means a crash. They have to create their own road at this point.
How beautiful a human mind can be. Everybody have different set of mind. When things are straight, life definitely will not be straight. You have your corners, you have your darkest turn and stuff like that. I think that's how they reflect themselves about their life here right now with their driving.
I mean, twist and turning roads, right? That's the journey towards the Asian Games. It's not going to be easy.
Sure.
You're going to have to go through a lot of rough patches, but it matters more on who you are when you come out on top.
I'm so worried for the teams that are actually going for such a small, squeezed out places. Not many space in case they got stuck there. I just hope that's not going to happen here anytime soon. But we do have...
there we go. Another one.
5th.
Fifth one.
The fifth one. So far, we have 2 times from Uzbekistan so far. Kazakhstan twice, was it?
Nepal, actually.
Nepal
Kazakhstan has
once.
not gotten into a crash just yet this game.
So far.
Yeah.
So far. So, who got the most out of all those 5 crashes?
I think it's... Good point.
I think Kazakhstan scored 2. Uzbekistan scored 2. Kyrgyzstan scored once, right?
I know Nepal had one.
Before, in this track.
Yeah.
So I guess that distribute all of them like once so far.
Perhaps. We'll just count how many crashes they are. And we don't need to pin it on the person themselves. Because the flying target is a go. Shooting those dishes is what the activity is all about. And they will be deploying members already from the flank side here. An off-angle approach towards getting these dishes down and count. Team Kazakhstan 50 already in out of the 500, so it seems like they have begun without a lead of 100 or more. And so they will have to climb in from the rough patch just like everyone else.
Yeah, but so far when it comes to the lead, it's not too big of a gap yet if you compare with Team Uzbekistan and Team Nepal. It's within their reach, because there will be a time where the teams up there, including Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, will have a plateau and not moving anyone with those points, because having some difficulty to spot out all those flying objects. Interesting from how do you pronounce
Uzbekistan?
Uzbekistan, the player for Uzbekistan, having such a distance to shoot down something else. I'm not sure what he's targeting for, but he's definitely going back into the arena to join in with the rest of the other teams to just shoot down all those flying objects. And so far, I don't think we're going to finish things off with a 15-minute marks anymore, maybe even longer, 17 or 16 here, the average, I guess, because it took them a bit longer time to even reach up half of their scores in this final checkpoint.
Final checkpoint, and Team Kazakhstan's only about midway through here. They have to look to accumulate much faster because they have a bigger hole to try and patch up from the performance in track number 3 and 4 in set number 1, match number 1 there. And so right now they are unstoppable in the top 1 position. Both matches that they've played in set number 2 is a top 1 finish. Can they make it a 3rd and eventually a 4th? It's looking likely with 340 already in the marks.
Oh, just a bit more longer, just a tiny bit more for the side of Team Kazakhstan to have a wrap. They might actually manage to redeem themselves after the 2 detrimental track in the first round, track 3rd and 4th, getting themselves such a long time to finish. Hopefully it will make up when it comes to finish things off, because I don't want any team to be relegated at this point, but like it or not, we only have 3 teams to advance later on the final stage later on. So far we see the potential coming up from Team Kazakhstan can actually be polished. Now, if they cannot make up in this track, there's going to be a bit trouble for them to get into the final track later.
Yeah, but thankfully for them, only 50 more to be put onto their baskets here. Surely this is not an impossible feat to do, seeing as though that the Team Kyrgyzstan from 2nd place need to claw their way for at least more than 100, which is an even greater feat. So if they were to let this one slide, really, it's Team Kazakhstan's one to lose here, and they will get that 500 immediately, booking a ticket out of here. And if they can close it at a 16-minute mark, I would say it's a pretty decent run.
I agree. And so far, they are the one that's setting the standard for the entirety of this region right now of Central Asia and South Asia. They're holding the fastest record for this particular region around 15 minutes on the mark. That's going to be the best record yet in the 2nd track just now. But here comes the finishing line. I assume it's going to be 16 minutes, possibly 35 seconds for them to actually head towards the finishing line. Maybe even longer, because this is going to be a longer track when it comes to reaching out to the touchdown, which will be, this is where we want to hold our thought for a bit. Will it be safe? And they are safe. Good landings coming up from side of Team Kazakhstan, but they definitely slowed down just now, just for the sake of not tumbling over. But it will cost them quite a number as well, because they will finish around 17 mark.
17 minutes, unfortunately. Could have been a 16 closer here. But they will have to do with 17, because no matter what points they finish at, They are the first place, which means everyone else is going to finish at a much later time itself, which is going to add into their overall. But what? Just hang on a second there.
6 times.
They resetted themselves?
Accidentally.
So they accidentally gave themselves a penalty bonus with the with the timer in an open road.
I just not sure what really happened. Hopefully they can land on 4 wheels. Yeah, swerving a bit, but it's gonna be okay. And they will finish off around 18-minute mark for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, who actually will place themselves second.
Plus 10, I guess.
Is it really?
I'm not sure.
They have to restart at 10 seconds before where they were, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, that's not for us to kind of figure out. Well, good luck to the officials in the back end here. That's kind of your jurisdiction.
I mean, usually, I think that's the case here. But for the side of Team Nepal and Uzbekistan, they are neck to place themselves 3rd and 4th. Now, only one team will be relegated when it comes to the finals, and either these 2 teams, because they have been consistently at the bottom a lot of times. So it might be a really close call between these 2 teams when it comes to who will be seeded into the final stage later on. But this is where the big crash usually happens. Hopefully that's not the case, and it feels like Team Nepal successfully landed. Team Uzbekistan as well. No crashes. So far we have 5 crashes in this one.
5 is a plenty. It's more than what we could have found inside of East Asian region here.
East Asian, I think like the most is going to be just 2. Possibly.
2. And that was a rare occasion too.
True,
Something
true.
to celebrate when it happens. Right now, this concludes it. 19-minute mark is the latest time spent for this entire match here. That would be Uzbekistan to go in the final place. But it is Team Kazakhstan walking away the absolute victors here.
When we look at the data right now, it feels like the one that's really in a shaky spot is going to be Team Uzbekistan, because they have been finished last for out of 8 tracks. It's going to be around 3 for now. But for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan now, I don't know where do they stand for Team Kyrgyzstan, honestly, because they have been hot and cold, not consistent. It's not like we see the same pattern if you compare with all the other regions. We see 1, 2 usually the same. 3rd and 4th, they might be alternating. But it feels like right now 1, 2, 3, 4, nobody sticks at the numbers when it comes to the spots.
Thankfully, in this situation, this phase of the tournament, it's all about being at the extremes. So only one team will be eliminated. That means the extreme of the worst performing team will go out. And let's take a look at the results to kind of figure that one out, right? 17.08 for Team Kazakhstan, 18.03 for Kyrgyzstan, 19.05 for Nepal. Unfortunate for them. They had such a good run in the first half, and now seemingly slipping that one down. 19 and 11 for Uzbekistan themselves. Now, so far, out of 3 tracks, Team Kazakhstan is the fastest on average, right? They have got a 16-minute, a 15-minute, and a 17-minute just recently. But first, an Audi Super 8 player, before I get into my train of thoughts, look at the faces on the screen. They are potentially winning something from Audi. It's an exclusive stuff. If you've seen the ones yesterday, then you know what they're about to win. But back to my train of thoughts. Team Kazakhstan, 16-minute, 15-minute, 17-minute. So their latest was the 17-minute. Meanwhile, if you look at Kyrgyzstan, they're all 17-minute games. And if you go all the way to the side of Nepal, 17 and 19-minute games. And when you go to Uzbekistan, similar 17, 19-minute games. Now, so Kazakhstan looking like through and through, they are pretty much the best performers out of there. But they do have 2 bad maps.
Yeah, really bad maps and tracks. That's the thing. Will be enough for them, because if they actually reach up to the gap where the final track, if they can finish within 14 minutes, I think it's pretty much safe for them for now. But if they happen to be stumbled into something that we hope it will not be the case there, then I have to say they're jeopardizing their own position to see it into the final stage.
Yeah, so that is kind of my worry as well. Because I know that they've been performing right, but because that two bad match was
It was
ridiculously
extremely
bad.
Yeah.
It's 25 minutes. That's at least a game or two in between.
And in 19 minutes, almost hitting another 20 minutes. I mean, like, across all region, the most we had around 26, was it? And this is one of those 26. And it's a rare occasion, but it will hurt them because they are one of the teams that's quite consistent when it comes to the second round. It would be a shame if they cannot make it.
So it's not the first time that we've seen this happen, right? Like you mentioned, there was a 26-minute game, but that team, I remember it was Team Hong Kong China, was not eliminated. So what are the scenarios for that to happen, for them to still be safe despite a 25-minute game? Remember, the barrier of entry during that point, during qualifying rounds, was that they had a team who's always consistently at the bottom, which isn't the case here. It's not a consistent bottom player. So that puts Team Kazakhstan in a risk.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. That's why it worries me because of how inconsistent the placement are for all each team of South Asia and Central Asia, this particular region, to seed themselves into the final stage. We will have one team to be relegated after this. But for the final track, this is where everything is on the line. A lot of it at stake. And they have a lot to prove still. Within short amount of time for them to familiarize themselves with the tracks, I have to say a lot of respect I can give to all the athletes down there to adjust and improvise in an instant. But it's all down to this final track will be enough. I have a feeling. Now, Team Nepal so far have been starting off really strong, but their momentum, their progress, their performance feels like slowly dwindling down if you compare with the first track. They were at first, and then they're still around up there. Maybe sometimes they are fourth, and then it just starts to drop track by track.
Yeah, they just clocked in their worst performance at 19 minutes just recently. And so, you know, that's something to be worried about. But I think as an overall, because they did pretty well in the first half, they should be safe, right? But I can't say the same with Team Uzbekistan and Team Kazakhstan. I think
is it Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan, man? Because if you compare with consistency, I have a feeling second round here, Team Kazakhstan never failed to deliver. They're always at the podium spot.
I just don't know if the podium spot that they have achieved creates enough gap in between to solidify for that 25 minutes of the gap here. To be fair, actually, if you take a look at the track 3 in the game set 1, they are 4 minutes away from Team Uzbekistan, right? 25 minutes to the 21 of Team Uzbekistan, which means at the bare minimum, you need to cover that 4 minutes to negate this differences.
That's true. And so I'm looking at Team Kazakhstan average right now. They do have around, 16 minutes as an average so far. But is it 16? If you look at it, oh yeah, I think it's around 16. So if you add up for 25 minutes and 90 minutes in the fray of 16, that's additional of how many minutes more? 6? Is it 6? Around 6, I guess. Right?
Actually, I think they're safe. Because if you
I have a feeling they are safe.
They are safe.
Because they made it up. And they are making it up for their second round here. But the question is, who will be first? That's also another thing to consider. And who will be last? Because of how inconsistent. It's all down to who gets into crash first and most.
That's correct.
Still down to driving skills for the players and athletes.
I guess this last track would be that determining factor because we're really just scratching our heads and trying to theorize here. Because if we go by the one track by track, we can make that difference, and I think that covers the previous one. But no more dilly-dally. We don't want to ruin the surprise by trying to be a know-it-all right now. Let's get into track 4 and let them play their fates out.
I just really hope nobody stumble for the final bridge. It hurts more. It hurts more because you have this fake hope, thinking, I've done the final checkpoint. All I need to do is just drive flawlessly to the finishing line. And that's where everything, all your nightmare happens. That bridge.
I don't know if you could call it a nightmare because I'm smiling. I have no stake in this, so I'm smiling about it.
You will not be if you're the athletes themselves. A lot at stake for the players and the athletes. Now back towards the final track of the qualifiers in the South Asia and Central Asia region right now. Having a good start as per usual is going to be, I think it's going to be Team Kazakhstan taking the lead. Now, they do know this track like the back of their hand. They know how to swerve around it sometimes, but I might speak too soon, so I will retract my statement again now because we never know what's going to happen.
Things are out of our controls here, but when it comes to all these rotational tracks, they are a bit unhinged, to say the least. Immediately actually bangs and rams a player's vehicle into the beach flag there for a bit here, but it will be Team Kazakhstan still maintaining that ultimate lead forward. The real competition takes place second onwards down the charts. Look at that, Team Nepal and Team Uzbekistan just playing bumper car at this rate.
I feel like that's going to be the first crash. No, not just yet. I feel like everybody have to avoid each other from crashing and have to avoid themselves from crashing into structures. And we can hear those shoutings come up from the players as well, like try to overtake them. But the one having the most space right now is going to be Team Kazakhstan. The other three teams still fighting for their place and also for the space. But the one having such a free leeway is going to be Team Kazakhstan. The only thing that can stop them are those unmovable structures.
Oh, what? Nearly flipped there, right there. It could have been another thing that could potentially stop them in track. Not just the immovable structures, but also how reckless they are in trying to control their vehicles. If it flips on over, that wouldn't be a very great way to end it for at least Team Kazakhstan, who had a tragedy already in the first set for today. But we will not go back into time. In fact, look forward to the future and the promise here with checkpoint number 1.
Now, so far, Team Uzbekistan taking most of the scores. And for the first time, they're taking the lead. I just hope they are finally having some trouble to open the door even. But coming up from side to Team Uzbekistan because of the delay of the door just now. Caught themselves in a place where they've been catch up by Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Kazakhstan slowly catching up as well. But I'm loving this. If we never have the first to finish from Team Uzbekistan yet, but if we have the end for our qualifier for this region, with that, I'm satisfied. I'm happy.
What, with Team Uzbekistan?
In the lead, yeah, why not?
I'll be kind of sad, because that would probably push Team Kazakhstan, who we know is actually good, but because of some unfortunate mismanagement, that would potentially put them in the eliminating round. Remember, the weakest link right now, on paper, in terms of time, is probably going to be Team Uzbekistan. So if they get a number 1 finish, they might just be safe, and it would be someone else in the chopping block, and that could be Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, definitely, you have a fan here for Team Kazakhstan. We definitely see this one quite obvious, but I mean, like, I do want to see the teams that haven't been on the podium spot to take out the podium sometimes once in a while. But we do have the numbers up coming up from Team Uzbekistan, but being catched up and overtake by Team Kazakhstan at 142 and neck to neck, but still taking the lead back. Team Uzbekistan hitting the 200 mark. Team Nepal seems to struggle when it comes to the first checkpoint.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? You can depend on Team Kazakhstan, and that's why I do want to wish them forward, because they've shown absolute consistency across the board. I mean, if you're going to compare it to their first set of the match, it seems like the number is a constant improvement on their end, and that's the kind of team that you want to send forward eventually later on for the Asian Games itself. And so pray Godspeed that they make it out of here, but that's all within their hands, and it is them who makes the first movement outside of this checkpoint.
Now, they're leaving within the 4 minutes mark, coming out from Team Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Just 3 seconds of a difference so far, and it's within their reach as long as they just boosted their speed up all the way, not crashing, and just trying to cut off all the unnecessary corners. But so far, thank you so much again for IQ11. I love this hand cam for the players. They look calm for now, but the gyroscope making it really hard to work, especially if you're the driver themselves.
Yeah, you're trying to get those speed up bonuses onto your allies here. But if you shoot and you miss, then that would be also resources that has gone onto a waste. But hey, you miss every shot you don't take anyway, so might as well run and gun for the points here. It is still Team Nepal who will be in the 3rd place. Following them, it is Team Kyrgyzstan in the back end. Now leading the charts is Team Kazakhstan alongside with Team Uzbekistan, but Team Kazakhstan has just left them in the dust.
And so far we have no crashes yet. I think this is a very good sign.
I know.
It feels like they have more practice and more familiarized when it comes to the final track, because they do know for a fact this is one of the longest track and one of the most detrimental if they make a mistake. But we do have a bit of a memory.
There we go. You just had to say it.
Don't say it.
Choo-choo just jinxed that one up for them. And I think Team Kazakhstan as well, it seemed like they slowed down for a little bit. So I think that was a simultaneous crash. Another crash here happening on the side of Team Uzbekistan in the yellow. Back-to-back, what seemed to be a team who could potentially be 2nd place, again in a 3rd crash.
Oh, man. In the forestry of this very fine pine trees, after one tragedy to the other, it's the same team as per usual. As always, the Uzbekistan really know how to entertain us, but it will definitely hurt when it comes to the time. And it just shows they were one of the leading team as a start and now falling off the chart because they slowly getting themselves one of the last few teams into the checkpoint.
Man, the importance of a navigator or a pilot in this entire game is understated, right? And we've talked about it with Sir Cloud as well, because I initially thought that all you had to do as a pilot is drive the car and just navigate across the map. But then you realize that as the pilot, you have to secure resources, secure the loot drops, secure petrol, and then miss it.
You have to work too.
Yeah, you gotta manage the petrol boosts as well, and also contribute, especially in the checkpoint 3. There's so much job for the pilot. I'd rather be the underwhelming shooters at this point.
And so much pressure for the drivers or the pilot itself. But so far we haven't, the numbers are getting lower when it comes to the start during the downtime of 120 seconds. Before this we're hitting like around 70 or 80 points, but this time we do have only 30 points around there somewhere. So it feels like the track itself a bit harder for the teams to have more numbers or more scores when it comes to before the platform even starting. The retracting targets now will be commencing, and it's still commencing, coming up from Team Kazakhstan as per usual, hitting halfway through. Now all they need is not stopping and not just don't stop spraying, and make sure those sprays actually do hit the target, because we do notice about the sort of a pattern for certain teams up there, even though they are in the lead, but when it comes to closing like 20 or 30 more points, they have some difficulties to find those targets to, not miss them. They always miss sometimes.
Well, that's called performance anxiety, I believe. You're getting a little too shriveled up, especially towards these last few moments. But I don't think that is the case with Team Kazakhstan. It seems like, again, just to echo myself like a broken record, a constant improvement time and time again comparatively to this first set of the evening. Now we are in the last track in the 2nd set of the evening, and they are 1 point away. Finally hit that mark, 400, leaving 2nd place still within the 200 range.
Yeah, 10 windows around the retracting target just now for a row, so there's around 50 windows around there somewhere. If you divide it for your team to look at around 2 rows in a vertical manner, I think that pretty much covers all the field that you need, right? Pretty much. You could. You focus on that 2 rows and that's it.
I know Team China, they do quadrants. There was a POV in where they're doing it, and the cursor, or more like the aimer, never leave the quadrant right there. So it wasn't even like an entire vertical. They're hyper focused.
Is it a square for them?
That's why they have square divided into four. Yeah,
and that's why one of the reasons the platform are multi-level platform. So if you want to focus on the quadrant on the ones above, you can actually be on the higher platform. It's on your eye level. It's easy to target as well. And so far, not many teams that actually try to apply that yet. Maybe in the next few ones.
Hopefully so. They have to make this little maneuvers count, right? It's going to add up eventually into their efficiency as an overall. And talking about which, Team Kazakhstan still not crashing anywhere else, so that is efficient as it gets. Of course I'm waiting for it. They have a whole history behind it. I just don't want to see it happen. Okay, that's a lie.
So far that we've seen from our POV, we can only see once. Twice from the same team.
Since you arrived, they've performed better.
Oh man, I mean, like, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking the credit, even though I might jinx the team when I actually say something that it might happen. It usually happens, but I hope that's not the case, because everything goes smoothly and so well right now. But I'm starting to worry when it comes to this uneven terrain. It feels a bit bouncy for them. But Team Nepal and Team Kyrgyzstan seems to be on neck to neck. Hopefully they didn't crash themselves into any sort of unnecessary corners, but everything goes smoothly well, and even boosting them up and overtake Team Nepal in the very last minute. Oh, there you go.
Well, they are using that booster quite sparingly. Just hope that they don't bite more than they can chew. They have to make it into the petrol station if they're looking to play this game even further. Now, this is Team Uzbekistan, who has had like about 3 crashes since the first checkpoint and finds themselves in the back foot. Serious disadvantage here. The last man standing in the end.
For the side of Team Kazakhstan, they're taking the lead again while waiting during the downtime of 120 seconds. They already gained themselves almost 100. Like 64 is already a good start, but how much time they have left? Not much anymore. With 2 seconds on the clock, the final checkpoint commences as the flying objects will be released.
68-point lead, 8 for Kazakhstan here. They will have to work with a little bit of deficit, not too crazy. I mean, a little bit of the lead, not the deficit, really. And it's not too much of a lead. People can still claw their way back up against them. In fact, that's exactly what Kyrgyzstan is doing. So Team Kazakhstan, you have to make sure that they are on point comes to this disciplinary event. 138 right now. If they could hit the waypoint of 250 and create a gap of perhaps 200, that would be ideal.
It's not really easy to hit all the targets. We barely can see with this mountain as the background because of how dark the disc is. It's just so hard to see it sometimes. But so far, Team Kazakhstan never failed to deliver. They will hitting themselves the 200 mark anytime soon. They're already hitting it right now. But when it comes to the clock, they definitely were having a hard time to hit less than 14 minutes. I have a feeling they will spend more time when they hit almost 250. Even have a bit of a plateau right now. Slows down when it comes to the numbers. But Kyrgyzstan is catching up from behind.
228, all that lead from 100 and plus now goes down to only a mere 30 points is at best here for Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan. This is not going to be a fun way to lose it just like that. You had all the lead in the world, down to 20 points different. They're really edging things one out. 8-point different here, but they instead create more of a lead now, hitting the 300 mark. So Team Kazakhstan, they are relentless in trying to surpass the rest.
Well, Team Kazakhstan, now what they need to do is another 150 point, even less than that, make it 130-ish. And right now, it took them quite a number of time. I see a lot of teams spend around 3 to 4 minutes just on this platform, not including the 120 seconds of downtime to finish off their task. But coming up from Team Kazakhstan, they definitely have just a little more to go, but feels like they're hitting a bit of a plateau, while Team Kyrgyzstan is actually catching up. Team Uzbekistan, on the other hand, there's a wide gap between them and Team Nepal. Now, between these two teams, we do know only one team will be relegated, and who will it be?
It is looking like it might go Uzbekistan. They've had so many bad games this second half of the entire roster here. But we'll have to wait till the official tally to call that one out. Right now, 488 on the scoreboard. Nearly hitting that waypoint of 500 for Team Kazakhstan. They see the bright light and they will achieve that mark immediately. It's time to take a dive into vehicles and make it the fastest extraction out of this compound.
Now, time's on the clock, hitting 15 minutes now. The most they can actually do is 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes, 30 seconds, maybe even more. But this is where everything will determine by...
Oh, no.
Yeah, I take that back. Now they got hit, and this is where everything just stumbles, right? The moment you thought you're going to hit it 15 minutes and 30 seconds, you have to hold that thought for a bit because of this bridge is a very punishing bridge. Even though you finish and cleared off your final checkpoint, it doesn't mean you can have a free way to get into the finishing line because you got stuck during in between the bridge, and that bought them, that cost them another 10 extra seconds, and they will touch down at 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
Still a very, very formidable performance by them. Again, they held the record as the fastest at 15:12, now 15:42 seconds. Still, again, the fastest for track number 4. And Team Kyrgyzstan, it's exactly what I told you. They were really sparingly using the petrol-burning boosters, and now they are out of gas and making a run for it.
I thought the athletes supposedly, you know, refuel their gas around the petrol station every single checkpoint.
They have to park in the petrol station.
So they're not willing to do so.
It's it's a question of did they even make it to the petrol
station? Maybe Team Kyrgyzstan will actually take the lead over the team that actually crashed themselves, and not just that.
Uzbekistan though, moving on forward.
How many crashes do we have right now? Round 5 as well,
I lost count. It's one too many, but it's exactly up to my expectations.
Congratulations for Team Uzbekistan, finishing off second with 16 minutes and 51 seconds.
So that's an entire minute going on the side of second place here. I think, hands down, Team Kazakhstan has already more than paid their dues on that
deficit. Come on, guys! Come on, Kyrgyzstan! If only their shoes have some rocket fuel right now, they can just dash themselves in like a Sonic, but that's not the case. You can do this. Let's run as a full squad. Let's go. Let's go. Kyrgyzstan almost at the finish line. I feel like I'm watching a sprint.
A sprint is more like a marathon. Yeah, it's a triathlon here. Running in costume. It's always awkward when he goes down this way.
You cannot crash anymore at this point, right? There's nothing worse than this can happen now. At least that's the good news.
That's good news for Team Kazakhstan because they know someone else is in this situation, which means they for sure will not be in the chopping block right now.
Oh, well, it's still around 50 meters to go. It looks so far, but it's not that far. It's not near either. Come on. We're trying to help to push you from the back. We give you the power of push. You can do this, but I definitely feels like coming from Team Kyrgyzstan do have the more stamina than the rest of the other players, because he does have more sprint powers compared to the others. Now we do have a different race here. Who of all 4 of them will reach number 1 among themselves?
To be fair, if you're talking about stamina, that goes to Team Kazakhstan. Their match in marathon was 25 minutes. This is barely 18.
Make it! They almost made it! Come on! The touching, finishing line, touchdown, and we still not hit it. Almost there! Not yet! Is that counted? Are we done?
They're going back.
Why? No! What is happening? What is wrong?
Wait, hold on. I think they might miss a flag or something. There we go. All 4 needs to be registered in the same place. It's a registry problem, I guess.
Oh, man, I just hope their shoes is still going to work after this. Definitely, their toes is burning out for the players of Kyrgyzstan, but what an ending. I think this is the most team that we have running on foot instead of having their vehicles to work.
Like I said, I'm never wrong in these things with the description. I may be brutally honest, but raw, unfiltered, unpolished, so much potential, but man, right here, that's entertainment value at best. I like this. The most things that you wouldn't expect happen within a single region.
You know, the sound effect when a team tries to touch the finish line is always like, this one is like, you know, it's a tapping sound.
Tippy-tappy their way to victory, man. They can do whatever sounds they want to, but that does not change the fact that this is by far the most unpredictable of all regions. Now, do I hope that they put up the same performance moving on to the Asian Games? Of course not, but they can get away with it for this time round, and I'm glad they shared a bit of entertainment value to us during this point of time, but they are benchmarks we do expect to see moving in forward later in the tournament.
But I love the tenacity coming out from the teams. Even though their vehicles running out of gas, they're willing. You know, they have the sportsmanship, like how a sprint or a marathon actually does, where you have to go towards the finishing line no matter what it takes. But congratulations again from Team Kazakhstan for finish off another standard here with 15 minutes 42 seconds, while Uzbekistan scored themselves at 16 minutes 51 seconds. Well, this is where the gap happens due to them running on 19 minutes for Kyrgyzstan. I mean, like, that's...
Not too bad, actually, considering every run out of petrol incident we've had, it's always 20 plus.
True that. True that.
So they're the fastest of that incident, but nothing to be proud of so much. This is what you can be proud of, though. The Audi Super A player, with all the faces on the screen. Expect to see them coming in tomorrow, especially during the qualifier finals for the Central and South Asian region here, where they can win something very special and momentous by Audi themselves.
Yeah, it's not that something that everyone can get, so you will feel special yourself. But speaking of which, right now, we're having a hard time to know who's going to stay at number 1, 2, and 3, because only top 3 will seed towards the final stage, which is going to be tomorrow for the side of Central Asia and South Asia. But based on today's performance of all the teams coming up from this region, it's so hard for us to pinpoint who will get number 1, because there's no consistency about who will stay at the top and who stays at the bottom.
Inconsistent, and unpredictable. The two recipe to just make us casters want to form whatever narratives and trend lines and logic that we have and toss it out a window and just wait for the eventual overall tally, because there's just too many information to try and process right here. It's not linear. You give us a linear line, we can come up with a conclusion. Now when that line goes like this, we will just wait for it. In fact, they will have an interview with Tash Bunny, and it's happening right now. So without further ado, Tash, please take this one away.
Thank you very much, casters, and that was an insane match that we've seen, and it's only the first half of the day. Tash Bunny here, and we are here with Sokesh from Kazakhstan, and it's very exciting. Now, today is their first day playing with Central Asia and South Asia. How does it feel?
Каково играть против стран Центральной Азии и Южной Азии?
В первую очередь, это очень большая конкуренция, потому что в странах Кыргызстана, Узбекистана и Непала играют именитые игроки. И это ощущалось более так на АИМ мишенях. Но вот так пошло, было интересно.
So it was so interesting for us because we have good rivals because we know each other exactly. We can say about Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan because we are in CIS. Everybody know each other, and also we can say about the Nepal team. This team is called DRS, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So there's a good experience for us to play against them.
Yeah, it's always very exciting, and it was super exciting, your match especially. You guys had an accident just now, which honestly delayed you guys for a little bit. So how did your team not panic and still continue on with the following games and still manage to stay ahead? That's insane.
Задают вопрос о том моменте, где мы застряли и забыли заправить машину. Как нам удалось не спаниковать и соблюдать тот самый настрой?
Но мы настроены дисциплинированно, И мы не паникуем в таких моментах, стараемся справиться в следующих и всегда на настроении играем.
So we can call us as very high disciplined players, and after this case, which was in the first match, in the third map, we just discussed it and tried to find a solution to not make a mistake again, and there wasn't so much panic after that, and I think self-awareness and our we just were so sure in our game.
And you guys are now in the grand final. So how does it feel to make it this far?
Как раз мы сейчас пробились в финал. Каковы твои чувства о том, что мы прошли заключительную часть?
Мы рады, в первую очередь. Во вторую чуть играть было сложновато, там 60 FPS. Даже не знаю, что сказать. Good game.
So we are so glad to going into the final stage, and we are also excited to playing with Sri Lanka tomorrow, and we hope that we can show great results tomorrow.
And I really hope that you guys do. So for now, after the miraculous match, we're going to have another match later. So we're going to toss it back to our casters. See you guys in a bit.
I really wish you ask about the second track in the third track in the first round. Like, what happened with those gases? You know, the running out of gas, and who actually called out to take a grab with all the other teams out there for the vehicles for Team Kazakhstan for the first round.
It's just biting more than you can chew, and like I mentioned, Team Kyrgyzstan did the same thing here in track number 4, and they paid the price heavily for it. This is the standings for the second set of match. It's not the overall. This is where we will see.
Barely.
Oh my God, Team Kazakhstan.
Oh man.
Barely made it in, and this is why I say if Team Uzbekistan actually made it in the #1 spot, Team Kazakhstan would have been in the chopping block, and they played absolutely well. It's just they had really unfortunate mistakes in track number 3, and that followed to track number 4 as well.
Now the blue ones, who's going to be the top 3, will make it to the next stage, which is going to be the finals. But I agree, you are not wrong. Kazakhstan, Team Kazakhstan, they were efficient, flawlessly running for the second round, but those mistakes coming up from the third and the fourth track in the first round was so detrimental. They were like just teething it out in the very last minute. But speaking of which, we still have our break later on, which with a different region entirely, with a different caster entirely. We're going to get back to you guys. Thank you so much, Keith. I'll see you guys again after this. And we're going to go a couple of minutes break. Don't go anywhere.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
from Central Asia and South Asia. Now we're heading to a different region entirely, Southeast Asia next. You guys are tuning into the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version with me, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, this will be the group with the most teams inside of it. We'll have a total of 8 teams that will be competing for limited slots onto the finals that will be played tomorrow.
And speaking of this region, which is going to be entirely different gameplay and different approach towards our tracks later on, what will be their gold standard? Will it be one of the best, or will it be one of the middles, or one of the slowest? And also, speaking of which, we definitely didn't have a glimpse yet about all the teams that will be competing for this particular region, which is going to be Southeast Asia so far. From your expectation, how much of a time that you put up the average per track for all the teams? Your expectation.
So I made a rough calculation. This is also based on the data of the previous other regions. So I would say maybe the average for this one will be about 15 to 16 minutes.
That's pretty much just like how West Asia used to play them.
My game name is Tijuzugi. My role is Ingilita.
Hello everyone, my name is Pulin Longhankao. In game, name is Stone. I'm from Thailand team. My role is attacker.
Hello guys, my name is Veterinaria Jeremy Rolos. My name ID Rosemary and my team Indonesia. My role Fragger.
Hello, my name is Alunya Det Nilandon. My nickname is Honda. I come from Laos. My role is support.
Hi, my name is Muhammad Lukman Hakim. My in-game name is Mas Adik Luk. I'm representative for Malaysia and my role is Crusher.
Esports for me, it brings a lot of opportunity to us, and also for people like me, we meet a lot of people from other countries. And then the friendships we formed or we bond together, it's something that we treasure and we won't forget. It brings people together.
The difference about this tournament is, for this tournament, I played for my team, I played for my country, and for the past tournament, I played for my team. So the difference about this format is
treasure and we won't forget. It brings people together.
The difference about this tournament is, for this tournament, I played for my team, I played for my country, and for the past tournament, I played for my team. So the difference about this format is, this tournament format is more about racing, and for the past, it's more about me shooting the enemies.
We just make a practice that a lot. That's why we just know that we are advanced.
We prepare the event for 1 month and we practice every day.
For me, the rival team in Southeast Asia is Thailand because they got a lot of good players like Tony K and Nuzi.
To my rival, Malaysia and Thailand, for the past tournament, maybe you win. For this tournament, we'll win.
I don't really care about the other team because I think I'm the best.
We will be all the best. Please cheer for Thailand team.
We will try our best to defeat you, Malaysia.
Careful, bro.
RDAG, lakad matatag.
RDAG เรามาแล้ว
targets will activate in 120 seconds. Color targets activated. Dodge targets will activate in 120 seconds. targets activated. Flying targets will activate in 120 seconds. Main targets activated.
Coming up from track 1, it's not so hard to visualize if it compared with the final track or track 4, because there's a mountain behind it, so it's hardly visualized for those targets while it's moving the same color background. But this time we have a very sky blue background, easily to note all these UFOs flying across the sky, but it all down to the question who lived first. We're heading into our 14th minute now, and nobody living yet.
Oh, but we should be about close right now for all our teams. I wonder who will be the first one to go. Everyone's focusing onto the first floor of the platform. I wonder
PUBG Mobile, a different version, but this
Team Thailand, they're done.
coming up from Team Thailand. Can they clock in before 16 minutes?
Yeah, look.
Finish off over the 16 minutes at 16 minutes and 21 seconds.
With about 28 seconds difference.
Leaving out the second checkpoint at the 9th minute and arrived less than that. And we're starting off this final checkpoint around 9 minutes-ish. So that took them already over 6 minutes on the clock.
Yes, well, time is still ticking though. So it looks like the gap between the first and second team is going to be bigger and bigger as time goes by. Because right now we still see that both Team Malaysia and Team Myanmar not leaving the platform yet.
Now, barely, it's so hard for them to clip those targets. It's like the flying objects are everywhere. That very small dot is just so hard to pin it down. But I do notice that there's going to be Team Malaysia leaving out first, or maybe not even. Team Myanmar is actually first, because I saw both of them moving at the same time, but apparently Team Malaysia still stuck in there. Finally leaving out the vicinity is going to be Team Myanmar first, as Team Malaysia definitely will finish off last. But nonetheless, we do have them ticking or clocking in around the 18 minutes mark.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's about the time. Important. So, irregardless, whether they're the last team.
$19 minutes and 30 which could be 13 minutes if that's possible.
Well, but everyone now, if you ask them in general,
later on, just giving you a heads up that. But speaking of which, you might even have a bit of a substitution between the players for the next track, because we've seen this before, right? Certain players will be in and out depending on tracks, especially with the teams that do have their subs waiting on the other end. Maybe this is actually a good implemented strategy for all the teams out there, so they won't over-exhaust themselves in this case.
yeah, so that also depends on what the coach's call will be. And maybe, well, there's a lot of theories of substitution. One is exhaustion, like what you said. Another one could be also map specialist, track specialist, or maybe they're going to switch up the driver.
True.
Well, it's still, there's still a lot of things to explore within this game mode because it's fairly new. This is the first time we're going to see this in a competitive setting, and all these teams, including us as casters, we're still analyzing what is the meta for this game.
And the best strategy to approach was the best possible way to get yourself the shortest amount of time needed to complete the entire track. And so far, there are one couple of particular strategy and angles they can work around it, especially when it comes to those driving. There are some places you can cut around the corners, and it will eventually shave off almost over a minute of all the time for the track to be completed. That's a lot, because it will be detrimental for the teams, especially if they have like last placement, because we will accumulate the entirety of the time time needed to complete for each of the course will be accumulated as a whole, and that's going to be the final score. So if you are having a bad start at first, it's okay, you still have a chance to redeem yourself.
Yes, and the thing is that, okay, so here's the thing about being like the first group, right? So you don't know how the second group is going to perform. So, but when it comes to tallying up the scores to know who's going to the finals tomorrow, you're going to tally up everyone else together. So especially for if they are the first group to go, they need to set a really high benchmark that when they play the second group, at least they are kinda okay, or kinda they have some sort of like a comfort gap before Group B starts.
And also, I'm not sure if it's going to pop or not yet. I'm going to wait it for now because there's no official announcement on the down there just yet. But I do know there will be two teams having a bit of substitution between two players. So far, if I'm not mistaken, come out Team Thai is going to be Stone. Here it comes. Finally, we got our results here. 15 minutes. We're going to have to put on hold for that for now. 15 minutes and 53 seconds. Now, I definitely feel like they can have it more shorter time to complete the track.
Yeah, it is, again, the first round, so yeah, warm up, you know, getting into the game, getting into the mood, so, and plus the next track is going to be a shorter track, so I think we can expect better timing out of that. But of course, at the end of the day, it's about our athletes to show us whether they can do so or not.
And speaking of which, we did talk about substitution, and both teams coming up from Team Thailand and even Team Myanmar will have some substitution between the players after this. We're going to have that later on the board. But so far, some teams, especially Team Thailand, even though they have two times that crash into certain places, they still managed to close up at number 1 here.
Yeah, and I think the main differentiator is again that we see the trend. Section number 3 is where teams who do, they need to really do well at section number 3 if they want to like overcome the other team. But of course, the conversation of about total time after 8 teams, okay, that's going to be a separate conversation. But if you want to focus on these 4 teams, section 3 is always the key.
Yeah, we've seen that before many times before, in the previous other regions. Like, it's okay for you to not doing well in the first 2 checkpoints, but it's all down to the final checkpoint because it will cost the most. And if you can shorten the time, even though they do have more scores for you to complete your entire mission, but it's always about the finishing line. Maybe sometimes it's about the journey because we are the road to Asian Games, but in the end of the day, it's all about who finishes faster than the others. And so far, like I mentioned before, Team Myanmar and Team Thailand do have substitution between 4 players, in this case, right, 2 players each of the team. But we have to wait and see if that's going to be official or not. Now, if I'm not mistaken, some players do have been given warning at first, which I'm not mistaken that was Fluke from Team Thailand for the shooting violation in the first game of the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version in the stage match 1. So, that's why maybe Fluke will rest for a bit, and that will be replaced by Stone. We do know Stone is a formidable player. Same goes for Team Myanmar, we do have John stepping up, while WT Boy will be rest for a bit.
Okay, so as we confirm all those, we get a good visual of our athletes, and yes, Stone is now in the, well, I can't really say whether he's in driver's seat, we don't really know until later on, but he's definitely in the seat for the team. So I guess he had a good look because he was waiting at the backstage, obviously, watching how other teams play, and this might give him some knowledge, some advantage knowledge on how to manage track number 2.
Yeah, speaking of track 2, it's so important because there will be some sharp corners. Those corners will require you time so well with your speed booster. And we saw it yesterday how the East Asian, when it comes to the finals, they are very sparing when it comes to their resources as well. If they want to shoot out, they have to make sure they will hit the target 100%. The resources will not be wasted easily because we saw how many times time wasted just to, pick up back their loot to just replenish their resources once more. So you don't want to waste that for the athletes as well.
Yeah, so it's not only about spraying and hoping that your spray hits the target. Like, you really need to optimize your ammo. So the theory is that, at least on the theoretical perspective, especially when it comes to section number 3, is to use only 5 bullets per target that they try to hit, and then they reset 5 bullets. Whether they hit it or not, sometimes they just have to let it go, because by that time the 5 bullets pass, the target would have been gone. So that's how, in theory, is how they reset the bullets, and also how they conserve their ammunition. If not, like what you say, they have to purposely go down from the platform, go to the nearest building, loot, and you can imagine how much time that would take.
It's kind of true. They have to put everything into consideration because every single second is a dime. Every single second, every single millisecond can make such a huge difference, because we're heading out track number 2 for the first group in Southeast Asia qualifier. Team Thailand, Team Laos, Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia. How will they fare in track 2? Will it be a new record for them?
Ooh, we'll be looking forward to new records being shattered. As Keith always like to use the word gold standard, right now being set by Team China. But let's head on to Miramar again, and it's going to be ruins at their starting point. And now the teams will land. How many athletes will loot? What kind of loot would they need before they move? So everything, the smaller details, are taken into account.
Having a bit of a stumble there, a bit chaos for the players. Trying to find themselves those vehicles. And Myanmar, Team Myanmar who wants to leave. Second is going to be Team Malaysia from that yellow. Blue team is going to Team Thai. And Laos purple team were living the last so far.
Yeah, and look at this. Teams trying to cut corners here, and that's part of the strategy to find the most optimized route to reserve time.
Boy.
But 2 teams back-to-back crash into a stone, and that is going to be Team Myanmar and as well as Team Malaysia, allowing Team Laos and Team Thailand to cut past by them.
Seems like even though they had the lead before, it's gone just like how everything just proved around them. But at least everything happened to be in a cluster. They're still moving as a 4, but somebody might trip behind. I'm not sure if they make it alive for Team Malaysia for so far, but they might swerve a bit. But Team Myanmar against once more taking the lead. But have to go through those gates. Yeah, that's going to be another checkpoint. Now everybody having their maximum speed boost out.
And Team Myanmar at the forefront, just like how we saw track number 1. And look at this, cutting corners, allowing Team Malaysia to cut across Team Thailand to now be at the 3rd spot. But then again, it is still very, very close with all these teams. Now, the next ramp, this may prove crucial. Can they make that jump? Can they put the boost just at the right timing? But looking at the current situation, it's Team Laos who failed to boost themselves on the ramp.
Everything going mid-air, but this time Team Thailand, their mistake not getting themselves stuck into the corner of those trees. But even though Lao a bit later just now, they finally overtaken Team Thai. Happens to be all teams happen to move in the same spot at the same time. Team Myanmar just leading off with 2 seconds in front, while the others, Team Lao and Team Thai, on the other hand, neck to neck.
Ooh, cutting through the next corner, Team Myanmar will officially be the first team to arrive at checkpoint number 1. And they will stop at the first building they see. Whereas for the other teams, because they don't have that first building anymore, they have to go to the middle of the city. But it seems that there are 2 teams just sharing the same building. It's going to be Team Malaysia and Team Laos.
Will be enough for the looting phase between these 2 teams. Will it be enough to occupy all of them here? Because if they happen to be sharing the same compound, it will be not enough. And they might even try to share a target on the ground. Whoever tried to find those hidden target, whoever got it faster, whoever aims it better, they will get it. But coming up from Team Lao, you have to bow out and realize this is not going anywhere, giving away to the teams actually trying to get it next to him. Now the 120 seconds will be efficiently used by all 4 teams, but how much can they make it out within this 2 minutes?
Oh, tight competition there. And right now we can see the spray coming up from the athlete of Team Malaysia, taking advantage of any angle that they can find. Oh, this is going to be hard. He has to find the right angle here, the athlete from Team Myanmar. If he can find the right angle, it's basically going to be a straight line for him. So he needs to re-angle himself to find the most optimized area. But it looks like he's just going to ditch it and move to somewhere else.
Because maybe the platform for the colored target will commence, and that's why they are all leaving. How many players they want to set here to just shut down all these colored flipping targets? Because the other 2 will have to find all the ground target as well. And so far, Team Lao once more leading off. I have to say, Team Lao working so well in this tournament.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Consistency is what they're showing right now. But following behind, not too far away, is going to be Team Thailand. And then we have Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia. So Team Lao looking good so far. Their target is to get 300 points. The first team to get 300 points will move on to checkpoint number 2.
Coming up, if you are reloading, Team Malaysia happen to be missed those flipping target just now because they need to reload at the very last minute, and they are in the last play with 190 marks. But coming up from Team Lao and Team Thailand, they're almost done. 5 more points and Team Lao's living.
There you go. Team Lao on the route to checkpoint number 2. Could be followed up by Team Thailand. They were the closest one next. But we'll need to get a confirmation real soon as Team Malaysia is trailing behind the last we saw them. Right now, they're trying to focus. They're trying to focus now to catch up to the rest because they know that they were behind. But the first 2 teams has already started to make that move. But a little bit of a mistake there.
Sharp corners done by the side of Team Lao. They got stuck again around the shelter of around that stack of haystacks. But on the side of Team Thai, they've taken this misfortune as their silver lining. And they just bursted themselves way up front, overtaking the side of Team Lao, who happened to leave the vicinity first. And thank you again for IQ11. But I love this. Look at how calm the players from their hand cams. Casually just going left and right, as that's, I think, the POV of the drivers.
Okay, left and right, but now they're going to go down. Okay, let's see who uses what strategy. Team Thailand using the same strategy as Team China, but looks like Team Lao having a little bit of an advantage with the airborne, and now they overtook Team Thailand to be at number 1 again.
That was a long mid-air landing coming out from Team Lao, but they landed perfectly, flawlessly well. If you can do that kind of skills, why not take the advantage? Now, coming up from Team Myanmar, they're trying to do, coming up from Team Malaysia, they're trying to do things the same one. Sorry, it was Myanmar, and as well as Malaysia in the very last place right now. But Team Lao definitely have a head start after that ramp jump just now.
Yeah, and with that head start, they're officially the first team to reach checkpoint number 2, followed by Team Thailand. And Myanmar right now, they are at number 3. Team Malaysia at number 4, but not too far behind Team Myanmar. So they should be able to arrive at about the same time. But I believe that both Team Lao and Team Thailand, they're already at that checkpoint, meaning that they have the advantage of collecting the ground target points before any of these other 2 teams.
A bit of a stumble here for Team Malaysia. Try to reposition themselves into the second checkpoint, place themselves as much as they can, trying to disperse. And oh boy, a bit of a bumpy car here while they're trying to be while run and gun, trying to find all the ground targets and using what time has left. For the 120 seconds, they only have around 60 seconds left because they're arriving a bit later. While the team that's leading off is going to be Team Thai taking the lead, with Newsy taking a lot of contribution in those scores.
Why am I not surprised it's Newsy? Multiple MVP, and he is now ranking in the points for Team Thailand. But we talk about the gold standard for this game mode. The gold standard, just like what Team China has said, it's going to be at least 100 points before the main objective comes up. But speaking about the main objective, let's go.
Not reaching any gold standard here because they're not reaching any triple digit, and they are starting off this particular checkpoint at 7 minutes. So it will extend them until maybe 8-minute plus or even the 9th minute to find their first team to leave this one out. It requires around 3 or 4 minutes just to finish off the target if you don't have a triple digit as a start. But so far, Team Lao taking the lead once more and might reach up halfway through the score points.
Yeah, what really helped them is the fact that they got the airdrop that is worth 40 points. That is a lot. It's about 10% of the objective. And now continuing on the objective, it's going to be Thailand trailing behind them. But Team Malaysia, for the first time, being at the forefront.
At the same time, slowly catching up, but Team Thai finally pushed down Team Lao, where Team Myanmar struggles to find a retracting target that is theirs, but stolen away maybe by the other teams with their last bullet. But Team Thai once more taking the lead, and they're almost done with 10 more targets to go. And Team Malaysia, on the other hand, overtaken them, but this is too close.
Yeah, too close for comfort, they say. Neck to neck, they're switching between the two teams. Just like that, but Team Lao is also not too far behind, so they can't be comfortable at this point. Team Thailand at the lead with only about a couple of points, and they should be the first team to complete the challenge. Only 1 point left, and Team Thailand is officially the first team to complete Section 2.
And both Team Malaysia and Team Thailand will leave second checkpoint because the final checkpoint will be a big hurdle for them. And so far we have the top scorers come out from Malaysia team, Shamil and Flax. While Team Myanmar, John placing himself third, but it's going to be an alternation between those two teams. Malaysia and Thailand, back-to-back, till-to-till. Close, but Team Thailand happen to crush themselves in the watchtower.
Opportunity for Team Malaysia to overtake Team Thailand. And for the first time as well, Team Malaysia getting the #1 spot in the race. But next is going to be the Big Daddy Challenge, the Granddaddy, the big boss is going to be the flying targets.
Oh, that's going to be the hardest one there is. They have to set that time not more than 3 minutes to shoot down all the target. Before that appears, they have 2 minutes or 120 seconds to make sure they can maximize the time of that will use. They have to make sure they got themselves a triple digit scores for the ground target. And while they are on the way to it, they have to make sure they don't crash, and they lost the momentum. They don't have enough booster now. Team Thailand catching up just next, and they crash into a divider.
Oh, the crash would have been costly for Team Malaysia, allowing Team Thailand to overtake them. And despite Team Thailand only 17 speed up targets, but it's about optimizing the use of the speed targets. And with that, they will be the first team to reach checkpoint #3, followed by Team Malaysia and then Team Lao, and finally Team Myanmar.
Team Myanmar, a bit of a distance, but they can make it in time. The moment the targets are there, the moment the checkpoints activated their mission, they will actually not having enough time of the 120 seconds to gain extra ground targets. But if they can pin down all those flying objects, they will not even miss anything here. Back to the side of Team Malaysia and Team Lao. They are trying their best to be as fast as possible. Same goes from Team Thailand, who have no clue how much the lead of the scoreboard in this final checkpoint so far. But if they can hit the triple digit, there's going to be a huge advantage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had a good view of the gas station, and that is where the drivers will need to refuel the vehicles, because fuel will also be a factor in this game. And every time they use the speed boosters, fuel will be expanded as well. So they need to optimize the fuel versus the speed boosters that they can get. So sometimes that is a strategy on why some teams don't overuse the speed boosters. But coming up with the scores, so it looks like Team Thailand way ahead.
3 more seconds to go, and Team Thailand almost hitting the triple digit, but this is already a good start for them with Team Lao and Team Malaysia neck to neck. Team Myanmar barely got 4 points, but it's enough for them to actually starting off their final checkpoint. It's all down to their barrel control. How well can they control their rifles not to miss, even though they're only some of them using a red dot scope, but it's enough if they know exactly how to track down those flying objects. Some of them even use it 4 times here, which is even harder because you have to control your barrels evenly hard because of how zoomed in you are for this flying object.
Oh yeah, it is tough. You have to pick your scope, whether you go with an iron sight, red dot or time stream, whichever. It is down to the strategy of the teams. And looking at the distribution of points collected, they're starting to close into each other, evening out with the 4 team members. Because of what we saw, the best optimized goal standard is for each member to contribute almost equal in points for every stage.
So far, I see that coming from Team Lao, their distribution almost around 20% for each of the players, including the driver as well. But Team Lao, it definitely reflects that as they are on number 1 right now, almost hitting halfway through, hitting almost 250 over 500 points. But Team Lao been pushed down by Team Thai. All of a sudden, they are taking the lead, but the gap is just 2 points of a difference, make it even wider now. While Team Malaysia finally being pushed down to the 3rd place with 184, they're hitting a plateau. It's hard for them to actually pin down those targets. Well, Team Myanmar barely make it even a triple digit here.
Yeah, speaking of plateau, I mean, Team Myanmar was at a double digit for the longest time, and now they finally broke into the triple digit mark. But for Team Thailand, they are almost reaching 400, and they're still going, while Team Lao just right behind them. Any team who wants to reload will spend time as well, so optimizing the bullets will be important in this section.
Team Lao feels like being left behind slowly, and surely Team Thai can finish off the first one again. All they need to do is finding themselves another 9 more, make it even less a target than that. And they're trying to just hit it up, and so far it just shows that they are getting used to their muscle memory. And they know how to track it so well by now, even though we're just going down to the 2nd track. But time's ticking. We're heading into the 15-minute mark if they're not wrapping things up here.
Oh, 30 points more for Team Thailand before they're done. Make that 20 right now. Make that 10. And Team Thailand will have completed Section 3, moving on to the finishing line. So it's going to be again first place finish for Team Thailand.
But also we have another team doing that at the same time. I assume Team Malaysia, they might be close. They're trying to find themselves ground target, but they're dispersing and just barely uniting when they have to hop onto this vehicle, so they might require more time just to get on that vehicle to touch down at the finishing line. But from the side of Team Thailand, on the other hand, no other contenders next, but this time they might finish off just like how they did in the track 1 within 15 minutes clock, but they might clock in just 30 seconds or maybe even less than that earlier. 15 on the clock.
And followed by the next team, Team Lao, almost done. At the same time, we can see that Team Malaysia seems to be on the move, but I think they're going in for the loot because the other team members don't seem to be anywhere. So it looks like ammunition seems to be a problem for Team Malaysia, but we can see the movement now from Team Myanmar. Are they the next team? Because they only have 2 players here. So I guess they're still looting. Ammunition is always an issue in this kind of challenge.
Running low of ammunition is a headache for the players because not just that, they're wasting more time than they need it be. On the side of Team Myanmar, they might be the next one to leave, but Team Lao already hitting the road. Now racing towards the finishing line. They will hit into the 16 minutes and maybe in around 20 seconds target here. Whilst on the side of Team Myanmar, they're trying to find all this possible target they can, but feels like their scores might hit up a bit of a plateau again. 16 minutes and 19 seconds from Team Lao.
Yeah, 1 minute and 4 seconds different from Team Thailand. And now it's either between Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia for number 3 and number 4 again, just like before. But let's see if the scores will change, or at least if the placement will change between these 2 teams. But look at the current score. Looks like Team Myanmar, they have the advantage. 1 more point to go, and they're done.
Coming up from the side of Team Myanmar, that 1 point is just so difficult to finish, finally hitting up the target, and they are living. Once more, Team Malaysia, just 2 more targets to go, but it's a bit too late for them. You know, the more closer for you to hit those targets to the scores, the harder for you to find the targets here. But can they overtake the last minute run here coming out from Team Malaysia and Myanmar, again placing 3rd and 4th place?
Yeah, so again, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about the time collected, and they will be compared with a total of 8 teams. So now it's about setting the benchmark not only for themselves but also for the overall total. But speaking about benchmarking, this is official right now. Team Myanmar will finish in 17 minutes 32 seconds followed by Team Malaysia at also 17 minutes.
Yeah, but it's just a difference of around 10 seconds between the last two teams here. But coming up from Team Thai, I have to say, I'm expected just a tiny bit more because pretty much it finished off at 15 minutes mark for both track 1 and track 2. The same goes for Lao. If we compare with the last track and this track, it's only like 3 seconds of a difference here because they both ended up in 16 minutes. But for Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia, we can see an improvement coming up to the second track because they are 1 minute earlier compared to the last track.
Well, tight competition between Team Thailand and Team Lao. But while we tabulate the scores, let's check out the highlight from Aiku. Thank you so much for being with us. This is again the Southeast Asia region. But one thing about the Southeast Asia region is that yes, there are some car accidents, but but not as much as the region before. But their car accidents are very crucial. It's like every car accident automatically allows the other team to overtake.
That's kind of true because of how close they are next to each other, especially the first and second, the third and fourth. Yes, placement-wise is not that important, but it's also reflect how much they have been completed, how much time they took to complete for the entirety of this track. 15-15 for this time coming out from Team Thai. Just a slight elevation because the previous one was 15-53, and so far consistent placing for all four teams is always the same for the top two and the bottom three. But coming up for our RD Super A players, I think we have to give the most of all the scores here towards Shamil from Malaysia. But congratulations again from Team Lao and Team Myanmar, Lizzie and John and Gus, who happens to be on the top. And John happened to be just swapped into the second track, but he made a grand entrance.
Well, despite Team Thailand's #1 finish, they didn't make themselves onto the that chart. So I guess it's also a theory of like all four of their players equally distribute the points, that everyone's pulling their weight.
That's definitely it is, because sometimes, yes, it's great for you to actually have those numbers up, but I have to give it to Team Lao. Even though, you know, yeah, maybe they might not distribute evenly, but they have the consistency, and 2 players from Lao in the RD Super A players shows a lot, which means all the players pretty much deliver pulling off their own weight. But we do have our referee notice this time. There's going to be caution to the Thailand team Flukev. I did mention this before. For a shooting violation, the first game of PUBG Mobile Asian Games version Southeast Asia Group Qualifying Stage Match 1. That's why you don't see Flukev on the second track just now. He will have to take a break for a bit. We do have Stone who's stepping into the steps of Flukev instead.
Yeah, and that's where the substitution does play a role. But you know who else will play a role? It's going to be us. Taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. Once we are back, we will be continuing on with track number 3. So my name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. See you guys after this break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列。标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Will Team Thailand and Team Laos continue their consistent run, or will there be a comeback from Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with me, Sir Cloud, and my wonderful partner here, Choo Choo.
As always, Cloud, it's a pleasure to share the dance with you. But speaking of which, wow, we are hitting the average of around 17 to 18 minutes here. But to introduce the teams again for our first group in the Southeast Asia qualifier, we do have Team Thailand, Team Myanmar, Team Laos, and Team Malaysia heading up whatever they have right now for track 3 and track 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a different route with the same level of, with the same amount of challenges. Still going to be the 3 challenges that they still need to go through. And so far, we can see Team Thailand being consistent enough to maintain that number 1 spot for 2 rounds in a row. And same goes for Team Laos as well, same spot. But if you gotta think about it, track 1 and track 2, the placements are the same for all the teams.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, so far it has been consistently well for Team Thailand, even though they're having some difficulties when it comes to reaching out to the first checkpoint. They might bump into a couple of clashes there, but they are pretty up well to rebound themselves when it comes to the final track, for the final objectives or the checkpoint. They pretty much know how to control their barrels and the recoils, and be tracking so well the flying object checkpoint. They redeemed themselves in the final last minute. So we had this the same, like where we casted Team Palestine did the same thing before in a different region.
Yeah, focusing on the one, maybe their strategy. But let's reintroduce track number 3. So they're going to start it off in Chumasera as section number 1. And that is where the multi-color platform will show up. Teams will need to shoot according to their respective colors. In case they accidentally shoot onto the wrong color, points will be deducted. So they need to be careful there. Followed by El Pozo, the window targets will appear. And finally, the granddaddy itself, inside La Coberia, the flying targets. This is the one that you talked about. And whoever does well here will be the first team to go on to the finish line.
Well, wherever the section is, every single section have its certain objectives. Like example, the road itself will have a lot of speed boost for these guys. And for the final checkpoint, there's no airdrop supplies. So if they want to resupply themselves, they have to go back to all the buildings and compound, which requires a lot of time. In this case, we've seen a lot of that case coming out from the side of Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia, happen to drop themselves in the 3rd and 4th place due to the overuse of the resources, that costing them a lot of time to resupply themselves.
Yeah, looks like Stone will continue to play for Team Thailand. And let's see if anything changes this time around. But looking at the substitution made, irregardless whether it's Stone playing or not, Team Thailand, they still know how to optimize their routes and make it really, really good. But the only thing about, despite them getting that number 1, and we still have Lao as number 2, there's still a good amount of car flips that they need to really refine as we go on to the next track.
That's kind of true. That's what I mentioned before. It's always the road that's a bit dangerous for them on the side of Team Thai, because they can shave off couple of seconds, even up to a minute, if their driving have been flawless. And so far, we've seen the same case come out from the side of the region of Central Asia and South Asia. But can they make it better? We'll head back to our map Mirama between the 4 teams of South Asia, Team Thailand, Team Laos, Team Myanmar, and Malaysia, to go back into Mirama for track number 3.
Yeah, so here it is, ladies and gentlemen, basically the second half for this group. And they will only be playing 4 tracks before this group takes a break, allowing the next group of Southeast Asia to play, and then they will continue on to play for after that group is done. So now, jumping into Los Eagles, in this route there will be 2 bridges that they will need to go through, and those bridges will be checkpoints. So far, 90% of the time, teams do go through without any issues, but there was one incident whereby one of the teams bumped into one of the barricades in one of the bridges.
Back towards the start here, it's already a race the moment they try to land themselves. If you're late into getting your vehicle, it will be costly, because that 1 second lateness will be dragged throughout the entirety of this track. One thing that I noticed as well when it comes to the odd numbers, track 1 and track 3, usually have a longer rotation and longer journey because it requires more time than track 2 and 4. While track 2 and 4 might be slightly shorter than 1 and 3, but the challenges, the obstacles, and even the run to the finish line will not be easy.
Right, so now this is the first choke point for these teams to go past by. Looks like not much of an issue since all these teams, they're trailing behind each other. But speaking about trailing behind, Team Myanmar at number 1 for now, but close by with them is going to be Team Thailand. And Team Thailand again taking a different, slightly different route as Team Myanmar. But Team Myanmar still having the most optimized route to enter the next banner.
They know how to cut corners for the side of Team Myanmar, give them that. They definitely played intelligent well, but it's all about those ramps. It's all about those mid-air, which will cost them the moment they land down. Can they land down stably and perfectly well? Team Thai taking the lead this time, cutting across Team Myanmar. Now going over this ramp, they avoid it entirely. Nobody wants to take the ramp here, not willing to take the risk. They're going straight off towards the center and slowly climb down those hills instead.
Now makes me wonder,
oh man, Team
Lao,
Myanmar.
oh man, that just had to happen. But because of that, then we see Team Malaysia cutting across them. But here will be the question, Team Lao, who was left behind, we don't know whether they took the ramp or not, but it doesn't matter. They still overtook Team Myanmar to be in the number 3 spot for now. But Team Myanmar will not want to let that spot go as they're going neck to neck with their opponent.
So far, the lateness will not be that detrimental just yet because everybody happened to be just 2 seconds away reaching out to the first checkpoint. Now, what they decide to do afterward is the one that will be affecting the entire performance. Do they disperse? Do they stay in a certain corner? And what kind of target they're aiming for each of the team? And so far, Team Lao taking the lead as per usual, using their muscle memory. And Team Thailand, no surprise here, overtook Team Malaysia, who are climbing up. Seems like the top 3 teams alternating when it comes to those numbers.
Yeah, only Team Myanmar right now is still with a single digit. Probably they're focusing on the loot instead, which is a different strategy. And all through the team's comfortness of how they want to play this game. Nevertheless, the objective is still to collect points, and Team Thailand now doubling up the amount of points as compared to their closest opponents, which was Laos.
Here it comes, trying to track down all this target. Wasted a lot of ammunition. There's a lot of magazines to take down on one. It will be costly for them. But coming up from Team Blue, which is going to be Myanmar so far, trying to play with whatever they have. While Team Thailand is still leading off half of what Team Malaysia have to offer. Here comes the colored targets that will randomize all the targets again and all the players and having their focus on towards the center. Team Thailand now taking the lead, nearing towards the 100 points, but Team Lao playing the catch-up game very closely, following the footsteps of Team Thai, but Team Myanmar is catching up as well.
Yeah, Team Thailand already more than 50% towards completing the first objective. But it's, again, we see a similar trend right now, whereby Team Thailand is number 1, at least as for now. Team Lao, a little bit of a drop there, allowing Team Myanmar to cut across them. And now Team Myanmar just behind Team Thailand. We could see a different result for the first challenge.
It seems like they are neck to neck, might even reach out 300 both at the same time. I'm not surprised Team Thai and Myanmar to leave the vicinity at the same time, because usually that's the case. But what will happen during the road towards the second checkpoint, now that will change it during the second checkpoint as well.
Okay, here we go. The movement now on for the next checkpoint. Again, it's going to be Team Thailand finishing the first challenge. And trailing behind them is going to be Team Myanmar. Not too far away. Team Laos still yet to complete their challenge, waiting for them to come out of the checkpoint. And I believe from the minimap, they are still in there.
Back to us, our POV of the players, IQ 11. This is amazing feat. Yeah, we're looking at how smooth things going on for the drivers. But it's just 3 seconds behind. It's all down about the landing. But on the side of Team Myanmar, they got stuck twice in a row with a rock and also the fence just now. But still on a hot pursuit at the back of Team Thailand. But can they overtake in the very last minute? Team Lao, on the other hand, just left the first checkpoint, heading towards the second. Team Malaysia Malaysia once more, even though they almost had the lead just now, happens to be fallen off the grace as they place themselves last for now.
Well, for now, Team Malaysia, they have completed their first challenge and they're on the way. But we can't deny the fact that Team Thailand now is in the front. And as we can see here on screen, it's going to be Team Lao who was consistent in getting the second spot. But for now, they will remain at third until the next challenge at least.
Now, for the start of checkpoint 2, none of the team reached them there just yet, but I'm looking at Team Thai Myanmar is just too close for comfort. 1 second of mistake will cause the entire team to be overtaken by the teams coming up from the back, which going to be Team Malaysia and Team Lao possibly. But Team Thai Myanmar just next to each other. Will they bump into each other, might crash into something? So far, everything has been good.
Yes, and with that goodness, they are rewarded with being the first team at checkpoint number 2. And as we can see here on screen, Team Lao still on their way onto the checkpoint. They just need to be careful not to skid off the road, especially bumping into structures or rocks or trees, because right now they are pretty much unchallenged. So they just need to focus on themselves.
Hopefully no derails done by any of the teams so far. Everything is on the right track. And everyone reach out to the second checkpoint. Just Team Malaysia a bit left behind here. Will reach out within 5 more seconds. But it's all down about how much they can utilize the 120 seconds downtime here. Can they finally reach up to the triple digit before the rise of the platform? The retracting target next as their special mission.
Okay, so right now for Team Malaysia, they just entered the vicinity of checkpoint number 2. But because Team Lao and Team Thailand, they've been here for quite a while, I believe they've collected a good amount of points. And the strategy here done by the athlete of Team Myanmar, trying to find the right angle, but he's not angling himself straight with the target. Instead, he takes a 45-degree, a different strategy that they're comfortable with. But that is now done and dusted as the main objective is up.
Retracting targets, here we go. All players and athletes place themselves the best position possible. But I'm not sure if there are some teams, I think Lao particularly are pretty good at this because they are dividing into 4. It's going to be divide the square into a 4, the rectangle into 4, so they don't have to focus on all of the buildings. But instead, it's actually faster for them if they have a smaller field that they have to cover from this particular angle. And Lao so far back out, giving such a contribution, but it's kind of equalized to a side of Lizzie as well. Forza and Honda, we assume Honda is the one, will be the one to be the driver for the team. But for the Thai teams, it seems like a very similar numbers compared to Team Lao.
Well, Team Lao, whatever that you mentioned, seems to be working out for them as they're still at the number 1 spot. But not too far away is going to be Team Thailand. And now looking at the stats for Team Malaysia, Shamil will be contributing 52% to the points collected by Team Malaysia. And looking at the numbers as well, it seems like Repo Boy will be driver for them.
Side of Team Malaysia struggling to get those points up. They're barely hitting 200 marks for now. But on the side of Team Lao, taking the lead, almost hitting 1 more to go to just finding himself a 300 mark. And they just have 10 more targets down. And they can lead towards the next section or the next checkpoint. Team Thai just close up the gap here, but they're pretty much neck to neck with Team Myanmar.
Yeah, so far seems to be still a certain level of consistency between Team Thailand as well as Team Lao. But Team Myanmar not too far away from Team Thailand, though only 10 points different at this moment. So it's still a possibility for Team Myanmar to actually overtake Team Thailand to push them down to a number 3 spot. But what matters is that Team Lao will be the first team to complete their challenge, moving on to the next track.
Now for the others on the other hand, they can't leave just yet, but they definitely have an advantage for Team Lao. I'm not surprised Team Myanmar and Thailand will move at the same time. But Team Lao have a 5 to 10 second head start. Hopefully their driving skills is up to par now because they cannot afford to make a mistake because they want to for once wins over Team Thai, and this might be the big chance to do that.
Okay, Team Lao unchallenged. We don't see any other team close to them as Team Lao will charge in onto stage number 3, checkpoint number 3. Team Thailand behind them. Team Malaysia, they're finally done with their challenge and now they're on roll, but oh no, car flip. Can they recover? Can they recover? Oh yes, they still can.
That will be cutting short when it comes to their lead just now. But lucky enough, they're still in the lead, but the gap is not too far due to the car flip. Team Thai trailing behind. Team Myanmar just avoid those ram entirely. And that, because of that, they got stuck behind. And this given the opportunity for Team Malaysia to catch up to even the third place. And they're not that too far off either. Nobody's actually still in the third or final checkpoint. But so far, everybody happy to be clustered up together.
Yeah, good news for Team Myanmar is that even after that crash, they still have a good enough gap with Team Malaysia not to be overtaken. So they'll continue that journey on third place for now. But for Team Thailand, they are just going neck to neck with Team Lao, just switching places with each other as they try to race onto the final checkpoint. But the final checkpoint, so far from what we see, it's always Team Thailand completing the challenge first.
But for the side of Team Lao, they cannot afford to make another mistake here. They need to go flawlessly into the second checkpoint after their first crash on the way just now, the moment they leave the second checkpoint. Now they're close enough. They have to place themselves the best position possible and reload, just replenish their resources. And for the drivers, this is where they need to refuel their gas.
Oh yes, gas will be very important because we have seen a couple of times before that teams forgot to refuel their gas or they didn't anticipate the amount of gas enough, so that will prove crucial. And there's only one athlete that can do that, which is the designated driver, so he has to have that sense by himself because his teammates won't be around to somehow remind him. And now, speaking about the teams and the checkpoint, we are at checkpoint number 3 for all of them.
Finally, Team Myanmar joins in. Team Malaysia a bit delayed here by maybe up to 20 seconds from the rest of all the other teams of Southeast Asia qualifiers now joining in as last. But how many points coming from Team Lao who checked in first in this particular checkpoint?
But despite that, Team Thailand arriving first together with Team Lao, like the gap is not that much.
Team Lao actually being left behind here as Team Thailand seems to be taking the lead because they have more information regarding all the ground targets and try to reach up to the triple digit as possible. But I feel like the time is running out. They have to place themselves all towards the arena where their special mission will be commencing, and that's gonna be the flying object.
So no bonus points for Team Malaysia as they're still at 0. Probably focusing on the loot since they came in a little bit later. And now hoping that they can hit more targets on the main objective. And speaking about the main objective is currently up with Team Thailand having a little bit of a lead. But again, it seems to be a two-way race as Team Thailand and Team Lao have a decent gap with the others.
Team Thailand, as per usual, they have to keep this consistency to make sure they will place first. Again, this is their forte once more. This is where they make up the loss in the first 2 objectives. They make up in the final platform where they do have more stable hands, more stable control of those barrels, and a better tracking towards those objects just now. And this object's a bit harder visualization compared to the second track due to the mountains between, while the final track later on will be completely covered by mountains. So for the guys, for the athletes who spot out the flying object, they have very small space around that blue area of the sky to see it through.
Oh, but look at this. Team Malaysia catching up on the Team Myanmar, currently at number 3 and only 10 points. But no, okay, this is switching. It's only 10 points behind Team Lao, so the gap is not too far this time. But for Team Thailand, looks like a little bit of a ceiling there, a plateau there, but not too long. I guess they were reloading. But for Team Malaysia, getting closer and closer to Team Lao, but now the gap is there again.
Feel like another strategy that can be implemented here is going to be letting 2 players to replenish resources and another 2 to start to shoot. Once the other 2 actually finish off with the resources, the other 2 will take turns in terms of trying to shoot the objects down, which is more consistent when it comes to getting those points than having a plateau where which Team Malaysia multiple times having the same problems, not enough ammunition. Whilst Team Myanmar might actually have the same case because they barely have points start to count out, but Team Thailand, only 2 more objects to go. they were just gonna leave and finish off in a flashy way.
And they are done. So Team Thailand again becomes the first team to complete section number 3, maintain their level of consistency. They will move on to the finish line again for the 3rd time in a row. Number 1 for Team Thailand.
But we do have our scores dominated by most 420 points. Malaysia Team Shamil. Flukov joins back in this track. But Team Thai, oh boy, having some difficulty to just cross over and exit out the checkpoint. This giving them extra 20 seconds. And now we might go on and finish line around 16-minute marks and maybe around 25 seconds.
Now we're just waiting for the next team to follow up with Team Thailand. Likely to be Team Lao, since they were just trailing behind. But okay, look at this. Team Thailand, are they maximizing their opportunity? So it's an aerial jump there, but no extra boost.
That's going to be costing them quite a bit when it comes to the overall timer here. But 16 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. They might actually go faster than this, but no boost are costing them quite a number of seconds. Now they are nearby the finishing line. It's going to be 16 minutes and 48 seconds, even though that requires them a lot of time. But still, number 1 for now.
Oh, I noticed that Team Myanmar seems to be moving the vehicle. I guess they're sending out people to loot, or maybe just repositioning the vehicle, because at the end of the day, the position of the vehicle does play a role as well. So you need to face out in order to minimize the required movements when they start to move. And I guess this is why, because Team Myanmar is only 6 points away from completing Section 3.
For the side of Team Myanmar, so close. So hard to finish out the final few target, but finally we have our next contender, Team Lao, who's a bit later than Team Thai, around a minute over. So that's quite a gap. And Team Thai, definitely, we do know that they are pretty strong in this track as well. Team Malaysia, on the other hand, still have 6 more objects, make it 5 now to go. And hopefully they're closing up very fast, because Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia happen to be in the same spot as per always. But Team Lao, what will the time be clocked up at the finish line?
Yes, and that is where it all matters, because we are going to tabulate the scores and find the top 4 according to the total 8 teams from the Southeast Asia region. So right now, Team Lao again is going to get number 2. So another consistent run for it is pretty much maybe going to be the same, unless we get a clear visual of whether it's going to be Team Myanmar or Team Malaysia. But speaking about Team Malaysia, only 10 points more before they start to move, and they should be done in about a minute more.
But at the same time, as per usual, Team Myanmar leaves first, and that's going to be coming up. Team Lao finish at 18 minutes and at around 26 seconds. They place themselves 2 minutes behind, almost 2 minutes behind against Team Thailand. That's just how big a gap between Team Thailand right now against Team Lao.
Okay, boost it up, and some aerial airborne there for Team Myanmar. Again, same results as before. 3 tracks, still the same result. Team Thailand will get the number 1. Team 2 will be Team Lao. Team 3, 3rd place will be Team Myanmar, and 4th place will be Team Malaysia.
Myanmar now going for a touchdown, and they made it at 19 and 08 seconds. Now finally Malaysia just around 20 seconds behind. Finally will go touchdown, maybe even up to 30 seconds behind. But by the end of the day, at least they finish off their track. But they need to change something. If not, they are in trouble, because they have been consistently getting themselves at the last place.
Yeah, and it's very hard to hold that. Like, the other teams have yet to play to score lower than them, because yeah, you can't really control the fate, and that is sometimes the worst situation to be in. But anyway, there's still 1 more round to go for both Team Malaysia as well as Team Myanmar to make up for whatever they lost in the first 3 rounds.
Back to as a highlight. Thank you so much, Audi, and also none other than IQ. Highlight that we witnessed what really happened in the previous track just now. A lot of players, I have to say, Team Thai, when it comes to shooting, their accuracy and precision is almost flawless. But when it comes to strategy, you have to give it to Team Lao. Multiple times they're taking the lead after one checkpoint to the other. It's just the problem is where they got stuck in certain unconventional corners.
And Team Myanmar also needs to work on their driving, as you saw in the highlight earlier on. A couple of crashes. Team Thailand, despite them getting number one, it's still not a flawless victory for them. They still had a few crashes as well. And if we look at the result, obviously you know who's at what placement, but look at the speed ups earned. Despite Team Thailand only getting 12 speed ups, the least of them all, but they still finish at number one because, like what you said, their shooting, the mechanical skills in the challenges are just uncomparable.
It kind of reminds us of Team Palestine back in the day, but here comes our top Audi Super A players, the 4 players that right now on the hot streak. Come up from Team Myanmar with the most score here. Top here, or Liquid as coming up from Team Myanmar. Team Lao, we have Honda with 297. We do have this time Turkey K. We used to know him as Zatoni K with 404 scores coming up from Team Thailand. Last but not least, multiple times on the board, it's going to be Team Malaysia Flags, as per usual, doing the heavy lifting for the entire team. But nonetheless, this will change depending on how many scores they can get for the next track.
Yeah, before this it was Shamil and now it's Flags. At some point it was both Shamil and Flags. So yeah, I guess it's 2-2 each if you can't think about it for Team Malaysia. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, one more track to go. Are we going to see the same results?
High chance we will be. So far out of 4 tracks, 3 of them we're having the same consistent result coming up from Team Thailand as first. Team Lao, on the other hand, do have a shot to take the number 1 place, but it's just they're driving sometimes a bit too, how do I say, they want to push it too fast, a bit reckless, that they might just hit into some certain unconventional corners. They will get stuck there and cost them around extra 10 seconds.
Yeah, in fact, if you can't think about it, actually all the teams have their moments of crashing into something or flipping the car and all that. So that's why as long as these moments are not polished, it's very hard to catch up to the gold standard, what we saw yesterday. So at the end of the day, this is also partly a preparation for the actual Asian Games later on. So when that happens, it's going to be region against region. And for them to really challenge the East Asia region, in which we see is one of the best regions for now, there needs to be a lot of polishing still for the Southeast Asia region.
At least we got a glimpse about the PUBG Mobile version for the Road to Asian Games version of it for now, because we don't know will it be the same map, will it be the same track when it comes to the Asian Games itself. Now, at least we have a glimpse of the format for now, and the players have to adjust to it because there's no more luck in this one. This format entirely depending of the knowledge, the technicality of the players, and their skills even, and team communication as a whole. But so far, we have to give it to Team Thailand, who's taking the lead by far. But don't forget, we do have 2 groups when it comes to Southeast Asia qualifier.
Okay, so we have a referee notice here, ladies and gentlemen. Warning to Team Thailand Stone for unauthorized leaving of game during the 3rd game of PUBG Mobile Asian Games version Southeast Asia qualifying stage match 1. So with this, well, we don't know if they're still making another substitution, but thank you so much to our referees behind the scenes who are doing a lot of hard work to ensure that everyone has the best experience possible during the game.
It's not just that, it is to improve and just to apply fair game between all the athletes. And also this system is developed by the side of Tencent Esports, and also from this kind of system it kind of gives the opportunity for all the features to be unlocked and even to be applied and accessible for all our referees, for all our marshal, all the system of seeing the POV of the players, keeping track with the time, even keeping track with the scores and everything else, monitoring of all the KPIs. It is doable with this kind of a system, and because of this system, to promote and improve towards the side of fair play. So you guys don't be naughty. Make sure you just follow the rules and, you know what, play safe and play it clean. But before we're heading into final track here, I did mention about the odd numbers usually have more time to actually complete the entire track. That's going to be track 1 and 3. It happens to be more of a journey, more of a distance compared to track 2 and 4, who have shorter time distance. But the challenges and the turns of track 2 and 4 a bit sharper than track 1 and 3.
So that's the trade-off, right? Like you trade off in the distance for a more challenging route.
True.
Yeah, so I guess we are coming to the odd number, the even number after this, which is going to be track number 4.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a shorter route, but not as sharp turns, right?
That's kind of true.
Yeah.
But there's more obstacles, and especially the final bridge. Don't forget about the final bridge.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't seen the South Asia teams to actually execute on that final bridge yet.
Yeah, that is going to be the toughest challenge, not going to lie. But we do see a good number of teams able to overcome that, but if they don't, it's quite costly, I must say.
Now, we're going to reintroduce our teams. Team Thailand, Team Laos, Team Myanmar, and Team Malaysia will be the first group to go up for the Southeast Asia qualifier. And we don't have to speak too soon, Cloud, because when we say it, something bad will happen at that bridge.
Yeah, I'm not responsible for any cactus curse here, ladies and gentlemen. Nope. If it happens, it's not from me. It's probably on YouTube. Because that just happened recently. But anyway, so this is going to be track number 4. So we're going to introduce to all of you again. They're going to start off with Torre Akumada. And the first section will be inside of San Martin. This will be the multicolored platform. The teams will need to shoot their own color. If they mistakenly shoot another color that's not theirs, points will be deducted. And they'll be playing section 2 inside of Impala. This will be the window challenge. The targets will appear randomly and they'll need to shoot as fast as possible before any other team takes it away from them. Section number 3 will be in El Azhar. This will be the flying targets, the toughest one of all before the final checkpoint will be in Campo Milita.
Now, the final checkpoint is not just done there. We mentioned about the bridge around the side of Campo Milita and Torre Ahumada, but we do have a bit of a sort of U-turn from north to south, back to north for the ending. Now, how will these athletes adapt to it? Will they make any mistake? Will they crash into each other? Like I mentioned before, Team Lao, strategically very wise, competency incredibly well when it comes to one objective to the other, one checkpoint to the other. But when it comes to the journey towards those objectives, towards those mission and checkpoints, that's where they have a bit of a stumble.
Yeah, so again, it's all about policy. Okay, but anyway, whatever happens after this round, it's not their final round. All of these teams will still play another 4 rounds, but they will be reshuffled into new groups depending on their placement versus the placement of Group B of Southeast Asia. So whatever it is, the result, whether it's great, whether it's not so great, they still have the opportunity to make do on their results later today.
Yeah, that's kind of true. We're going to have to tally up in both groups at the same time later on, because basically, like we mentioned before, this is what I love about this format, because there's no such thing as luck anymore, because it's all down to your technicalities of how well you know the map, because we're heading into our final track number 4 in the first group of Southeast Asia qualifiers.
And here we go, the final game for group number 1 in Southeast Asia, as they start off in Torre Akumada, and it will be quite a long route onto San Martin, and then it's going to be San Martin onto Impala to El Azhar, and it will be finished off, the finishing line will be in Campo Milita. So looting has started, and the reason why they loot this is because they need to decide whether how many weapons do they want and how many athletes basically to hold weapons to shoot down targets, because if you take more time, then that means you'll be starting a little bit later. But speaking of the start, mini crash.
Oh boy, between Team Lao and Team Malaysia. Now Team Lao trying to take a shortcut, but they stumble again, costing them more time this time. But Team Thailand and Myanmar is always taking the lead, just knacks each other. Hopefully they won't bump into each other. Now they do have small elevations in between. If somebody stumbles here, it will be costly for them.
Ooh, okay, still neck to neck, but right behind at the last place for now, it's going to be Team Lao, but it's still the starting, so anything can still happen. Now it's about optimizing their route and also shooting the speed up hit target. So far, we make a comparison of the speed up hit target. All the teams are pretty similar, but Team Malaysia happened to crash in onto the fence. And for 2 times in a row, Team Malaysia crashing. meaning that now they will be at the last place.
Feels like after you get punched in the face and you've fallen off the stairs. That's the case for Team Malaysia right now. 2 crash back to back. And that will pull them back all the way to the 4th place. But at least they're catching up slowly but surely. But Team Lao and Team Thailand, they are just next to each other. Team Myanmar on the other hand follow closely behind. But Team Malaysia having a hard time to have those speed boosters.
Yeah, and they had a hard time controlling their vehicle as well, as another flip happened for Team Malaysia. And now the gap is there between them. But at the forefront, as usual, it's going to be Team Thailand. But following closely, well, Team Lao again.
Whilst on the side of speed up target, it's taken over the side of Team Myanmar. That's why they are catching up very closely behind now. Team Lao and Team Thai. Oh boy, that's 4 times now for Team Malaysia hitting those rocks.
4 times and not even reaching the first checkpoint yet. They have to get back to the drawing board right now on what to do next, because they'll be playing the same track later again. So a lot of fixing needs to be done. But nevertheless, now all the teams have reached the first checkpoint. And as usual, Team Thailand reaching first. With that, they'll be able to take advantage of getting the ground targets. And now they have that lead of 32 points.
Coming up from the side of Team Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, arriving a bit later, but they're trying to loot up as they can. Well, next mission, they will be finding those hidden target. It's going to be a lot of, not a lot of time left for these guys, because we do know there's going to be less than 1 minute left. And target or the mission will be commencing. Coming up from the side of Team Thailand, as per usual, they're taking the lead, but not too far off. It's going to be Team Lao, but been overtaken by the side of Team Myanmar. I have to say, Team Myanmar has surprises us for the entire day. They have been progressing and advancing and adapting in a very short amount of time.
Oh yeah, actually looking good, because despite them dropping to number 3 right now, but their gap between Team Lao is not that far away. But anyway, this will be the main differentiator right now, since the objective is up and the multicolor platform is ready to be taken by these teams. As we can see here, some of the teams focus onto one platform and some of the teams focus onto 2 at the same time. So it really depends on the strategy of the team itself.
It's all down to individual and the IGL, how to place themselves and what's best for the team to work at their full potential. But Team Lao now taking the lead. Like I mentioned, as always, Team Lao, they are so darn good when it comes to the strategy about how to place a place and where to find those hidden targets at the same time. Taking the lead when it comes to those scores, but they might be catch out by the side of Team Thai, who's happen to be too close for comfort. Same goes for Team Myanmar, now overtake all the teams. They are neck to neck for all these 3 teams. Team Malaysia, on the other hand, have a lot of catching up to do.
Oh, and a different result this time. Team Myanmar will be the first team to complete the challenge, followed by Team Thailand. So like what you said, Team Myanmar, they are adapting well.
And now catching up, it's going to be Team Lao, but a bit of a late momentum push here. Myanmar overtakes them, but the boost coming around last minute. Team Lao back in the front.
Okay, so Team Lao and Team Myanmar, but for Team Thailand, are they the 3rd team to finish? Where are they? How far are they from these other 2 teams? Now we'll have visual onto Team Thailand as well, trailing behind at the 3rd spot.
Back to it, IQ hand cam from the side of POV of the players. Most of it will be looking over the side of the driver's seat. But on the side of Team Myanmar and Lao now slowly stretching up the gap. Team Lao taking the lead, having those speed boosts at the perfect time. They will get themselves in the first of the few in the 2nd checkpoint. But Team Malaysia will be a bit left behind, while the other 3 teams happen to be in the same cluster.
Oh, but Team Thailand, look at this. Their speed up targets is only 9. But they are still not that far away. In fact, they're in front of Team Malaysia. So there's something that they know that we have yet to discover. Nevertheless, what's going to be important is how fast these teams complete the challenges at their respective checkpoints. And now coming to 50% till the next checkpoint. We'll see it really, really soon. But look at the route taken by Team Myanmar. Very different route but it doesn't seem to be the most optimized.
Because they got stuck in between this very small rock just now, stopped them the momentum. But hopefully not the case when they're going through this small jungle. Now, small forest of these pine trees happen to be very smooth riding for now. Coming up from Team Lao, slowly opening up the gap. On the side of Team Myanmar, a bit shaky, a bit bouncy for their ride, but they're still going to make it on time.
Oh, Team Lao becomes the first team to arrive, followed by Team Myanmar, Team Thailand coming in behind, number 3 for them. So now the advantage is going to be to the front 2 teams to gather the resources, to gather the ground targets, taking it away from Team Thailand.
It's so important for them to actually try to get as much point as possible. So far, nobody hitting the gold standard or the standard of the East Asia region so far, with 100 points as a start for every single checkpoint. And they try to memorize all the spawn of the target as much as they can, but it's not an easy one, especially if you're not familiarized with all these obstacles and compounds.
And interestingly, despite Team Thailand coming a little bit later, but they're still able to catch up with the amount of starting points. 22 for now, make that 24 at the number 1 spot. Team Malaysia, who came in last, still at a single digit, probably changing up their strategies to focus onto the objective later on and focusing onto the loot instead.
Team Malaysia definitely shoot up just a tiny bit, overtaken Myanmar, who happen to be on the 16 points. And now we have 4 more seconds to go and make it for our retracting target mission on.
Okay, here we go. All the teams onto the platform, all the multiple colors on the first floor. Some of them maybe on the ground floor, but Team Lao so far doing so good, still at the number 1 spot. But as always, Team Thailand showing the mechanical prowess to catch up onto the other teams, but Team Myanmar could pull in a surprise.
At the same time, all the teams are trying to fight themselves all the target possibly can, but we snatch away. Team Lao, as per usual, taking the lead here once more. But Team Thailand overtaken again halfway, midway through. While Team Malaysia having a tough time to hit the triple digit, finally had into with one of the other teams. But Team Thailand and Team Myanmar and Team Lao, what a close score.
Oh, they are switching 3 teams basically, switching with each other. Team Myanmar, Team Thailand, Team Lao, but Team Malaysia could catch up to them, sneaking in between. They are just a couple of points behind. But right now, Team Lao looking so far so good. But Team Thailand, they're dropping to number 3.
Down back to a side of Team Myanmar, taking the lead by just 1 point and 2 point difference there. Can they finish off strong? They are taking a lot of time. The average for the Southeast Asia team to end the final checkpoint, it's going to be 8 minutes. But when it comes to the second checkpoint, the average around 4 to 5 minutes. While Team Myanmar taking the lead with hitting over 300 points, Team Thailand will not just give it away freely. But Team Thailand still have to catch up as Team Myanmar open up the gap in between. But Team Malaysia surprisingly catching up.
Well, quiet, they went up, they say. And now they're at number 2. So the gap is closed down by Team Malaysia, trailing behind Team Myanmar. But Team Myanmar with only 7 points left. They should be done at any time soon, unless a surprise can happen. They are hitting a plateau now. That 7 points is hard for them, but it's going to be Team Lao coming in from behind, overtaking Team Myanmar. They'll be the first team to finish this.
3 teams hitting all the objectives at the same time. All 3 lives at an instant. All 4 of them. This is the closest round we have by far. But the one to leave is going to be Lao. Second is going to be Malaysia. Myanmar and Team Thailand next. And the gap is just 1 second between each of the other team.
Close. Too close for comfort, as they always say. And now it's about the drivers. Can they hit the right route? And to the shooters, can they hit the right targets? Can they get enough boosters for them to be the first team to arrive? Right now we can see that Team Lao is at the forefront, but Team Malaysia trailing behind. But Team Malaysia again, this is the 5th time in this track that they had an accident.
At least that accident or that crash will not cost them too much, maybe extra 2 seconds in between that make a gap between Team Lao and Malaysia right now. But Team Thailand follow pursuit, and we do have team none other than the Blues at Myanmar catching up behind. Everyone try to boost up as possible, but they have to be extra careful with those bumpy roads.
Ooh, if without that accident, there is a potential that Team Malaysia could have overtaken Team Lao. But anyway, that had to happen. So now it's just to focus onto the future, which is Team Malaysia still trailing behind Team Lao, but they're getting closer and closer.
They need to get those speed boosters up because it's so important. They really having a tough time when it comes to the final checkpoint for Team Malaysia, and that's what's holding them back so far. But Team Lao, on the other hand, can they finally finish off strong in this final track as Team Thailand always overtake them in this final checkpoint? This feels like it's super easy for them. They make it look like they're not breaking a sweat from Team Thailand because this is their forte.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they got athletes like Tony K and Newsy. They are one of the best shooters around, so they do have that mechanical advantage in this section. But nevertheless, nothing is impossible. It could be a surprise coming in for maybe Team Lao, or maybe Team Myanmar, or maybe even Team Malaysia. So at the end of the day, it's about the effort, and it's not about the achievement. So they still have to do the business.
For the side of this particular track, when it comes to the final track in the first round for the South Asia Group A qualifiers, I'm loving how everybody just trying to catch up and adapting so well, and it's so close and so hard to determine who will place first in this one particular track. But coming out from the side of Team Myanmar, they already placed themselves in a certain position because they know their final objective mission has been commenced.
Well, the fact that he went onto the platform with 5 seconds left, perhaps that is the most optimized position that he found for himself. And so far for Team Lao, they are still in the front. Team Malaysia not too far away, but for Team Myanmar, dropping behind now at number 4. But anything can still happen as Team Thailand will be the first team to get triple digit again. It seems to be a two-way race as of now between Team Thailand and Team Lao.
Team Lao now overtaken Team Thailand, while Team Malaysia hardly hits a triple digit finally in for Myanmar. On the other hand, Team Myanmar still in the 70s, hitting a plateau. They're having a hard time to take down all the target because it's been overtaken by Team Thailand and Lao. They're shooting way faster than the others.
Oh yeah, they're starting to create that gap, but for Team Myanmar, they need to get that triple digit at least, because right now they are at least 50 points behind Team Malaysia. Team Malaysia now 136 points, but Team Lao and Team Thailand again seems to be a two-way race. They are pulling away from number 3 and number 4.
Oh, this is where it happens again. Team Thailand taking the front line and heading halfway through. Can Team Lao catch up? But the numbers not slowing, not stopping from Team Thailand. They keep gathering those points up, and even the distribution and the scores profit on the side of Team Thailand. Tony K is actually taking the lead while Stone and Flukov and the rest of the entire team distributing evenly well.
This time Schweppes is on the orange, so perhaps he's the designated driver. Again, I noticed a switch of drivers for each track. Either they're still experimenting or that is their strategy to have respective drivers for each track. Well, we need more games to see. But nevertheless, it's still going to be Team Thailand at the front, hitting that 400 mark, and Team Lao starting to drop behind. But for that opens an opportunity as well for Team Malaysia.
Bit longer time needed for all the teams to finish off this final score for this final checkpoint. Only 6 more targets to go for the side of Team Thailand, and they can't leave. But we haven't seen the bridge obstacle yet for the last one. 3 more targets. Team Thailand already ready up their vehicle right in front of their platform. Jumping down now, knowing for the fact they will hit the target anytime soon. And they will have a go. They are leaving the first one to check out in this final checkpoint.
Oh yeah, Team Thailand again. Consistency. 4 tracks in a row. Number 1 finish for Team Thailand, and it's just a matter of how many minutes will they clock it. Okay, they'll be the first one from Southeast Asia to jump on this bridge, this platform. Number 1. Ooh, that is... Wait, no!
What is
no!
this?
Team Thailand, no! It was perfect until that!
My goodness! Nobody gets stuck there, and they are the first one to do it!
I mean, talking about overachievers, they are overachieving, just not in a good way.
There's nobody got stuck high up in the ramp. How did they even do that in the first place? That was detrimental. They have used the reset with 10 points, 10 extra seconds for that, and they will clock in over 16 minutes.
Well, we are discovering something new every time, it seems. It could have been probably below 16 minutes, but that just had to happen. But now, focusing on to the other teams, looks like we see movement from Team Myanmar. They are going to be the next team. So a little bit of a change here. But wait a second. Okay, this is going to be a tough race here.
Oh,
Team
no,
Lao in front, but one more. They gotta go.
Oh man, that one more guy and one more athlete been left, and Myanmar are taking them. Oh, feels like a deja vu now, but now this is where it will be a determining factor. Will they get stuck? No, Team Myanmar try to play it safe. They're just gonna play it on the downside, and this is what changes. Another one got stuck.
Oh no, even for Team Malaysia, they dropped down.
But still, Team Lao finally changed the flow, but never mind. It's a deja vu against once more. They will take the second place because Team Myanmar just placed themselves in a tough position. They clock in another extra minute on top of that, and Team Myanmar follow closely behind with another minute.
It could have been a second place finish for Team Myanmar, but that just had to happen. So it looks like Team Lao, they took the safer route, which worked for them. And they still maintain at second place. But then again, this is probably the most eventful finish to track number 4.
Oh boy, that was really unusual. Who gets stuck on the top pillar of that bridge? This is why we stress out this bridge so much. It will be detrimental for the team, especially punishing if they got stuck themselves right at the last bridge, even though how fast they were finished off in the final checkpoint.
We're discovering something new every day. That's all I can say. And I thought that, okay, we're starting to see like some pattern, okay, some level of repetitive, but you know, this game just continues to surprise us.
I just hope nobody fly over the bridge for the last time.
That'll be new.
And that will be super awesome to watch, but hopefully they can land down. But coming up for the highlights, I mean, this is the closest one, the closest track of all 3 teams leaving the second checkpoint at the same time.
Oh yeah. And like almost every round we kind of ask like, okay, hopefully we see a grand finale. Okay, we gotta take a moment here. How
that even happened?
How?
Why? What part of that vehicle got stuck up there? Oh boy, none of the teams successfully land the jumps on that bridge.
That's what Team Lao is like, nope. They just say,
never mind.
Nope, never mind.
We want to take it a better route.
Yeah, I'm happy taking the so-called slower route, but safer route, you know. This is like the story of the rabbit and the tortoise. Like you take the slower route, but you still reach first.
Oh man, but if you can successfully pull that one off, it will be a flawless run. But here comes our Audi Super A player coming up from Team Lao. It's going to be Lizzie with 504. Whilst at Team Malaysia, we have Shamil with 412. Coming up from Myanmar team, Gus taking with 416. But you know, everybody is distributing evenly. It's going to be coming up from Team Thailand, Stone. And we saw these guys have been alternating for the side of Team Thailand. But when you compare to the scores just now, the time between Team Lao, Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia, it was pretty much 5 to 10 seconds gap only in between them.
Yeah, very, very close for this round. This is the tightest round of all. And of course, it is very, very exciting for us to see.
But also, we have more games to go. Definitely, it has been very exciting for us. But we have one more group to go. Next, we're heading to maybe Group B. But before that, we're going to hit the brakes for a bit. Stay tuned and stay tuned with us just a couple of more minutes. See you guys after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron 让真的感受从开始才开始。
爱酷11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第二代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The Southeast Asia region showcases 9 teams, including Brunei, Indonesia, the Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Experience the intensity and passion of Southeast Asia as these teams battle for qualification. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
right here, right now, because like you said, the most immediate objective is just to be seeded to the next round. And that might just happen for the likes of Team Saudi Arabia or Jordan, going head-in-head right now in the first half.
Right now, taking the lead, it's going to be Team Saudi Arabia, followed by Team Bahrain. Last but not least, it's going to be Team Jordan, but Team Palestine will be on the third spot, overtaken by the others. And now Team Saudi Arabia taking the lead, while Team Jordan trying to follow up and just come over. And they will overtake in the very last minute. It's a tricky terrain, and Team Saudi Arabia once more stuck in the corner and have to restart their engines there.
It's fine. They just need to step on the pedal and straight away go. As you would expect Team China to execute this flawlessly, right?
And so far they have no problem around this platform. It feels like they're not even breaking in and sweating easily, but they have problems before this with landing all those four wheels on ground. But this time, I think maybe because it's followed by driving, it feels like maybe he's more calm and composed. But they definitely finish off less than 13 minutes at 12 minutes and 56 seconds.
Okay, we just gotta keep it to its official, right? Yeah, I mean, I know we're so excited to see like a flawless victory here, but just keeping it till it's official. But come on, who's gonna stop them at this point? The only thing they can stop them is themselves.
It's themselves, and we've seen how ordinary slip that was.
We saw that.
What called a hindrance, but even so, I think they're leaping and bounds ahead to just recover and make their way towards the end.
So here comes the question. Chinese Taipei, they're already moving.
Hello everyone, I am PUBG Mobile player Tsugi, representing for Myanmar. My in-game name is Tsugi. My role is Ingilita.
Hello everyone, my name is Pulin Longhankao. In-game name is Stone. I'm from Thailand team. My role is attacker.
Hello guys, my name is Jeremy Rolos. My name ID Rosemary, and my team Indonesia. My role Fragger.
Hello, my name is Alunyadet Nilandon. My nickname is Honda. I come from Laos. My role is support.
Hi, my name is Muhammad Lukman Hakim. My in-game name is Mas Adik Luk. I'm representative for Malaysia, and my role is Russia.
Esports for me, it brings a lot of opportunity to us, and also for people like me. We meet a lot of people from other countries, and then the friendships we form or we bond together is something that we treasure and we won't forget. It brings people together.
The difference about this tournament is, for this tournament, I played for my team. I played for my country, and for the past tournament, I played for my team. So the difference about this format is, this tournament format is more about racing, and for the past, it's more about me shooting the enemies.
We just make a practice that a lot. That's why we just know that we are advanced.
We prepare the event for 1 month, and we practice every day.
For me, the rival team in Southeast Asia is Thailand because they got a lot of good players like Tony K and Nuzi.
To my rival, Malaysia and Thailand, for the past tournament, maybe you'll win. For this tournament, we'll win.
I don't really care about the other team because I think I'm the best.
We will be all the best. Please cheer for Thailand team.
We will try our best to defeat you, Malaysia. Careful, bro.
RDAG, lakad matatag.
RDAG, เรามาแล้ว
And just like that, we're back here officially for Road to Asian Games 2022. This time round, me stealing the spotlight away from Choo Choo because the girl could use a break. Joining with me is also Sir Cloud. What's going on, my man?
Oh, what's going on is our Southeast Asian teams after this, because this will be a different group. Earlier on, we saw Team Thailand, Team Laos, Team Myanmar, and Team Malaysia. But now, for the second group, it's going to be Team Brunei, Team Indonesia, Team Philippines, as well as Team Singapore, waiting beginning to start their engines.
Yeah, but in case you guys missed off the first half, potentially just like I did, well, here are the standings for you to catch up with here. Thailand currently stands at number 1 with 64 minutes in total after all 4 tracks, which is hella impressive. Coming in second is Laos, and Myanmar coming at 3rd place, and finally Team Malaysia coming in at 4th place. 74 is the points to beat here. Now, I do believe later on, once we've tallied all the countries or the teams together, we can finally segregate them from 1st place all the way down to 8th. Is that correct? That's what's happening here.
Yes, that's correct. And from there, we will pick the top 4, irregardless of the groups.
Oh.
So it's about the 8 teams that we will look at the numbers.
And now because Southeast Asia came in with a total of 8 different teams, the format is also a bit different, right? Like after after this set of match here, they'll be pitted up again against each other or opposing teams based on their positions in total, right?
Yes, correct. So it's not only about these 4 teams. It's different than before, just focusing on the 4 teams, but it's also about the other group as well.
Yeah.
So to a certain extent, you cannot control what happens in the other group if you don't face them. So they themselves will need to set their own benchmark in order to be safe to the next round.
Oh, it's a whole can of worms here when it comes to Southeast Asia, but we'll take things one step at a time. Right now, look at the teams that will be performing be in front of you, or behold these teams right here. Team Brunei, Team Philippines, Team Indonesia, Team Singapore. Obviously, here in this stack and lineup, we all know Team Indonesia is looking like the most likely mechanical competent team there is out there.
Yeah, I mean, based on official tournaments of the Global Series, well, Team Indonesia, I mean, they have been ranking a lot of awards recently, so not gonna lie, they are gonna put up a good competition, but this is a totally different game that we're talking about. I mean, it could be a surprise. Who knows?
I don't know, man. I kind of like to stick with information that I know, and somehow Thailand also fits that bill, and here they are at number 1. And so I think some of the skills do transfer over, but we'll have to see. Maybe a lot of the RNG factor are now being removed, and so this is going to be it. Track number 1. They have 3 different checkpoints. In case you haven't already known, we've been repeating this time and time again. 1 whole track, 3 different checkpoints. Who is going to make it towards the end of the finish line in the least time possible?
And we're also talking about the least time possible across all 8 teams. Because assuming, right, like group, this second group, that all of them, the total amount of time is not even comparable with the first group. Just for example, all 4 of them will be eliminated still. So it's also about competing with the first group that they saw earlier on.
Thankfully for that, they still have a second leg, a second chance, right? The moment we total all these groups up again, then they'll be sorted from 1st place all the way down to 8. Alternatively, they will have their own group stage per se. But again, let's not dive into that just yet and confuse you from the viewer's perspective. All you have to know right now is that this is the chance for Team Brunei, Team Indonesia, Team Philippines, and Team Singapore to make a mark for themselves and hopefully pit themselves up for a chance towards the Asian Games when it actually comes later down the road. Not this is the road towards it. We are not there at the end of the destination just yet.
Oh, but let's not forget as well, by the end of tomorrow for this group, there will be an award for the MVP. Ooh, and I must say, that is a very rewarding item waiting for them.
Yeah, I mean, I do wish there was a ring on my finger too, but I don't think Audi is made with 5 circles, only 4, so 1 for each player, me excluded. So that will be one to look out for as well. But as these players get ready to go in, is there any expectations coming from you? Since you pretty much know these players by heart, you talk to them every day. I'm the antisocial one here.
Well, I must say, I can't deny that Indonesia does have the best achievements. I mean, they got players like what we can see on screen here, Rosemary, the top MVP in the professional league, insane mechanical skills. So I would assume that he will be the main shooter for their team to rank in the points. But like what we saw in the previous days as well, it's not only about depending on that one player. Everyone has to pull their own weight, and the team that does well is always the team that ends up having like almost a similar percentage, around the areas of 25% across all 4 players.
Yep, that is the secret recipe, or at least one of the terms and factors that you want to have already onto your roster. Sure, you may not necessarily need an even split of contribution, but it does help if every single player is pulling that weight in. Now, another questions I might have here, Burrow. You know the guy, you've been talking to him yesterday and all. I remember him with one detail here. It was in another tournament, and I remember calling him the DBS King. But that's not a gun you can have within this game this time round. So calling him the DBS King also means that he's lethal in a short, close quarter combat.
Yep.
This is not it. Do you think he's going to struggle?
Well, unless his skills will be deployed to get the ground targets. Maybe, yeah, but because he has those flicks, right, he has the mechanical skills, so maybe he will focus onto that, and while the others focus onto looting and refueling the vehicle and so on and so forth. But we also have another DBS King here. It's going to be Yummy from Indonesia. Ooh. So, I mean, it's tough competition, not going to lie. But anyway, that is about the other game mode. This is going to be totally different. Track number 1, here it is.
I can't tell the difference as far as I'm looking at it. It's the same damn map here over in Miramar. We're making our way downtown on this first ever track. Valdemar is the place to be, landing immediately into vehicular transports. It is go time for the rest of these teams, and who is going to take the lead here? Everyone, it's pretty much pitted towards each other, and this is their first time in.
Okay, so I noticed an interesting strategy here by Team Brunei, whereby they send 3 of their players dropping in the few houses in front, and the driver grabs the car, and as the driver drives through, they pick up the other teammates who are waiting for them in front. So they kind of optimize, like, while you loot, while I start the car, while I come pick you up sort of sequence.
So they don't have to waste no time. It's just an easy and simple flow. But then right now, it is actually Team Brunei who's taken the lead by a far margin. Team Philippines just got into a quick blunder just right there and then, crashing onto the wall just about a bit. So they will be held back for the time being. But it is Team Indonesia now trying to gap close that distance against Team Brunei, and they are being very sparingly with the booster, which they have to be careful, because we've seen time and time again, especially in a previous region, where people just ran out of gas too soon.
Oh yes, that is something to consider of as well, because every time they use the boosters, the gas will be used, extra gas will be used, so they really need to have that that sort of like a rough calculation and that margin for them to optimize that as well. And now, running through the first ramp, 2 teams use the boosters at the right timing, but another team coming in from behind, and that is going to be Team Singapore, looking to land at a little bit of a further route as the others.
Team Singapore, not to snooze on them, although they may be small, but their will is pretty mighty, I might say so myself. First checkpoint has been arrived here, immediately starts raking in the points. Team Philippines and also Team Brunei here getting enough of the hit points from the ground targets that are available, but it is Team Indonesia that has got the most of success, 14, 18 and counting, trying to build up that lead before that activity begins.
Well, this is where we talk about the mechanical skills of Team Indonesia. They got amazing players like Rosemary, like Yummy now in the lineup, and it is showing in terms of the points collected, but this is still somewhat close to medium quarters. Wait till the long range one, wait till section 3. That is where the actual aiming, actual mechanical skills will be tested.
I mean, that test, if this is level 1, it already seems like Team Indonesia is excelling above the others here. Only at second place, he's got to be Team Philippines. 54 to the 66 in the number 1 spot, but I guess it is a game of speed after all. Sure, it's great to be able to shoot as well, but you have to be able to, towards the end, the main objective is to finish this in the least amount of time possible.
Okay, here is the first objective currently up. It's going to be the respective colors that they need to shoot, and in case they accidentally shoot a different color that's not theirs, points will be deducted. At the same time, there will be a consideration to try to get the airdrop because the airdrop is worth 40 points. And at this moment, it's between Team Indonesia with Team Brunei following behind closely.
Very closely, it's a neck-and-neck one, but Team Indonesia, a league of their own. Meanwhile, Team Brunei actually might be able to contest just about a bit. They're not too far apart, only about a marginal difference. In fact, they take the lead instead. Team Brunei inching closer towards that 300 pointers against the mighty Team Indonesia.
Oh, this is really, really tight among these teams. Team Brunei will be the first team to hit the 300 mark, and they will be on a roll. They were also the first team to get out of the starting line. So right now, looking good for Team Brunei, but Team Indonesia follows through. Same goes for the rest.
Now they have to efficientize their pathing here. This is what's going to probably make the difference in trying to exponentially increase this lead against second place. But before we move on further, take a look at these sexy flagship gaming phone. iQOO 11. Definitely a cool one indeed.
Definitely, and we are looking at the actual phone right in front of us, so you can take our word for it, ladies and gentlemen. And now, the speed up target hits pretty close with each other, but we have seen stats as well before this, whereby teams who get number one do not necessarily depend on the speed up targets. So I guess, of course, if you want to be the best of the best, you get everything, right? But if you want to say, okay, if I were to sacrifice something, maybe the speed up targets, but looks like a team got stuck somewhere, and I believe that was Team Brunei.
Yeah, Team Brunei, that lead right there is going to shrink one after another here, especially with a blunder much earlier on today. Nearly got into another one that could be detrimental. Thankfully for the recovery, they will still maintain as the head of this entire Mumbo line, as you may say, as they approach here into checkpoint number 2, where they may begin with a 120 countdown.
Okay, so far. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, looks like Team Philippines, I think they missed the banner, the checkpoint. So they need to turn around.
Oh, that's going to eat into your time, and we're not talking about small seconds here. It's major setback once a single banner has been missed. And the notify prompt has been alerted here 120 seconds before the retractable target comes online.
Okay, so now Team Brunei gets a double digit in section number 2, and Team Philippines coming in as the last place in section number 2 just because they missed that. If they didn't, then definitely they would have arrived earlier than a couple of other teams. But nevertheless, it's time for them to recover from the loss of time in this area. So far, looking so good for Team Brunei.
Team Brunei, they're doing splendid right now, 66. And that 120 seconds counter has only just recently begun, which means they can potentially gain even more, maybe match up the standards, the gold standards coming out from from the East Asian region and hit that 100 points mark.
Okay, interestingly, Newbies, one of the main fraggers for Brunei, he is the driver for their team. But okay, maybe there's a secret strategy that we don't know yet. Whether he will still be the driver next round, we need to keep an eye on that. Same goes for Satar as well. I mean, these are top fraggers that they're putting as drivers. I wonder what goes on as in their plan.
Well, whatever they have in store for us, as long as they come back with the objective complete here. 132 right now for Brunei, taking the lead. Now, this is something that we did not have seen, we may not have expected coming in, especially with the reputations of the likes of Team Indonesia within the entire ecosystem.
Oh yeah, we're talking about 200 plus points now for Team Brunei, doing very, very well. In fact, they are overcoming teams that have strong reputation, like Team Indonesia, like even Team Philippines, and they're overcoming the odds now. Looking good so far for Team Brunei as they edge closer towards the 400 mark. As for Team Philippines, looks like they are sending, let's see, Because, okay, so the unique thing about Team Philippines is that when they go for international tournaments like this representing the country, they will use their real family name, their surnames, instead of their IGN. It's their thing.
I guess when you're representing the nation, you do want some of that pride back onto your family and not really an account that belongs somewhere in the metaverse. So a good strategy by them, good move by them. Always have that one linked back to your personnel. But talking about strategies and getting things linked back, let's get down into the game here as 394 now is the hit counter for Team Brunei. But Team Philippines, they are catching up real quick. Neck and neck, who is going to get the first exit, and that will be Team Brunei getting a ticket out of here from checkpoint 2.
Well, followed by Team Philippines, not too far away. And interestingly, Team Indonesia actually fell to a 4th place. But what matters is that Team Brunei will be the first team to get out. So far, it's looking good for Team Brunei. The first team in checkpoint number 1, the first team at the starting point, the first team at second checkpoint, and now the granddaddy itself. This is where it all comes down to. This is always the blocker for all our teams. It is going to be section 3.
The true testament of strength and skills in a single checkpoint. We've seen many Goliath crumble and fall down towards their knees, incapable of mastering its technique. And Team Brunei, we have nothing about their performance within the checkpoint 3 area, but we are about to see it firsthand. Can they persevere and overcome what seems to be the largest obstacle within this map?
Interestingly, Team Indonesia having the least amount of speed up targets to their name so far. But again, it's all about the final section. How will they be able to manage that? Because it is going to be real tricky. The targets are real small. Now looking over onto Team Brunei, looks like a little bit of a tumble there, but that's okay because they created a good enough gap as compared to the other teams. They'll still be fine. They'll definitely be the first team to arrive on Section 3.
Section 3. This is where all hell breaks loose. Being the first one here, which also means that they can somehow increase somewhat of a safety net here by farming up those ground targets. The prompt is there, 120 seconds on the clock, counting down to 0, and they have to make this one work. They have to capitalize on each and every opportunity, being the first movers in. And this team right here, Team Singapore, not seeing the best of days, it seems.
Yeah, so as any gamer would tell you, right? Like, oh, dude, it's the first round, dude. We're warming up, dude. We're warming up. Okay, we'll take that. But nevertheless, it is not done yet. This round, there's going to be the granddaddy. We have seen multiple times that teams came in last onto this section, but because they do so well, they finish first.
You got to get your gun point into the right direction. It all goes down to that single part of the competency scale. It is all about shooting fast moving targets in such a small hitbox. If you can do that, then you are pretty much unstoppable here in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version.
Well, our first 2 teams that arrived managed to get a double digit now, and I think that 3 stop was intentional.
Yeah.
So that you can stop like immediately instead of needing to break and let the momentum slow down.
Flying targets activated.
You know what would make it even better? This game mode introduced the vehicular damage.
Oh!
Then you pay the price for maybe crashing a little too much.
So what if the vehicle blows up?
Hey, they drove it.
So on foot all the way?
I guess.
Oh man!
That raises the stakes now, doesn't it? And talking about the stakes being raised here, Brunei has got 100 raised up onto their end here, 100 pointers. They have to hit the 500, but I am a little bit worried about Team Brunei because even in the previous checkpoint we've seen, although they had the head start, Team Philippines could get close against them, which means the rate at which they are accumulating these points may not be the fastest that we would know of.
Well, so far so good for them, so not going to take it away from Team Brunei just yet. But we can see the improvement from Team Philippines and Team Indonesia now catching up. They're about to meet the 100-point mark But if they're at 100 point mark, Team Brunei is meeting the 200 point mark. Almost 50% to the objective. Looking so far so good, but they gotta be careful because this is where, yes, you gain points at the start, but did they expend too many bullets to get those points? And if that is the case, then at some point they will have a stop because they need to reload.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at that stalemate. The gap, honestly, from Team Indonesia to Team Brunei isn't that much of a gap anymore. Very doable, especially when you see that the completion of these objectives lies in the 500 mark. And then nowhere near there just yet, only halfway through. Team Philippines now rising the ranks, even pushing down the likes of Team Indonesia. Yeah, neck and neck and trying to stay afloat within these standards.
Super duper close right now. Team Indonesia actually catching up. They're currently at number 2. But Team Brunei, 300 mark is theirs. Whereas Team Indonesia just passing the 50% mark. Team Singapore, however, is still below 100 points. So a lot of work needs to be done by them.
Well, good things for sure. They know what's important here, Team Indonesia. I mentioned within that interview, they like the human connections that they make during all of these events, and so that is probably the bigger of prizes. Now, talking about bigger prizes right now, Team Brunei might be losing theirs because it is Team Philippines who did accumulate faster than the likes of Team Brunei, affirmatively confirming the worry I had earlier on.
Ooh, okay. But then again, it's all about who reaches the objective at the end. Probably right now it's like, okay, now it's like probably reload time for them because we don't see the numbers increasing. But once they're able to reload, who knows, they'll be able to catch up. But numbers can't lie, right? So I can't deny that Philippines is now only about 50 points more to the objective. But we see some movement here from Team Philippines. Perhaps it's reload time for them.
They are slowly accumulating. They've sent one member to be on the standby from the escape vehicles here. 2 members actually just waiting to go on, but maybe perhaps they should just finish the job before calling it quits and exit. Right now, they are the one who is stalling their further advancement. This could very well swing the side of Indonesia if they don't finish the job.
Oh yeah, but they have a different strategy because from wherever they park their vehicle, they can still see the targets. We can see one of the athletes from Team Philippines. Is he scouring around for something for ground targets maybe to finish up the job? But looks like the strategy is this. Only 4 more points. That final 4 points, they're just going to find a ground target, do the job, and zoom into the finish line. There you go. Oh, 1 more to go. Yeah.
Perfect. That matches up with the description there. 500 out of the 500. Team Philippines makes their first exit out of this checkpoint and into the finish line here. Looking crystal clear. The objective in sight. They understand the assignment and they have aced it so wonderfully. So Philippines off to a great start. Right now, only 16 minutes. Well, I say that like it is a fast one, but we all know this is the standards that you want to be in.
Oh. Okay, this is going to be interesting. This could be neck to neck between the 2 teams. Team Brunei and Team Indonesia. Close to each other. Let's see. Probably the determinator would be number 1, either the route, number 2, the boost. So it's going to be tight there between the 2. But anyway, it's not going to be tight for our first team to reach the checkpoint. That's going to be Team Philippines.
The Philippines, they did one proud here. I know the people from back home is going to be happy about this, but then with the boost, he's trying to go and cut them up with the position. But then it is the blue Team Brunei. Cashed it in second place by a mere millisecond. 17:32 for both, but it is a millisecond of 67 for Team Brunei with that propulsion.
Dude, for the past few days, we have been asking for this kind of finish. Finally, we got it. Thank you for giving us the entertainment that we needed. And now it's down to Team Singapore to finish up the job and move on to the finish line. But again, a reminder for everybody watching this out there.
1, 2, 3,
Correct. It is about the total number. It is not about the placement out of the 4.
Guys, I don't know where Sir Cloud went, bro. Like he disappeared and this Romanian guy just came in.
I mean, this is what happens when I'm entertained, right?
Oh, but that was fun. Yeah, you're right. I want to see more neck-to-neck sprint down the line here. That was intense.
Yeah, it's intense. So this is just a preview, somewhat like a preview of what's to come later on.
Three
more to go, so we can expect more of that. But also, what's important to note that it's not about like who gets what placement among these 4. It's about who gets what placement among the 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question is this, right?
Right.
In that neck and neck, did Team Indonesia not have any more boosts to utilize?
Good question. Not too sure about that, but the last time we saw the stats is that Team Indonesia, they have one of the lower boosting stats.
Oh,
yeah. So
okay.
Wait a second.
Now they're revealing.
Now wait, what? So the driver didn't do his job?
What did he do the whole time?
Okay. I think there's a lot of questions here for the driver.
Yeah, we're talking about optimizing thing. This ain't it. This definitely ain't optimized at all. You could have killed 2 birds in one stone. Just park your car there and then start shooting down the flying objects and targets.
Well, I like to. I guess it's the nerves, new game mode, nerve, stage, and all that, all combined together, and the driver just forgot.
Or, it's out of habit, right? This is Team Singapore going to Johor and filling the petrol there in Malaysia, where it is cheaper.
Right. Man, trading time for that.
Yeah.
But anyway, looks like, Team Singapore will still finish. It's just that the finishing gap is huge. They finish about 20 minutes or so. So it's about 3 minutes gap between among the rest. Whereas for the rest of them, the gap is about a minute, like for 3 teams.
And it was milliseconds for Team Brunei and Team Indonesia. That was the closest we've seen so far. For once, the millisecond portion is in consideration.
Yes, for once. And you know what? Can we call Tash for an interview? I really want to find out, go through the minds of the Singapore driver.
Yeah. I mean, Tash, if you're listening to us right now, because I know she's sitting in a room where she can't really hear us say per se, but if we shout loud enough, maybe she'll pick up on that.
Yeah, but maybe we can get her to watch us on iQOO. Thank you so much to iQOO for providing these highlights for us. This is, of course, the Southeast Asia region, group number 2. And it's only track number 1, but look at how tight it is between these teams. Team Brunei started off really well. Checkpoint 1, awesome. Checkpoint 2, awesome. Checkpoint 3, well, it was neck to neck with Team Indonesia.
I mean, they're insane, right? Like, I thought moving in, I had my biases. I really thought that it was going to sway a different direction. Or, heck, I didn't even think it was going to be this close of a matchup here between the teams that are playing within this group. I mean, excluding Singapore, that was something that was spectacular. The level of competition amongst these teams here is incredible.
Well, what did I tell you about Rosemary, right? So he is now the FAW Audi Super A player with the most scores individually, 407. This guy has multiple MVP titles to himself. So he's still showing it that he's still able to contribute this many points through his mechanical skills for Team Indonesia.
And he's about to get more MVP titles onto his belt here. Should comes tomorrow, and he still performs as the most outstanding Team Indonesian player. That could be him walking away with stainless steel rings from Audi. Actually, I'm not sure what it's made of. For all we know, could be white gold.
Oh, well, for all we know. So this is for the athletes to tell us once they got it, of course. So they got to earn it first in the first place. But it's not about the material. It's about the prestige.
That's true.
Of having it. It's about the flex.
To me, it's all about the box packaging, man.
Oh, yeah.
It looks cool.
From the box itself. I know that.
In case the viewers have not seen it, it's like opening a Pandora's box, and in it are rings that resembles Audi's circles. And more on that one when that day comes. That's not happening today itself. But, man, that was track number 1. Could it get any better? Was this the way you'd like things to be, or what would you like to see different moving on to track 2?
Okay, I'm going to up the bar now. Right?
Ooh,
I'm going to up the bar now. Yeah, we're going to set standards here, all right? 3 teams. Milliseconds. Up the bar. We saw 2. Let's add 3 to it. Let's add drama to this tournament.
Man, someone's got to tell Sir Cloud, bro, there's only so much that luck can do until the stars fall align. Maybe once every millennium, maybe. I'm not sure if you're going to get 3 teams neck and neck, but unless, imagine this. Okay, they add a new checkpoint where now you have the chance to do that. It's a sprint checkpoint.
What would you do in a sprint checkpoint?
I don't know, because then it negates the whole idea of being first. Because now you have to wait for others to come in and then go in for the sprint.
Then you might as well just throw away whatever whatever checkpoint that was before, right? But yeah, maybe something can be tweaked there. I mean, that's a starting idea, right? You always start with a base idea. But we're going to start with track number 2. Speaking about starting, of course, and it's going to be San Martin, one of the checkpoints inside of here. I guess by now you guys at home will be so familiar with what the challenges for each checkpoint. Campo Militar will be the grand finale, and Expect Cruise the Valley will be the how should I put it? The drama area, the comeback area,
the area of climax.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The area of conflict and climax. That is the highlight of the entire journey and story for each and one of those tracks. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's a very good way to put it. Yeah. But if we do get like 3 teams millisecond, I'm out of here, man. I mean, mathematically, right? Okay, logically. Okay. Think about it. It's not really possible.
No. Okay. Logically, it can happen. But the probability of that happening, maybe not in it's like once in every millennia, maybe. I don't know. Stars do get aligned. That's logical. It does. But to get them to sync is more plausible than probable.
Okay, yeah, you have a point. Yeah, I mean the odds are so low that I don't know if that happens. I don't know what's next.
But on an optimistic point of view,
okay,
the chance is never 0.
All of a sudden we're getting the optimistic key. What did it feed you earlier?
I took a nap back there. That's why I woke up from the right side of the chair.
Yeah, I should have snapped that photo for you guys, but it's okay. I'll probably get the chance later on. But speaking about chances, Team Brunei, awesome start from the beginning, from the starting line to the first checkpoint, to the second checkpoint, all the way. I was about to call out Hawaii's name at some point, but that grand finale. Well, it was a totally, I wouldn't say a totally different story, but it was a, should I call out the name? Should I not call out the name, towards the end? It's
so it was
gave me that drama that stunned me.
It was an uncertainty on who's going to close the books on that chapter.
Yeah.
But it did came out in the end of the day, Team Brunei. So honestly, I think it was a bigger victory for them to finish in second than it is in third. Although the differences is just millisecond, but still.
A win is a win.
Yeah, a win's a win. A second place is second is still better than third. And they were the ones in the back seat approaching towards the last checkered flag.
Okay, I'm going to give them an extra point of flex. They finished above Team Indonesia.
Oh, yeah. You said it right there and then.
Mic drop.
Yeah, mic drop. That is a wildcard team showing that Team Indonesia how it's done.
Yeah, that's a big flex there. But you know what? We'll be looking if they can flex again. There's going to be track number 2. The shortest track of all. Ooh, it's going to be tight here as we jump into it, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, let's go.
The shortest track, shortest circuit also introduce you one of the largest challenges here, as time is but everything. The fact that it is also a short circuit means that the margin for error is very minuscule. One wrong move and you might be punished in the process.
Okay, I'm going to observe again Team Brunei, because I thought their strategy to start off is really, really interesting. Putting 3 athletes in front to loot, while one of them grabs the car, and while en route, they grab the athletes together. But this time around, okay, it is going to be somewhat similar. That's why Team Brunei, they have a good head start at the starting line.
Yeah, a good start always go a long way here, especially in such a short map. It's a sprint, no longer a marathon this one, and you cannot look to slow down even just for a bit. And Team Brunei leading the pack here in color red, and trailing behind them in the color purple, that would be Team Indonesia. A marginal difference here. But the tumble, that might just cost them dearly here. Team Brunei finds themselves having to rev that engine back up in order to create that gap.
Ooh, okay, and because of that tumble, that gives opportunity for Team Indonesia to cut across them. But Team Indonesia, let's see if they can do it at this corner. No, not yet. They still maintain their lead, but their lead is now shorter. Looking at the other two teams following behind. Okay, no one's cutting across each other yet, but Team Indonesia, as when they had the opportunity to cut across Team Brunei, they fell.
They fell, and it hurts their chances to ever try and cut them off here. But however, this is just the driving course, not yet into the checkpoint itself. That is where they could actually hope on maybe closing that gap. 120 seconds for them to recover, and more teams. That would be Team Singapore getting held back by a hay bell.
Ouch! They were en route as well to cut across Team Philippines, but unfortunately that had to happen. So Team Philippines will be smiling and say, thank you for giving me the lead still.
They are a friendly bunch of people. We've seen them and joked around with them. Well, you guys are the friendly ones. I'm excluding myself from the social circle. Meanwhile, checkpoint 2 now has been activated. 120 seconds on the clock to try and rake in those ground points. But they are occupying similar locations here, both these teams. But it is Team Brunei who's taking the hardest of challenge, trying to go for the speedy targets.
Well, looks like Team Singapore is hot now, starting off with the most points. But as we talk about Team Brunei now will be up there. Okay, so it's between Team Singapore and Team Brunei. A little bit of a different strategy for Team Indonesia and Team Philippines. So Team Singapore, despite them coming in a little bit later, but so far so good for Section 1. But at the end of the day, it's about the main objective. That is where things will close off, and Section 2 will be the next route.
Yeah, the objective is to be the fastest of all teams, and if Team Singapore could get themselves a substantial lead before this activity begins, then maybe that could contribute directly towards their success. But now on top of the leaderboards for the score is Team Brunei and Team Indonesia with 40 and 50 respectively here. Team Brunei now takes the lead.
Positioning themselves for the main objective. And here we go. They got to keep their cool, not to shoot the wrong colors, because if they shoot the wrong colors, points will be deducted. And the deducted points could cost them dearly. Right now, Team Singapore doing very, very well. 50% completed.
They are really out to maybe make a mark for themselves here. Although a small nation, big hearts, big will, and even greater passion, Team Singapore finds themselves only 100 points away from closing the gap for the 300 mark and booking the tickets out of here and into checkpoint 2.
Wow, hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Team Singapore could be on the verge of a comeback now, as Team Singapore will be the first team to complete. Okay, 70 points more, 7 points more, 7 points more, and officially Team Singapore completes task number 1, and they will move on to task number 2, the first team to do it.
Making a run away with it. Team Singapore finds themselves 1 foot into the door here as they approaches the next checkpoint in yellow. Wave that flag as they crosses this arch.
There you go. It's official now, recorded in game. Team Singapore will have the advantage in checkpoint number 2. Well, unless something happens when they drive, but as long as they keep their cool, no competition when they drive. Now, following through is going to be Team Brunei, Team Indonesia, and Team Philippines with a small margin of difference.
Small margins can turn huge here. It's called the snowball effect, but take a look at that graphic. Ooh, that was very nice visuals. Straight out from the phone, that is the iQOO11. So if you're ever consider getting one, well, this is the chance to be. Now, this is the hard portion.
Okay.
The leap of faith here. Will they do it the right way? And they do.
Nice.
Straight up coming out from the edge side. Try and graze the hills for a little bit, but no, the landing was dearly cost them the lead right there and then. They were supposed to stick by the walls. That is how Team China did it. They have to cut. They have to try and follow.
Oh, Team Philippines. They lost that third spot to Team Indonesia, and because of that tumble, Team Indonesia took advantage of it, and now Team Philippines will be at number 4 as of now. But at the front, Team Brunei is back.
Team Brunei still maintaining the lead here into the next checkpoint. This is where the retractable targets will come in active mode in within 120 seconds. So they have to make this one count. The rules of the game is simple and the same through and through. Create those leads before you get into the sticky situation.
Okay, sticky. You don't want to stick in the same checkpoint for too long. You want to complete as fast as possible to move on. Right now, looking at the current situation, at least for now, right? I have a gut feeling we're going to see a surprise this time. I have a gut feeling. It's just a gut feeling, man. It's just a gut feeling. No logics, no numbers.
Okay.
Just a gut feeling.
And how are you getting this gut feeling? Where was it induced from?
Team Singapore and Team Brunei above Team Philippines and Team Indonesia. Just saying, just a gut feeling.
Okay.
Gut feeling.
Well, we'll see if within Sir Cloud's gut has got good bacteria or a liar. It all goes down to the outcome. Oh, hang on a second. Bad bacteria, it seems.
Well, okay, I'm holding it on. I'm holding, all right? I'm holding, okay? Now that Team Indonesia is back at number 1. But that is just the prelims. Now, the real deal is on.
Okay, we'll see if Sir Cloud would need more probiotics because he is listening to his guts and it seems to be telling him all the wrong things here. They will start gunning down from the skies here. It's Team Indonesia now breaking the third digit mark at 112, 117 and counting. Joining them also within the ranks, it is Team Singapore.
Okay, Team Singapore actually not too far from Team Indonesia. If you can't think about it. But if you can't think about it as a whole, all 4 teams are very close. But that airdrop, not too sure which team got it, but maybe one of the bottom teams, and that's why the gap between all of them is not that much. But look at Team Philippines, they were at number 4 at some point. Now they're the first team to get 200 plus.
I guess we might be able to see what you wish so much. A triple threat speedway on the highway towards the checkered flag here. If they can maintain such a status quo, if no one runs away with the huge margin of points.
My wish might come true, but of course I will keep it for now because we are still at section number 2. Where it matters is of course section number 3. But for section number 2, per se, looks like Team Philippines now, they are ranking up the points. Only 34 points more before they go on. Unless a surprise can happen and the team can miraculously catch up to Team Philippines. But they are 14 points away. They will be ready to get on their vehicles. Look at this, the move has started and Team Philippines officially completes section 2.
400 points, 100 ahead from their competitors here. Team Philippines already with the good start previously. Now could look to even show up at a better position here. Surely looking like they might be able to close things in with a double top 1 finish.
Oh, but then again, it is always section 3. It is always the plot twist in section 3. So, I don't know, man. My gut feeling is still there. Just putting it out there.
Well, I don't know if your gut is telling you the truth here because Team Philippines, they did not struggle in Chapter 3 or Checkpoint 3 because they did bypass the rest. Even Brunei and Team Indonesia during the previous one in track number 1. So I think they've got that one down to their teeth.
Ooh, okay. I mean, again, disclaimer, no numbers, no logic.
Just the gut.
Just the gut disclaimer. So don't flame me for it, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll be looking forward to see who will be the next team to actually complete section number 2. And we do have sight on Team Brunei coming in. I believe they're the second team to complete.
Second team to complete, on their way now to the checkpoint 3. If anyone's going to be able to contest the likes of Team Philippines, it has to be the Bruneians from Team Brunei themselves. And alongside with them, Team Indonesia. And a remarkable beast they are. I mean, we know those players right there. Ponbet and the gang, Rosemary himself, and Sitar. Those are team. This might just be a hindrance towards their advancement here. So they have to be careful, Team Brunei. You can't afford more sticky situations like that.
Yeah, don't stick yourself to the billboard. Stick yourself to the checkpoint instead, as they'll be the second team to reach there. Oh, another one. And that is from Team Indonesia.
Meanwhile, what's your gut telling you? Oh, actually, Team Singapore has already been in the checkpoint the longest of time.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Calm
Good
down,
bacteria
people.
after all.
Calm down, people. Calm down. Okay, we know that the flying targets is tough. Calm down.
Guess we'll be able to see it, but first I need to have eyes within the scoreboards to kind of gauge where they're at, because it seems like Team Singapore, they've been farming pretty decently onto these on-ground targets. 4 seconds to go, 3 seconds and counting. 1. That is the flying target object now active to be shot down.
Oh, here we go. This is where it all matters now. Looks like even the counter is going to give us a surprise. So, let's see what happens later on.
Whoa! 120 to start off with.
Wow!
Team Philippines, they are matching the gold standards of 100 points.
Wow. Oh, yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time outside of Team China for a team to get 100 and above at the pre-objective.
I don't know. Could be the first time, may not, but one thing's for sure, this hasn't happened for a longest time, and now they are achieving such feat again. This is no joke. Team Philippines could potentially just run away with record time here, maybe looking at a 13-14 minute mark.
Well, but check out the boys from Team Brunei, edging closer and closer. Okay, looking over at the stats, Team Philippines, they are at least getting closer to averaging it out across all 4. Same goes for Team Brunei as well.
Team Brunei, yep, they're right on their tail, stepping on it, in fact, and tripping Team Philippines as they now take the lead, 214, but then again, Team Philippines, not so easy to bypass here. There's a reason why they're in the top 1 position in track number 1, and they're here out to do it again, increasing that lead, trying to break into the top 300s before the rest of the team within this competitive lobby. And for the first time since forever, Team Indonesia finds their way down to the bottom, and now that spot goes to Team Singapore.
Oh, okay, Team Philippines now above 50% completion of section number 3. This is starting to get real exciting because Team Brunei is still trailing behind them, so anything can still happen. Waiting for the numbers to stop, then that's where you can kind of gauge that, oh, they're out of ammunition, they need to reload. So time wasted or time lost, maybe opportunity for the others to overtake them. Team Brunei still about 50 points behind Team Philippines, but Team Philippines, oh, they don't look like they're stopping.
And that's how you know that you cannot trust your gut feelings, Sir Cloud. They are about to betray you with the feelings as facts. Don't care about it. And Team Philippines seem to be the factual and most obvious champions here, coming out for track number 2, as they are now closer than anyone has ever been within this lobby.
Ooh, okay. Team Brunei is now stopping. Maybe they're reloading, but now they are continuing on their points collection. 30 more points to go. As long as it's not 500, you know, anything can still happen. But okay, I can't deny it right now. 480, 20 more to go. But normally the last few digits are the toughest one. But we see movement right now for Team Indonesia. I guess they were reloading, but okay, all right. Team Philippines, they did it.
Team Philippines did it. The boys did it, and they are making it out of here, leaving the rest behind. Looking at a double top 1 finish could just set them up for a great start here within the Road to Asian Games 2022 and pitting them into the top 4 position to potentially make it over comes the grand final later on this year.
And Team Philippines, with the lowest amount of speed out targets hits as of now, don't really need them to be the number 1 because they excelled in the third challenge. But looks like we have another team moving now. It's going to be Team Indonesia. They will be the second team to complete that challenge, followed by Team Brunei.
15:47, that was the time for Team Philippines here. A very commendable effort. As we all know, the gold standard is going to be 13, but if you're 15, 16, that is West Asian region of average standards right there, which means they are up to par and up to code to try and go against people on the outside of their region.
Well, looks like it's not going to be as dramatic as before. You can see a decent gap here, so it's confirmed right now. Locked in, Team Indonesia plus 41 seconds above Team Philippines, followed by Team Brunei with a plus 50 seconds above Team Philippines to finish it up. And now it's down to Team Singapore.
Team Singapore will take their time once again. Now, I do hope that they have filled their truck and vehicles before they make this travel. Give it a good service as well. Surely, they're not gonna only fill it up once they've hit the target. I do hope so.
I hope so as well. I mean, so far that's the first time we see that sort of arrangement, I must say.
Sequence, right?
Sequence, yeah. But maybe they have their own tactics, they have their own justification. I'm just being positive about it.
Yeah. That's why I'm still hoping on the fact that maybe Tash Bunny could seek some clarity in the arrangements of flow, because I can think of a million different things, but that was not one of them in terms of optimizing.
Okay, well, we'll have about a 10-minute break after this. I'll try to get an answer from them. But the answer that we'll get right now is that Team Singapore will finish 4th. It's just a matter of how long will they take to finish it. It should be about just past 18 minutes.
18 minutes. Better late than never, they say. So Team Singapore inches closer towards a checkered flag now, where they will be greeted by the rest of these teams. Team Philippines in first, Team Indonesia coming in as the first runner-up, and Team Brunei coming in third as the second runner-up of the match. And only to complete that puzzle, we have Team Singapore. Congratulations.
Okay, so it's locked in at 18 minutes, 13 seconds for Team Singapore. For the rest of them, not as far. Very, very close. So with 2 more games to go, I mean, it could be anyone's game now to really top the overall charts.
Anyone's game, but it's swaying so hard onto the likes of Team Philippines. You could say it's anyone's game, but the ones who is working their hardest just goes the way to these Pacific Islanders. Team Philippines, back-to-back top 1 finish. If they can do that again, it is almost confirmed that they would be finishing top 1 within this stage.
Okay, I was about to hold on, but you said this stage, so that's okay? Yeah. Because you still need to compare with the rest, right? We still need to compare with the other 17.
This among these 4, of course.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, because we're already at 50%, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, then that's total logic then. But thank you so much to iCrew for providing highlights for us. This is the Southeast Asia region, group number 2. For Team Indonesia, they finished 2nd this time. Previously, they finished 3rd, so we can see a level of improvement for them.
But I would also argue that Team Indonesia, it's pretty much finished 2nd in the previous round, because the difference is just milliseconds at the end of the day, right? So the pointers don't make much of a difference here. But take a look at that. 2nd and 3rd place, again, just deferring in mere seconds.
Wow. Okay, I'm kind of surprised that this is the lowest amount of speed ups earned that we have seen so far.
Yeah.
A single digit. Only 4 speed ups earned, but yet they still able to finish at third. So, I mean, it's a different kind of strat that they're putting out there. But the FAW Audi Super A player goes to Mr. Casino with 441 points.
And Barode having the signature pose of every DBS user out there. The recoil just hurts too hard on the hand. And, well, you get some carpal tunnel out of that. But, hey, totally worth it. Totally worth the repetition.
Absolutely. So representatives of Team Philippines and representatives of Team Indonesia up there showing that they are capable of pulling in the points for their teams. So it's still right now with Team Philippines with winning twice. They will definitely top this group. We can kind of say that, right? But okay. But before we continue on with the next round, let's take a break because I want to take some time to ask Team Singapore what goes through their minds. So allow us to do that. We'll see you guys in a bit.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
as the simplest process of elimination. The saying goes, 2 down, 2 more to go here for Road to Asian Games 2022. We are, of course, looking at the Southeast Asia division, the qualifying stage, round number 2, with Team Brunei, Team Indonesia, Team Philippines, and Team Singapore. And we are down to the last 2 tracks to pretty much conclude what the numbers are and then find out the overall placement that they have together. And you're joining me, Keith, and on my side here, it is going to be Sir Cloud. I say side, but he's no sidekick. He is the real hero of this story.
Well, the real hero are our referees behind the scenes. As we have a referee notice here, so there's a warning to Brunei Shako, Brunei newbies, Indonesia Yami, Indonesia Lapa for authorized leaving of the game during the second game of PUBG Mobile Asian Games version Southeast Asia qualifying stage 2. So our referees working hard behind the scenes. Shout out to them for helping to keep the game smooth and steady.
Yeah, keeping things, make sure it is in order for as optimal operations. We use that word a lot here because the entire theme of this game is to optimize things, and that's exactly what they're here for. You're right, they are actually the real heroes to these stories. Now, 2 more tracks left to go. How do you see Team Singapore to fare up with the next 2 ones?
First thing, don't forget to fuel up. First rule of thumb, okay? Don't forget to fuel up. If you don't forget to fuel up, you're still good. You're still like, okay, we can catch up.
Okay. That's simple as that. And you're on your way to victory. I like that. Inside the news here from Sir Cloud himself. But then again, take it with a grain of salt. He does listen to his gut feeling, and that didn't pan out for him perfectly the way it did in track number 2. Maybe you get it right 3rd time's the charm this time around in track 3.
Who knows? Who knows? But so far, consistent run for Team Philippines. They got number 1 for the first 2 tracks, but track 3, of course, is going to be different. It's going to be a different route. It's just going to be the same sections as you can see here on screen. You guys know this by now. Section 3, as even mentioned by the athletes themselves, they find section number 3 to be the most challenging. And I think that's kind of like obvious, right? But at least we got a sign of approval from the athletes themselves.
Yeah, I do think track 3 is the hardest of them all, just because of the terrain and the distance. It is the largest, right? I think that was the largest map out of the bunch. But we'll see how things go. So far, Southeast Asia still doing pretty good than some when it comes to rotations around the map and, you know, just sheer driving in general.
Yeah, and talking about sheer driving, Team Brunei, it does seem like they're able to really optimize the driving. Whenever it's the starting point, they're always at the front. And when it comes to only driving, they can maintain a level of consistency. So they have somewhat of a secret sauce, or they have cracked the code towards driving. It is just when it comes to the challenge, that is where Team Brunei will need to optimize and need to fix things up if they want to keep up to, or maybe even being the number 1 team in the round.
Perhaps they just choose not to linger all too long over in the starting point here, as some of these other teams here. Or, like you said, could be true. They may have a certain coordination that they do not have publicly available for others to know. And I respect that. It's called trade secret. You want to make sure you're competitive through and through, but it is, in the end of the day, Team Philippines the one to be looking at, as they have managed to muster for themselves a 2 top 1 finish back-to-back.
And we saw on screen that Demigod is going to be playing for Team Philippines. But anyway, we will head on to track number 3. The break was used by the teams to further discuss, further refine their understanding of the plan. And now it's down to execution. Track number 3, they will start off on the southern side, in which this track will have 2 bridges, and that could be a choke point.
A choke point indeed. We've seen that even the mightiest called Team China are getting stuck here initially during this track number 3 courses here, because there are a lot of obstacles by the road. Not the most fun to drive around, and speaking about driving, they have already commenced this process. each and every one of them getting into vehicles, getting loaded up and centered. And it is the ones in blue to make things forward here. It's Team Brunei, as you mentioned, always finding the head start.
Yeah, that's why they have found at least a starting point. In which what I noticed, again, I'm revealing their trade secrets, if that is their trade secret in the first place. The driver drops at the car, obviously. The other members will drop few blocks in front. So as the driver starts the car, moves towards the front, by the time the other members would have looted up the buildings in front already. So all they need to do is just jump on the car and just move forward. So that seems to be their trend here after looking at how they played the 3 rounds. But look at this, close enough for comfort as Team Brunei will overtake. But oh, wait a second. Is that okay, this is a different route strategy that they're taking, and because of that, Team Indonesia now at number 1.
They had the nice lead earlier on. Team Brunei, they cut right through, shortest distance possible, but unfortunately that decision to go up the hill, a steep one to climb, and that did impede into the momentum a little bit, and so they will find themselves in second place. Now, Team Indonesia decides to take the safer of options. Team Brunei goes in for the leap. Can they make it out here? They will. No barricades in their way, and they will be surpassing the likes of Team Indonesia.
Oh, but look at this. Team Philippines take the number 1 spot after surpassing all of them. Found the most optimal route, but because of the speed boost given to Team Indonesia, they're just going neck and neck, but nobody wants to let go of that number 1 spot. 3 teams really close by each other, but following behind is going to be Team Singapore.
They were pretty sparingly using that booster a little bit too soon in my comfort here, but hopefully they can use the petrol station to get at least majority of that fuel back to be able to help run that course later on. But no harm, no foul just yet. They will reside within this compound. It is checkpoint 1 to be awaited within that 122 seconds. 120 actually.
Team Brunei now again having that slight little lead against the other teams. This is at this distance. Okay, it took him a while to actually take down the target, but finally he does. And now he tries to get the second target. He does as well, looking for the third target, looking for the most optimal angle to get as many targets as possible without moving as much. So that is also one of the definitions of optimizing at this stage of the game.
Talking about getting things optimized here. This one's coming up from Team Singapore. Do you think it's the most optimized thing to be setting ducks in front of one solo target? I think a lot of these teams like to position themselves in places within this compound where they have multiple view of these roaming targets. But that is no longer the priority as this checkpoint is online, and Team Brunei with the lead immediately, 108, trying to hit that 300 in such record time.
Oh, huge lead there. That must be thanks to the fact that they managed to shoot down the airdrop, which will give them 40 points, and they will hit the 200 mark. Very, very likely at this point to be the first team to hit the 300 mark, considering the other teams are still way, way behind. And for Team Indonesia coming in at 4th to hit that 100-point mark, and it's official now. 2 more points, come on. I said it. Oh, because they shot the wrong target, points were deducted. So they had to shoot extra targets to make up for it, but nothing stops them from being the first team to complete the task.
Well, a little bit of an efficiency loss right there, but not too detrimental just yet, while the others will get their eyes fixated towards these targets for the time being. That is headway being made by the likes of Team Brunei himself, but then another team would be on the tail. I believe it was a purple team that is going to join them in just about a bit. That would be Team Singapore instead.
Yeah, so Team Brunei now looks like they have a good head start. We don't see any other team on screen, but what we do see on screen is the future of gaming flagship iQOO11. Thank you so much for being with us. Without them, these athletes wouldn't be able to play as efficient as they would. Now, a little bit of a tumble there for Team Brunei. They're stuck, but so they're forced to reset and restart from the top of the hill.
penalty points here. Getting a little bit of a 5 seconds added into their overall counter eventually because of that, but thankfully so. They're not alone in the blunder. Team Philippines get stuck themselves, and so the Giants, the top one finishers, winners, will be held back for the time being. Team Brunei gets away with it.
Now, looking at the speed up targets, is Team Singapore is the lowest right now with only 2 speed up targets. But we have seen before that despite hitting a low number of speed up targets, a team can still do well. So it depends on the team strategy and how they travel on this route. But nevertheless, they still need to catch up. So those numbers still need to go up in order for them to be on par with the other teams now.
That is mandatory for the success of your allies. But right now, Team Brunei seemingly uncontested. Only they could potentially put themselves in a halt here. It's a sharp turn, and they're going to do it so beautifully, not losing any momentum in that process. A perfect time curve control into these corners, and they'll find themselves here in checkpoint 2 to kickstart that 120 counter.
All right, following through, it is going to be Team Philippines with that corner turn. Nicely done indeed. There'll be a third team to arrive onto the next checkpoint. As for Team Singapore, where are they? Okay, they're not too far behind though, so they can still make up for it when they land onto the checkpoint.
Here they are. This team, Team Indonesia, seemingly looking like the last team to have arrived. Not what most people would have expected here, but it is Team Singapore who will be looking to hunt down a lot of these roaming targets. But Team Brunei is the one with the numbers so far. 12, 32 out of the 400, building that lead ever so slightly, and Team Philippines drifting at 14.
Look at the track there coming in from Team Brunei, trying to get as many points as possible. Already double the amount of points from the other teams. Team Indonesia still at 0, probably focusing on the loot preparation for the main objective while scouring for the ground targets. And now at the stats show up, Freeze is leading the charts for Team Brunei, ranking in the points. But for Chewy, as the driver, he'll be at the lowest percentage for now, focusing on making sure that the vehicles are well oiled up.
Well-oiled machine, that's the same can be described to the team with immaculate coordinations, especially when trying to hit down these quadrants here within a retractable target. Much trust and faith will be required for your teammates to be on the lookout for targets that they will not have jurisdiction from and bring in that point as an entire collective. Right now, Team Brunei slipping a little bit from this attempt. Team Indonesia paved their way towards trying to take the lead.
Well, Team Indonesia with their top MVP, Roseberry now 33% leading the charge, but it's either him or Ponbit. So, I mean, Team Indonesia basically is a team full of fraggers, I'm not going to lie. So any one of them can shoot.
You think what their weakness might be the drivers themselves? Maybe this is why they find themselves in the back foot, because they've got all the firepower in the world, but no one to lead the charge into victory here. As we say that, they still make a commendable second place finish near twice at a time, seeing as that track 1, that was a marginal difference from second place. But back into this game right here, it is Team Philippines with the lead.
Ooh, Team Philippines now edging closer and closer to be the first team to complete Section 2. But Team Brunei not too far away as well. Let's look at Team Singapore. Just trailing behind Team Indonesia. Team Singapore, in order for them to get a chance to qualify onto the next round, they must start to do really, really well. And for Team Singapore to do that, they have to overtake all the other teams, at least in this group.
Team Philippines is the one who hit that 400 mark, so yet again, straight path to victory here for them. At least as they make their way into the next checkpoint itself. The game is not set and over just yet. Here comes the hardest challenge, the make or break, the true testament of skills. Checkpoint 3 awaits, and Team Philippines had the honor to lay their first foot forward.
Well, Team Brunei finishing second place at checkpoint number 2, 7 seconds above Team Philippines. So now they are starting their move as well. Team Philippines crossing through the next checkpoint onto the following section. Unchallenged, they just need to focus on themselves, focus on their driving, focus on their shooting at the same time to get the right targets. And no, that is allowing Team Brunei to overtake them, and Team Brunei will happily do so.
That was a blunder right there, but Team Brunei as well suffered the same fate. Right below the Vamos sign, they find themselves still behind Team Philippines. Mistakes after mistakes, I guess that cancels each other out.
Yeah, if only Team Brunei didn't make that mistake, there is a possibility that they would have overtaken Team Philippines, but it is what it is at the end of the day. You also want to be the first team to arrive onto the checkpoint because you don't want the objectives to be cancelled, to be denied. So that is why being there early is also as important, but skidding action there again for Team Philippines.
Skidding action will turn into a drift soon enough here as the intensity arises. Team Brunei back in the tails here, has got the propulsion to boost their way forward, but both of these players are not trying to give their headway up. They still want to capitalize the first place, although not much of a difference can be made besides booking in first step into checkpoint 3.
Sharp corners after sharp corners. If you notice that, just look at the minimap in between checkpoint number 2 and checkpoint number 3. And now looking good so far for Team Philippines, still at the forefront. Trailing behind is going to be Team Brunei, followed by Team Indonesia, and then Team Singapore. Team Philippines officially will be the first team to reach the checkpoint. Advantage to them to pick their spot.
That spot better be a petrol station if they would like to go the distance here. 120 seconds. So much can be done. A lot of things that can be exercised, but not many times in the world. It's either you loot for resources or go in hunting down these targets, but you cannot do both and be efficient at it.
That is where you need to decide, and also to decide how much time do you want to spend. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many puzzles, the pieces of puzzles that the teams will need to piece together in order to find the most efficient way possible. And I guess it's also for the other teams, they are figuring out as much as us.
They're trying to execute that right now, but perhaps that's the big difference between what they've done within the East Asia region. Perhaps the reason why Team China could always get 100 points is because they don't really focus on building up those resources and focus into getting those points early and quick.
But every time Team China, I mean, it never fails to hit that 100-point mark before the main objective starts. It's still a puzzle to a lot of these teams, like how they actually achieve that. But yeah, and if they are able to achieve that consistently, then we know that it is very doable. It's just a matter of how.
How is a good question. Why is an even better question. But who is the question that we want to find out. Who will make it towards the end here? Who is going to book their first ticket out of this Chapter 3, Checkpoint 3 Flying Target Challenge? And right now, Team Brunei looking like the most likely of candidates. 1:56 on the clock.
Oh, Team Brunei looking good so far, but trailing behind is going to be Team Philippines. And 20-point difference, 10 points difference. They are equal now. Team Philippines will overtake Team Brunei in the total points collected. Team Brunei having a little bit of a plateau. Maybe they're reloading right now. They need to have enough ammo. They need to conserve it. They need to be efficient with the amount of ammo they use versus amount of targets hit. And that is where Team Philippines excel. And with that, they will overtake Team Brunei.
So this is going to put the age-old argument back into the grave here. It will prove that Team Philippines, their firepower is not to be trifled with. Although we may not have made a remarkable note upon their capabilities, but this is a true testament on how accurately they can trace and track down their targets within the sights of their scopes.
Oh, a little bit of a plateau there for Team Philippines now. 266 not really moving. This could be opportunity for Team Indonesia to overtake them. Team Brunei as well doing the same. But now Team Philippines starting to collect the points again, meaning that they're restarting their shooting campaign. But it's not only about that, it's also about being able to land those shots, as Team Indonesia will be the team that's able to do so. And now they're number one, but Team Brunei overtakes all of them to be back on their throne.
It is neck to neck with these three. You could say they're all each part and partial of a single entity. They are Hydra, just waiting to emerge from the bodies of this obelisk right here. And 300 across the board. Team Brunei, Team Indonesia, and Team Philippines only matching those from second and third place. 330 to 320 of Team Philippines. It is still anyone's game at this point, but Team Brunei is looking to shut this one off.
Oh, or maybe Team Indonesia, because they're now swapping places with Team Brunei, just going neck to neck with each other. Oh man, this is going to be tight.
It's a tight one.
Yeah, it is super tight. Okay, I am imagining right now the scenario that it is so tight that we will see again another millisecond finish.
I don't think so. I think Team Indonesia has been denied from the number one spot so many times. They get only a top two finishes. Even in track one, I would argue they were top two as well. Despite coming in third, it's a millisecond difference. So they have got some pent-up resentment that needs to be addressed.
Okay, let's see now. Now it's down to the wire between Team Indonesia and Team Brunei. Will there be a revenge from Team Indonesia? Team Indonesia will complete their task. They're on the move right now. Team Brunei has 12 more points to go to follow up to Team Indonesia.
If only Team Brunei can make the mark count and immediately goes in with another headway race, that would be interesting. But as we see, there's one member right there.
No gas.
They're out of gas.
Oh.
And we were just talking about it, right?
Oh no, Team Brunei.
I was just talking about how sparingly they were doing using the boosters. And now they find themselves in this back foot. To bow out this way is a bit... It feels bad to be them at this point.
Oh no, Keith! Even when we started back the show, we did talk about like, don't forget to fill your gas. Oh no, and because of that, they'll be on foot all the way to the finish line, giving opportunity to even Team Singapore and Team Philippines to overtake them.
This essentially is going to add their timer here all the way up to the 20th mark, the 20th minute mark. This is detrimental for them. And you have to also factor in that we're only playing this set once. They don't have a second chance.
Oh man, this is hard. This is hard to watch. I mean, Team Brunei in general, they're doing well. But now because of that, this could open up the opportunity for the other teams to overtake them. Now they're on foot. How far are they from the checkpoint? But let's not also forget that all 4 of the athletes need to cross over the finish line before it's counted as they're done.
Right now, any one of these teams can still beat them at it and make it in before these checkpoints. So this is godsend to the likes of Team Singapore and Team Philippines, who has been stuck here for the longest of time. Team Philippines has gotten up to a good start with 2 top 1 finish, and they probably has already secured 50% of their entry in. But right now, it's looking more and more certain that Team Philippines has got nothing to worry about, because Team Brunei, they slipped and they get punished in the process.
Okay, I wonder how far are they? Can they still finish before Team Philippines? Okay, Team Philippines is now done. This begs the other question. Can they still get across the line before Team Singapore is done even? Because right now Team Singapore is about 48 points from the 500 mark. Oh man, this is going to be hard to tell. Can Team Singapore actually make it up? Can catch up to Team Brunei with this current situation?
They are definitely going to try and make the attempt for it, but it seems less likely than not. Look at the speed in which Team Philippines is moving forward. They're about to greet them by the doorstep here. And they will. A couple of members making the jog on forward. Immediately presses the boost. Kind of an in-your-face move, if you ask me. They knew that they have all the speed and the machinery to go up with it. And this is why I was so afraid when I see Team Brunei and Team Indonesia both just using their boost like it's no tomorrow. And for what yield to move into checkpoint 2?
Well, I guess, I don't know, man. I mean, the calculations, it's just tight, right? Or is it like they forgot to fill up gas? I don't know. It's really hard to tell. But what I really would like to see is that if Team Singapore, okay, now confirm. It's a confirmation now. Team Singapore, even skating past by Team Brunei. So Team Singapore will finish at 3rd place. And Team Brunei, for the first time, 4th place.
That 2nd place finish now just turned real sour real quick. And remember, it was a top 2 finish in game number 1, top 3 finish in track number 2, and now a last place finish, but with a time that could probably equate even track 4.
Ooh, okay. How long more is this going to take? Probably 22 minutes or so. To my rough memory, to my goldfish memory, the longest time that it took for a team, is it about 22 still?
25.
25, okay, that was the longest.
I think this might be it, because track 3 is the largest map there is.
Okay. But right now, okay, but it won't take them 3 minutes to finish the run, right? Right?
I don't see the golden arches anywhere.
Okay, I'm looking at the horizon now. Okay, the golden arch is there, the golden arch. But you still need to get all 4 across. But estimatedly,
look at how far that guy is.
Okay, yeah, so about 23, at most 24.
24 is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
24.
Time and time again.
Oof.
It's like they never learned. Look, the whole objective is to be the overall fastest.
Yep.
You don't have to use too much of your boost midway through between checkpoints.
Okay.
They were spamming it just to make sure that they were still ahead. So it was like a 0 yield, trigger happy on the pedal.
Okay, I'm going to make a comparison again with the gold standard. The gold standard always has the most boost used in every round, but they still manage to, but they still don't get themselves in this kind of situation. So something must have been done right there that maybe the other teams tried to do, but they couldn't.
I don't
there's
know.
a piece of the puzzle that's still missing.
Well, I have no thoughts on that. All I know is I've seen too many times here, and I flagged that situation. They're heavy on the foot when it comes to pressing down that pedal, and it has backfired against them time and time again.
Okay, but anyway, okay, so I want to see how many boosts did they use overall. We get the stats later on, but before we get into the stats, we'll be looking over at the highlights thanks to Aiku. You guys are watching the Southeast Asia region, group number 2. Overall, there are still areas of improvement. I would say when it comes to driving, there's still a decent amount of accidents. So if you were to compare with the gold standard, yeah, I think there needs to be a lot of polishing when it comes to the driving.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably where the miscalculation came in as well, right? Because when you use a boost and you get stopped in tracks, you didn't really cover an X amount of distance that you would have wished and hoped you did.
Okay, all right, so looking at this, right, only 23, it's not that much.
That's 10 minutes more than gold standard.
It is. But it's 23. It's like, okay, if that's like a ton of it, then okay, maybe the theory that you gave, like they overuse the boost, is relevant. But it's only 23 though. I don't know, I'm still trying to do the math here, okay? Like what is the way to get the most efficient? What is the right number? Maybe when is the usage, or even like which stretch? How much should you use per stretch? Just to break it down even further. I mean, we're doing whole thesis here.
Yeah, but I mean, For me, it's simply put, if you're neck and neck on the road towards checkpoint, by the way, which even if you come in like slightly behind, makes no difference.
Okay.
You don't have to spam the boost just to make sure that it's your nose that walk into the checkpoint first.
Or is that really at the back of their mind? Is that really at the back of their mind to like, okay, I want to reach before someone else? Or what's happening at the back of their mind is that I just want to reach fast?
Well, whatever that thought process may be,
I
it led
mean-
them to this outcome. So maybe we might want to see things in a different angle here. Or did they just not do their due diligence and park it by the petrol station? What is it? What's going on here?
Yeah, because we didn't. Well, we didn't get a good view of like, okay, when the athletes bring the car to the petrol station, for how long do they stay at the petrol station? How much do they fuel as well? Because okay, just like in the theory of like racing sports, right? Yes, you can fuel more, but that means you spend time fueling, whereas you can trade that time to move and do something else, right? Or whatever it is, do something else basically. So maybe they were trying to optimize that. Okay, we want to spend the optimal time of fueling and the rest of the time, remaining time, to shoot for targets, to gain points. But maybe they miscalculated the optimized amount of fueling and they went on to shoot. And hence, when they started to move, they don't have enough fuel.
That could probably be it.
Lots of brain work here.
That's a lot of brain work.
Yeah.
Hey, but we can go about the theory and maybe even the decision making behind these players. One thing that's for sure, that ain't it. This was not the outcome that they would have loved.
Not at all.
And that's going to impede into their overalls pretty direly, if I might say so myself.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, okay, I don't know because we need to tabulate the entire 8-team score, right? So it's very hard for us to still tell how much do they need to work on next. But nevertheless, but anyway, speaking about the next, right? So it's going to be track number 4, and this will be the last track for this group before we reshuffle all the groups for the next round.
Yep, reshuffling them from depending who on their overall here within the 8 teams within Southeast Asia. Where you are in terms of your placement is going to determine where you are shuffled into. And so these teams will have to duke it out towards their last few hearts here.
Ooh, okay, this will be the last one. Okay, so far the record is that out of the 3 matches, Philippines got number 1 twice. Indonesia got the 3rd one, so that's once for them. But for the other end of the spectrum, Team Singapore got 4th place twice and 3rd place once. And they got that 3rd place is also because Team Brunei ran out of gas. So in logical essence, that means that Team Singapore, they themselves will still need to improve drastically if they want any hope to qualify onto the finals tomorrow.
I agree. That's why I'm also thinking about that aspect of things, and perhaps maybe Brunei is safe, right? Because Team Singapore did take a long time, and not just one map, but like every other map they play against. The checkpoint 3 just seems to be a nightmare for them, and it's like one of those moments where you have one team ensuring that the barrier of qualification is low.
Yeah, so I would like to say like, okay, Team Brunei is safe, like but the thing is that we still have the second half to play, and I don't know if so happened that the same mistakes were made, then the second half performance will pull everything down because we are going to eliminate 50% of the teams, and that is a lot of elimination.
I mean, a huge chunk of elimination is proper and in place with a huge chunk of participation. Yeah, I mean, Southeast Asia coming in with 8 teams.
Yeah.
What do you think was going to happen? Obviously, 4 of them is going to have to see their way out the door.
You know what? It could have been 9 teams, but unfortunately for Team Vietnam, they were not able to attend this time around. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them during the Asian Games later on. But what we will see now is track number 4 between Team Brunei, Team Indonesia, Team Philippines, and Team Singapore. Here we go!
Here we go, down onto this valley for the finalist time here for at least the qualifying stage, round 1 under Southeast Asia. It's track number 4, and it is up in the air still in the position and life points of Team Brunei. Will they make the cut or will they not? Obviously, this is not the eliminations just yet, but will they learn their lessons from this dearly and not make the same mistake? That is the even bigger takeaway. So right now, deployment into vehicles, they have to make it onto the checkpoint.
Okay, consistent enough. Team Brunei, although not at number 1 at the starting point, but they still have a decent start. So they have some level of consistency there. This time around, it's going to be Team Indonesia at the front, followed by Team Philippines at number 3, meaning that Team Singapore is behind. Yes, number 4 for now. But then again, this is, of course, still the starting point. Still a lot of room to improve. Still a lot of room to also make errors, which we hope that the teams don't do as they head onto the first checkpoint.
The first checkpoint is the easiest, trying to warm them in, but the real challenge within track 4 has got to be the potential terrains that they are up against with. It is not the easiest to drive around, and we've seen numerous vehicles just getting tipped over with a sheer miscalculation, and so they don't want to have to do that. Right now, Team Indonesia is the one who booked their way up front, and in second place will go to Team Brunei instead.
Okay, open road. As long as they hit the checkpoints along the way, they'll be fine. So it's up for exploration for the teams, and so far we can see that for Team Brunei, fairly efficient. But okay, Team Brunei indirectly, I know it's not intentional, but they kind of like force Team Indonesia to knock onto the haystack.
That they did, but it also, you see the trigger happy behavior from Team Brunei, right? They will just jam the floor just to get a head start here, and well, another one bites the dust. It is Team Philippines, it seems, who stumbled a little bit, but it is just checkpoint 1, so nothing too much to worry about.
Yep, checkpoint number 1, so that's okay. Same goes for Team Singapore, who just arrived to checkpoint number 1. It's just that the disadvantage is that you might not get the starting area in checkpoint 1 that you would have wanted, and it would have been taken by maybe another team. And that's, of course, again, another maybe, because originally this could be your plan in the first place.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the teams here within this lobby can find solace in the fact that none of these teams would draw numbers up to 100 points within 120 seconds. So they do realize that they might still have a lot of targets left around for the rest of them to collect up for themselves. But as I say that, Team Brunei, though, they inch closer into the 100 points lead mark before the 4-color targets comes online.
Only 14 more to hit the goal standard, make that 12 if they're able to seal of approval. Goal standard. 10 more to go. Okay, but I think it's about time. That's why I can see the athletes get it. Oh, they did it! It's goal standard for Team Brunei.
Team Brunei, they ain't kidding. They're not messing around after that bad game. They have to make things up here. They have to cover back the lead or the lack thereof in timing since they ran that marathon. And so Team Brunei pitting themselves up for a greater success, more than 50% through, 172, 182 and counting towards 300 points.
Yep, make that 200 now, and Team Brunei looking very likely to be the first team to complete the task. As Team Singapore, points deducted for Team Singapore. Looks like a little bit of a missed shot there for them. They accidentally shot the color that's not supposed to be theirs, and they had to pay the price for it by gaining or recovering the points lost. And now it's official that Team Brunei will be the first team to get out of here.
Onto their way into the next checkpoint, they have to be as speedy as possible, only the 4th minute mark. Surely, if they maneuver this one right in the most optimal of manner, they can reach into the next one and start that countdown and start building that lead again. What we want to see is that 100-pointer buffer and lead, and so that they can look to pretty much recuperate what they've lost in the previous round.
Oh yeah, but looking good so far, not gonna lie, not gonna take that away from them. But we always we always see that the third checkpoint is always the bane for these teams. But you know what? These teams, they're doing good because they're using the future gaming flagship. Thank you so much to iQOO11 for providing this amazing piece of equipment for our teams.
Now the real question becomes, where are the equipments for your casters to try it out? Hey, I want some product demonstration, product usage around here. Oh, and talking about products, this has got nothing to do with them, but Team Brunei. They kind of stumbled into tree lines here and got stuck for the time being on their way into the next checkpoint.
Okay, yeah, still needing to polish in the driving department for these teams in general, including the first group of Southeast Asian teams as well. Not the cleanest of driving, and just as when we were talking about it, again, Team Brunei crashing into one of these trees that in a normal Miramar, these trees don't exist. These trees only exist for this game mode. So maybe it's also like, yeah, they're not used to it. But if you gotta think about it, it's also like the confidence of these athletes, right? They'll be like, oh yeah, I play Miramar a lot. I know it like the back of my hand. But the moment this trees appears, then, well, you gotta like rethink or muscle memory yourself for this.
Well, one thing's for sure, I think people would know that those trees do not exist because look at them. How are they green within this desert? The original trees in Miramar are all cacti, and you've got a very bushy tree popping out from the ground, blocking your view on the other end of the horizon. It's almost like the developers are trying to give them a hard time here.
Well, that's the challenge, right? I mean, you got to be the best, right? So you got to overcome these challenges.
There we go.
Here we go again. Team Singapore this time. Already the last team. That's not helping them.
Well, good news for Team Brunei, despite all the pitfalls that they've been through right now, already 40 in the score sheet, getting themselves down. Now they just have to multiply that to get a 400 out of it.
All right, right now, Team Brunei, 40 points. Can they hit the gold standard? But looks like not this time around. 40 points is going to be their starting point by the main objective goes up. And speaking about going up, everyone goes up to the platform. First floor it is for all these teams as Team Singapore joins in, starting up with 6 points.
And this is where it's going to get a bit iffy here for the likes of Team Brunei and holding their lead because Team Philippines, they shoot pretty true and they've done so many a times now. But this time around, Team Brunei seemingly able to pretty much waver the advancement so far. But as I say that, Team Philippines already inching the distance and closing that gap.
It sounded like a similar story like before, right? Like, okay, Team Brunei at the front, they were having a good time until Team Philippines just came in from behind. They were at number 3 at some point, but they somehow came in from behind with showing their prowess when it comes to shooting and overtaking Team Brunei. Same story again, just a different section.
Different section, same story. That is a paradox, it seems. Nothing you can do to change the future because if you go back in time and try to do things different, that could be the very reason your future to untold and unfold ahead of you. And so, Team Philippines trying to make it fate that they walk away as the first team from checkpoint number 2 to begin the countdown in checkpoint number 3. Only less than 50 marks left before they can get the tickets out of here. But Team Indonesia comes in to take away that lead for a brief moment.
For a brief moment, they will lose it, but now they're back on top and Team Philippines is back. Okay, 5 points, 7 points. Team Brunei, could it be a surprise coming in from behind? Yes, it will. Locked in. Team Brunei is the first team to complete section number 2, but not too far away. Team Indonesia and Team Philippines. So it's pretty close with the top 3 teams.
Triple threat. This is what you were hoping for. It's happening right now, unraveling in front of our eyes. The dream is happening today itself, and it just so coincidentally happened in the last track of the evening for at least this round. Leading the charts, it is one from Team Indonesia. In purple and fumbling it through, it's Team Brunei who is who has all the stakes in the world to perform. They're the ones who got knocked back earlier on with the mismanagement of resources. This is paramount for them to try and close in that gap.
Oh no, that allowed Team Philippines to overtake them as well. Man, Team Brunei, but okay, they can still make up for it because there's still one more checkpoint to go. But for Team Singapore, not leaving Section 2 yet. 10 more points to go. Hopefully they'll be able to do it before the first team arrives onto the third checkpoint. They should be able to do it because they don't want to miss out on the opportunity to also be part of the party when all the other teams start to get those ground targets.
Those ground targets will come in clutch here, especially for the first movers into checkpoint 3. We know this is the true challenge, the true test in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. And so Team Indonesia, having booked that first step in, could already start building that lead to set them up for success.
Okay, here we go. 3 teams have arrived onto checkpoint number 3. Now Team Singapore needs to move in as fast as possible before the main objective comes up, because there's that possibility of when the objective comes up and one team is still not there. I think we've seen that before.
We have, time and time again, because there is the 120 seconds to pretty much buffer the advancements of the rest of the teams and allow the teams from the back end to probably close in that gap. But of course, they will be closing that gap with a handicap, seeing as though they don't have first-hand access towards these ground targets themselves.
Okay, Team Indonesia now 62 points. Are they going to hit the gold standard of 100 points and above before the flying targets show themselves? For now, it's going to be, it seems to be slowing down, 64. Maybe they're switching the strategy to loot and be prepared for the main target. Yep, 5 more seconds to go. Nothing much that they can do. Now focus onto what's important. That's going to be flying in front of them.
Flying in front of them, but very hard to kind of hit here. The hitbox is nearly non-existent. I can't even gauge at what level do they actually register as a clip here, because even the red dot sights do not trace them upon these icons themselves. This is where an extreme understanding of how these guns shoot comes into play.
Yeah, the mountain behind is actually not helping the visual. Like in other tracks, it would be like a clear sky, so you can clearly see the dots. But if you have a mountain behind, I think if you're one of the athletes as well, you'll be like, oh man, I can't tell the difference between whether it's the shape of the mountain or whether it's the actual target.
For all you know, they've been emptying their shells onto shadows, and that would be just the absolute worst of moment. However, if they were doing so, then Team Indonesia wouldn't be in the lead, but they are, so they are hitting the mark for now. The first one to hit 200 in this entire lobby, closing into that 250 mark, but it is Team Philippines who takes the lead now.
Team Philippines now looking to take back that throne because they got 2 out of 3 first places, and they would have wanted the third one. And this could be their moment to take it back, but Team Indonesia will not be giving them an easy run. They want that for themselves as well. As for Team Brunei, slowly slipping down.
Slowly slipping, as long as they're still in distance to maybe claw their way back and even out the odds. That should be good news onto their end, but right now doesn't seem like it. Stagnated is their ability to accrue such pointers onto their end. It is now the game between Team Philippines and Team Indonesia, just neck and neck at each other's throats, hypothetically speaking.
But, well, they're all here in the same arena. Just saying. But I'm sure everyone's all friendly and nice. And here we go. Team Philippines, 104 points left.
Woo,
but we do see some movement, though.
Huh?
We do see some movement early on. I think maybe reloading.
Perhaps so, but Team Philippines now hit the 400 mark, and it is them who is slowly building that gap forward towards their end. And this could be them walking away with a 3 top 1 finish out of the 4 tracks that they play, and this is setting them up a good into a good position. Might even see them in the first top 3 area in the overall with all 8 teams combined at this rate.
So close right now for Team Indonesia. But Team Philippines could still do it. I mean, okay, 10 points. And Team Indonesia gets the first fight to complete. Team Philippines, 34 points behind them. And very, very likely for Team Indonesia to be the first team to cross over the line, giving them a first place finish 2 times in a row.
That makes them the ultimate victor here, since track 1 and 2, they were top 2 in the finish. And they're going to make this one, I think not.
No.
What a somersault. They found themselves in equal grounds, equal footing. They're still going on. Nothing's changed. They are still in trajectory victory.
I mean, that is style. So far for the teams that have that happen to have that mishap, they go down, the cars turn around. I mean, they had a lot of issues. But for Team Indonesia, okay, that's pretty nice. I do wonder whether that's intentional or that was just pure luck.
Well, nothing's luck with them. Consistent through and through. And another one here gets their way. It is Team Philippines also falling down, but on equal grounds.
Wait a second, wait.
Recover.
Okay, just when they were on the clear, but luckily for them enough that the vehicle landed back on its forward. So they're okay there, they're okay. There was a scare for Team Philippines, but next is going to be Team Brunei. So we will probably get to see a side of whether Team Brunei will be able to pull off the jump.
We'll see. I'm not sure if they're going to take the risk here because they've already gotten so many deficits in the previous map. They've already dragged their time down far too much, and they will not take that risk. They will instead take another risk and find themselves upright and vertical. They have to use the reset, taking them into 5 seconds later than what they should be really achieving.
Oh man. And just you think that you're safe down there. No, it's not. Okay, second time around. But this time they don't need to use the reset. They will continue on, but it's still time wasted there.
Time wasted, time consumed, time gone. Hey, at least Team Singapore still getting their hands busy. So Team Brunei can tap themselves in the back and pat themselves, call them a good job, look themselves straight in the eyes within the mirror.
Yep, now for Team Singapore to complete the challenge. And next we will see how they execute that that huge platform. That's always the one that I'm anticipating to see, because it is one of the more entertaining ones and one of the more challenging ones, because you need to do multiple jumps and you need to be precise with your jumps. Now, on to Team Singapore. So far, the first 3 teams, they managed to do it. Let's see if Team Singapore can.
Worth noting, though, during the Super A player scoreboard, it is Team Singapore with Juggernaut as the number 1.
Okay. And with that,
they get stuck on top of the heavens. Nobody comes out alive here. This task is just a little bit too brutal.
Well, at least they still managed to hit that. But okay, not enough momentum for them. And now they're stuck down there for the second time. So out of all these 4 teams, none of them managed to make it through.
One is the lack of trying, at the very least. We know that Team Brunei decides to go one way. So it's still a maybe with them. We don't know if they fail.
True enough. So that's a 3.5 then.
Yeah.
3.5. But anyway, congratulations to all these teams for completing all 4 tracks now. Now we will be tabulating the scores to see who will be fitted into what group coming up next, because they will all play another 4 more tracks before we tabulate all the time to decide who is the top 4 to come to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and that is one to look out for. Very interesting stuff. However, a huge disclaimer to you guys there. Later on, we have that 4 matches for one group. So that's one half of the overall segregated into a new group. The other half, that will happen not on broadcast, offline, because it will happen past 10 p.m. and today is a Sunday. We're not crazy. We're not expecting you to pretty much stay up all the way till 12 a.m.
Yeah, but we expect you to check out the highlights thanks to iCrew from the previous round. And this round, decent amount of accidents, I must say. In fact, all the rounds so far, now that we have ran through all 4 maps, right? Like, the driving needs to be worked on.
It's exactly what we said with the earlier stuff today with Central and South Asia. I think when we were watching West Asia and East Asia, I think driving was an understated responsibility that we did overlook as the easier task. Clearly it isn't.
Yeah, clearly you're relinquishing that role now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, no, I'm done.
I'm just by the sidelines now, and 15 minutes. That's fast. Team Indonesia out there, even beating the average of West Asia themselves.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. It's normally like around the areas of like 16 and above, right?
Yeah.
But 15 minutes, 32 seconds is amazing. But now the FAW Audi Super A player, and for the first time for Team Singapore, it's going to be Juggernaut, ranking in the most points, 576 score. This guy has been in the scene for the longest time. I remember casting his game back in 2020, and he's still now representing the country. Big man now.
Yeah, he's a very friendly guy. I've talked to him once or twice. We do have a mutual friend as well who's close in contact with him.
Oh.
So yeah, we know each other. I say that, but I'm not the most friendly of person. So you consider yourself lucky, huh? I treat you like an ally.
I am honored, Steve. I am honored. To be in your list, despite like you claim yourself to be an introvert.
Yeah,
but
well,
you're not.
I wouldn't say introvert.
Okay.
I get awkward trying to talk to new people, despite me running my mouth here and there. But enough about me. Let's get back into the game.
Okay.
Who do you think? No, actually, the question is simple.
All right.
Do you think Team Brunei make it out of the last place? Just saying, it's either they're last or they're not.
Let's see here. Definitely not in this group.
Okay.
Because Team Singapore has 3 4th place finishers.
Oh.
So I think that's kind of obvious, right?
Yeah, that's kind of a plenty.
Yeah, but the bigger question now I have in my mind is that at least as of now, like if you put all 8 together, right, is Team Brunei the first 4 or the second 4? Like the bottom 4, the top 4?
Definitely bottom 4.
Okay, you would think so.
I wasn't even guessing. I mean, how was the games before this? It was you and Choo Choo.
All right.
I know Team Malaysia will probably be down there as well.
Yeah, because they got all number 4s.
Yeah.
So it's obvious there. I think the other one would be
Team Myanmar?
Yeah, Team Myanmar will be at the bottom 2, at least out of the 4.
Okay. So that completes the 4 horses from hell. But before we get into more theories here, warning to the beloved PHI player, Team Philippines player Rosello, for unauthorized leaving the game again. Man, all you had to do was leave it there when you're done. Don't touch it. I know it can be boring waiting for the rest of your members to pass by the finish line, but try not to do that. It is not worth the risk, I'm telling you that much, okay? So that we have people operating a thing on the back end to make sure that this thing runs as smoothly and as optimally as possible, and you doing that is just gonna be like a pimple to them, and you know what happens to pimple? They get popped, so don't ever do that. You know, fair play.
That's a nice analogy. Yeah, that's a nice. But you know what? Sometimes I would think that sometimes it's muscle memory. You know, it's like, oh, once you're done with the game,
yeah,
you're like, oh, scroll through social media while waiting for the next one. Like, yeah, maybe he had that, like, I want to go, oh, oops. Yeah. But anyway, we have our next segment.
Yeah, I think Tash is ready with a player to get interviewed by her greatness and likeness. So without further ado, Tash, please show us what you have.
With me, I have joined is Team Philippines, Casino in the house. I'm super excited that you're here alongside his coach. And for now, we had a quick chat last night actually, and they told me that today you guys were gonna lose. And so far, it's been a super competitive group for you guys. What do you guys think about that?
Nung usapan doon yung kagabi, medyo tagilid daw yung expectations natin. So, ano nangyari nung ngayon?
Nag-practice lang kami ng nag-practice. At nag-try ng lahat ng mga meta ng gagawin.
Okay, so he said that during the whole day, while we were waiting, was that they practiced a lot. Like even when we weren't able to reserve training rooms, like in the dining area, outside, on the way, even in the hotel. Yeah, even like late at night when we arrived at the hotel after eating, they practiced hard.
Wow. That means practice really does make perfect, even though it was a big change from yesterday in terms of mindset. So now let's talk a little bit about what's hard in the game. Do you think that the driving or is the shooting hardest for you, and why?
Next question is yung daw yung mas mahirap, yung pagdadrive ba or yung pagtitira ng mga target?
Siyempre, yung pagdadrive din kasi nahirapan din eh. Iba-iba kasi yung nilalagyan nila ng mga bato, yung parang bagong mapa ba. Tapos, yung pagbarrel din, siyempre sobrang bilis ng sasakyan eh pag magagayro ka.
So we actually said that initially the driving was hard because the different obstacles and the changing landscape as well as the routes for the checkpoints were a bit challenging.
Yeah.
And he also mentioned that it was both driving and the shooting.
Both.
Shooting while driving.
Shooting while driving.
Yeah, because the speed boost targets are very hard to hit while they're going, and like they're checking out everyone else where they are.
Yeah, actually, I do agree because that is actually one of the hardest targets to hit. Now, my final question is, your groups will be reshuffled again tonight, right? So, do you think that you can perform as well as you did today after the shuffle?
Last question is, ano yung tingin mo dun sa magiging bagong groups nyo? Kasi mga kalaban nyo yung nasa kabilang group. So, ano ba? Makapag-perform ulit kayo katulad ngayon or ano?
Gagawin namin yung alam namin at ginawa namin ngayon, tatry namin, pero susubukan pa rin.
He mentioned that it's still gonna be challenging because we weren't able to play as much, and they're just gonna do what they do best, the way they know how, and hope for the best, expect for the best.
Yeah.
Less expectations, but hope for the best.
Not a lot of expectations, but hope for the best. That's exactly what Casido has said. And for now, I'm going to toss it back to our casters. Let's see what they got for us.
So that is officially it, confirmed by the man, the myth, the legend himself, Casido from Team Philippines. He said the drive is the hardest part of this entire event. I take it back whatever I said in day number 1 about the drivers being the absolutely easiest of jobs. I take it back. I'm sorry. I'm apologized.
Yeah, start training your shooting skills, my man, because you're changing your role. But here it is. Okay, no longer guessing.
I told you.
Yeah, no longer guessing. So far, this is the total times collected through the first stage of the qualifying stage. And Team Thailand, Team Indonesia, Team Laos, and Team Philippines. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the bottom 4 right now, fighting for their lives to qualify to the finals, is going to be Team Myanmar, Team Brunei, Team Malaysia, and Team Singapore. And look at the gap. For 1 to 4, it's below 70 minutes, but the moment it hits 5 to 8, it's above 70 minutes in total.
This is insane, and now that we have the pretty much overall placement, we kind of can pretty much reveal to you the groupings. I wrote it down just in record time, but I guess we have to keep the suspense till later here. Stay tuned, we still have one set of 4 tracks to watch. Team Thai, Team Philippines, Team Myanmar, and Team Singapore going up in the next 4 tracks here. This is Sir Cloud, I'm Keith. I'll see you in a quick jiffy. Bye-bye.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Are you guys ready to rumble? Because this is where we start to have the shuffle. You guys are tuning into none other than Road to Asian Games 2022. PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will be your, hopefully the last round of the day. Will be your casters for the last round of the day, which is going to be me, Choo Choo, and Keith.
What's going on, guys? Exciting things happening down below. Now, we have already seen the qualifying stage for Southeast Asia. 2 sets of that were played. We saw the overall. Now they have been segregated into the respective group. And as you can see behind me, they are the teams that will be playing within one group. It's the first place the first place in the overall, plus the 4th and 5th and 8th place in the overall in a single group, just to balance things out a little bit. But I did have my reservations, and I did tell Choo Choo beforehand, it just feels like at this point it's going to be Team Thailand and Team Philippines to run away with it.
Well, maybe they'll make a comeback for Team Myanmar and Team Singapore, who are all the teams that will be participating in this group for now. So they divide into another 2 groups. The other half, which are going to be not broadcasted afterwards. So you guys stay tuned, because it's going to be tomorrow to know the final. I think it's going to be the top 4, right? We'll be making it up till the last minute for tomorrow's, because we do have 2 finals. First and foremost is going to be coming up from Central Asia and South Asia. And for tomorrow as well, we do have the Southeast Asia region finals. Now, we saw all the regions of today, including all these 3 regions before. I need to ask you one question.
What?
We counted a lot of crashes with South Asia and Central Asia. If you compare with Southeast Asia, who take the throne of the most crashes?
You're putting me in a spot here, because you know I'm shameless, and I really don't care what people would think of my opinion. And I want to say both of them, to be honest, at this rate. Because we've seen time and time again detrimental mistakes coming out from both these teams. Both regions also suffered the lack and mismanagement of resources and fuel. So,
not resources, fuel. That's
fuel.
it. No, fuel. That's what happened. When you're out of gas, there's no way you can push the pedal anymore. And in this case, you think it might be sufficient, but it's best to stay safe than sorry later. And so thank you for match technical officers as well. And we definitely know these guys had a long day, but they're still energized and energetic enough to have it another round. But coming out from the Philippines, they are smiling now. They haven't actually tried to compete against the Team Thailand yet, so we're gonna wait and see, will they still be smiling?
I like that you bring that one up, because as far as I'm concerned, nobody comes out smiling when they have to get pit up against Team Thailand. It's no surprise why this stack, these individual players, are regarded as world-class in terms of their mechanics, and they've been to global platform, and they are right now still #1 in the overall for Southeast Asia. Someone could have come up with an upside-down smile. That's the best they could do right after.
What is an upside-down smile?
A frown, to say the least.
Okay, that makes it clear. But also, speaking of which, yes, even though they have their past achievement, pretty much mounting up to their statue, but this is a different format as it is. Everybody started off a clean slate again. We have Team Thailand, Team Myanmar, Team Philippines, and Team Singapore to battle it out once more to find themselves who will be the most skillful player in our another round of a Track 1 in Miramar.
This is Track 1, and it's going to be quite one-sided if I were to have a prediction on how things is going to turn out. I mean, you have the overall fastest team within the lobby of not even the best team for the next door neighbors. You know what I'm saying? So it's either it's going to be that skewed that way, or we're going to see quite the surprise. And it all begins as soon as they, crosses the arch.
I mean, I do hope we get the surprises, especially coming from Team Myanmar. I have a feeling, maybe they will shut you up in this case and see, Keith, suddenly it's going to be a different team entirely. But for Thai teams, the Team Thai, to actually go on the 4th place, I think that's pretty much right now impossible.
Impossible for Team Thai? Well, we were just talking about Team Thailand, and you jinxed them down to oblivion, 4th place.
Is it really my fault now?
Yeah, it's pretty much your fault here. But Team Thailand, we've seen them play from the back end, making their way to the front here, so nothing too new or foreign. Should be something that they can fare well with pretty easily, but I don't want to jinx them like you did, so I'll reserve some of my thoughts.
Wow, how everybody just threw me under the bus these days. But speaking of which, these guys definitely know this map like the back of their hand. They know how to cut the corners and definitely will shave off a couple of minutes if we come to the overall. But it's down to will they hit the haze stacks? And Team Myanmar happened to caught themselves on one of those structures again. Team Philippines taking the lead with Team Singapore this time coming out strong.
Team Philippines makes a flight into aerial grounds here, but it is them. Will they make the perfect landing? They won't. It is one of the worst and rough landing you could have ever expected, and they missed the beach flag in the process. Turn around, they say.
Man, that's going to be detrimental for them all the way back. And now from first to the last, it's going to be Team Philippines coming up with the last one, but it's still not that detrimental. It's before. If it's before we hit the first checkpoint, the checkpoints where it will stretch up the gap between the teams depending on how skillful they are in finding those targets and control their barrels and reserving their resources.
Now the strategy to tackle these checkpoints are simple, right? Go in with the lead time to get as much done to set you up when the activity comes into play. And knowing Thailand, Team Thailand being one of the most ferocious in their mechanics, I have yet to see them try to pull in the points in, and so I am curious to find out, because right now across the board this doesn't look like the fearsome players that they are. 30 only so far in the leaderboards.
But all they need to do is just focus on their main mission. When the platform of the multicolored target starting to appear, that's where we can see the difference. Right now it's going to be on ground hitting the targets, just trying to find those targets and hitting as much as they can, but have to reserve their ammunition, making sure they will not waste all their magazines there. If not, they'll be wasting more time trying to replenish their resources.
Well, as you mentioned, it is now come online here. The main objectives, only 56 of the lead being built up by the likes of Thailand. But surely, I think they can get this one done and out of the way here. Already 106 in the points. Near to them, it is team from Myanmar, 105, 125 in trailing.
So far, Team Philippines, it was really detrimental at this stage, but they can make a comeback here. While Team Singapore, on the other hand, having a very strong start this time. Very different from the previous few rounds. But coming up from Team Thailand, even though they're being left out quite early on, it feels like it's a no problem for them when it comes to catching up.
This is as easy as a walk in the park for Team Thailand here. We know that they are one of the region's best within handling this game and its mechanics, but it is Team Myanmar who will find their way out first, alongside with Thailand now trailing from behind. But who will leave the checkpoint at first is still going to be a question until they cross that line.
That's kind of true. It's all down to the final checkpoint here. We do know that's going to be the one that will be punishing for the teams that are having a hard time to pin down those flying objects. The first two checkpoint, still you can close one eye about it. You know, you can catch up in the final one as long the gap is not too far, though. That's it.
That's the more important one. And what's even more important is the screen that is on this IQ 11, looking pretty fancy, as clear as day. In which they're playing from, when very fitting, seeing that it is an arcade game after all.
That's kind of true. I wish we can actually have a free
It's
one.
right there. Go take it in front of the desk.
Can we? I wouldn't mind, honestly speaking. I would want to have one myself because of how fast the frame rates were. But back towards the teams we go. So far, we do have a bit of a swerve coming up from Team Myanmar, even though they have the lead. But it's always about the driver's seat that's kind of in a hot spot. And this giving up, coming up from Team Thailand at the back.
Oh, no, they missed.
Make a big U-turn again. So many teams happen to be missing when it comes to certain checkpoints there.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal. Team Thailand had the opportunity to maybe make a zip line across Team Myanmar themselves, but will not see that happening anytime soon, at least within these travel towards checkpoint number 2. Perhaps after they wrap up checkpoint 2, they have a fighting chance in maybe jetting forward towards checkpoint 3 instead.
So far, Team Myanmar having a very good lead, and so far they have been keeping the momentum up there. Even though they have a bit of a stumble just going into the second checkpoint, but they recovered, and thanks to the misfortune that happened to us Team Thai, they do have more space to get all their own ground target. But can they get it fast enough? Surprisingly, on the other hand, Team Thailand, even though they fall back for a bit, were in the last place, while the road towards the second checkpoint, but them catching up here have a very fast rebound state coming out from them.
I mean, this is Team Thailand, known as one of the more aggressive players out in the scene here, just jumping out, hitting targets whenever the eyes catches onto it first. And so we're seeing firsthand and what that prowess is in numbers. 58 right now, lead built up onto their end. They have to hit that 100 points as a benchmark here if they're looking to maybe pit themselves up against one of the greats. But Myanmar, despite their finish in the initial group, they are looking pretty formidable this time round.
But honestly speaking, I feel like this is one of the best Thai round just yet. The Team Thailand right now having a better lead than all the other checkpoints. It's so hard for us to see teams coming up from South Asia will hit that the 3-digit mark before the start of the retracting target in second platform or second checkpoint. And this actually makes so much space for Team Thailand to have the lead and maybe even exit out. But Team Philippines, even though kind of dragged out early on, they are catching up.
So speaking about catching up here, Team Thailand slowly losing it actually to the likes of the Philippines. Team Philippines finds their way first into the 200 of marks, making their way 50% through, and they are only going to climb on further unless they get into a stalemate in which Team Thailand would need to capitalize further. But seeing as though they're building it really steady, accruing that points, they're going to make it 300 in no time.
As usually, it's going to be the 8 minute 30 seconds-ish when it comes to the average coming out from the teams of Southeast Asia in these qualifiers to get out from the second checkpoint. We might actually hitting that target. Team Philippines taking the lead. Surprisingly, Team Thailand having a hard time to catch up here. It's quite a gap, almost 100 gap in between them. But for Team Philippines, all they need to do is find 2 more targets and one last one. And now they have it a green light to go for their final checkpoint.
Team Philippines will be the first one out of here and into checkpoint 3 should they not crash and burn someplace else.
Don't jinx it.
I'm not jinxing it. It's a friendly warning at best here. Taking a look at the Super A player, it is also going to the side of the Philippines here with Casido holding at number 1. And number 2, it's Tony K, the Wonder Kid, coming out from the lands of many smile, Team Thai.
Now, coming up, this is why we want to have fingers crossed, hoping all the teams going a very smooth ride. But it's kind of a difficult call for us because for the entire day, it's almost impossible for them not to crash just yet. Hopefully, they will not having to miss any more checkpoints to make a big U-turn coming from Team Philippines since they are taking the lead. And so far, things have been doing great. But we do have Team Myanmar and Team Thailand also catching up to us the side of Team Philippines.
Team Philippines find their way landing. Perfect play right there.
Ooh.
The handling is impeccable. That would save them so much time because that itself, the maneuver right there is going to propel them forward in better position and better leads and better standings. So they will have the advantage moving on onto chapter 3.
And back still with the chapter, huh?
It's my story.
And back towards the side of Team Philippines, taking such a huge lead and gap. And full second, it's going to be coming out from Team Thai, who happen to be sharing the same space and time with Team Myanmar, who happens to be just next to each other. But Team Singapore, on the other hand, do have a 20-second gap in between the second and third team. But at the same time, can Team Philippines use their full potential here to garner as much as they can for the ground target that's hidden right now?
And this is where the tides usually gets tipped over and turned against the hero of the story here, because it is approaching checkpoint number 3, and we all know this is the make or break moment for majority of these teams. Now, Team Philippines historically has never suffered in the checkpoint number 3, but as of recently, in the last 2 games that they have played, they did slow down, and seeing their names drop into the 3rd place to the likes of Team Brunei and even Team Indonesia. So this is something that maybe they are slowly losing their grasp on.
Or is it just track 3 and 4 that they might actually encounter some problems? Because it feels like every single team in South Asia familiarize themselves enough in track 1 and 2, but when it comes to the 3rd and 4th, especially the 4th, where everybody just avoid from getting on those bridge.
Well, I mean, they were the ones stuck in checkpoint 3 for both those maps, so I would assume it's maybe a firepower issue. But we'll see right here. Perhaps new tournament, not really tournament, new competition within the lobby, sharing new spaces, new environment, maybe posing new challenges instead. And that could very well be one of the factors too.
The biggest challenge will be your target will be snatched away by the teams that are trying to competing against these guys. It's going to be Team Thailand catching up to Team Philippines, but now they're starting off as a head start with 62 points for now, but the final checkpoint commenced. We do have the flying target for these guys to shoot it down, but can they pin every single one of it before being stolen by the team next to them?
This is it. Team Philippines, they have the lead. First one to hit 100 in the mark here, but Team Thailand, they're trailing ever so slightly nearby, so Team Philippines cannot be comfortable with it. Meanwhile, interchangeable down below, it's exactly what we have expected. 2 of the top teams, Team Thailand and Team Philippines, occupying the top spot. Meanwhile, down below, it's Team Myanmar and Team Singapore. Now, this is very important to take note, because only 2 within this group will move on forward, and it's looking like Team Thailand and Team Philippines right now.
Too much at stake here for Team Myanmar and Singapore if they don't push themselves both cylinders out, because this might be the stage they might get relegated if they cannot push themselves forward. But on the same time, Team Thailand now overtake Team Philippines, even though Team Philippines do have a head start. But like you mentioned before, this is where they got stuck and they pulled back.
Yep, and it's just reflective of what that happened previously within their own league or group within the qualifier stage. But they are also clawing their way back up pretty healthy and steadily as well. Team Thailand, maybe they are finally up against formidable foes in which could put their position to a challenge.
They're shook right now. I'm not sure, but they do look calm and composed. Coming up from Team Thailand, still taking the lead with 210 points, while Team Philippines kind of at a plateau for 286 points for quite some time, but finally got the numbers up here, while Team Thailand will finish off first possibly, but depends on Team Philippines as well. How fast can they react and track down those objects? Because right now, Team Thailand almost at the finish line of 500 points. All they need to find is going to be possibly around 12 more targets, make it 11 now, and they are close to finish things off.
Shuketh is perfectly described in a situation right now with Team Philippines as Team Thailand from the bottoms of the pits. Well, not really the bottom, midway through this entire scoreboard, they clawed their way to take on this lead and looking like they could close things out here really strong. Nearly 100 points apart. Where did they go wrong? That's exactly what Team Philippines would be asking themselves, as Team Thailand now, Pogger Walkers makes it 500 points. They will be the first team to make it out of checkpoint number 3.
But at the same time, can Team Philippines catch up here? I have a feeling they are very close enough to have a bit of a catch-up. But Team Myanmar, on the other hand, split themselves into 2 parts, where the other 2 were trying to find those hidden targets. Now, Team Thailand, hopefully everything goes smooth from here on, because if they just happen to be fumbling, it's going to be the time where Team Philippines might actually catch up. But at the same time, Team Thailand, nobody else left checkpoint 3 except for them. So I guess it's still a big of a gap. It's all down about your accuracy by the end of the day.
Right now, they're looking like they're in prime position to maybe make a 15-minute closure within this track. Still about 20 seconds left to go, but there are not much laps left for them to run. This is it. The most efficient way. Speed on forward. End it at the 15-minute mark. 10 seconds left, and they will do so with 10 seconds to spare here. It is 15:50 for Team Thailand.
For Team Thailand, so far their average for each of the track is around 15 minutes here. But coming up from Team Myanmar, still have a lot of catching up to do. But Team Philippines finally leaving the final checkpoint. And now there's going to be over a minute of a gap between them and Team Thailand. And it's just, they have the lead before. It's always the final checkpoint that's kind of troublesome for most of these teams.
Well, no, I can't say the same for Team Myanmar right now, because throughout this entire track one, let's be real, it has always been Team Thailand and Team Philippines with the lead since checkpoint one itself. And so perhaps Team Myanmar and both Team Singapore might want to look to pretty much refine on some of the things they know to perhaps stand a fighting chance. They do realize as well they're pitted up against one of the giants within Southeast Asia.
Speaking of Team Philippines and Team Thailand, just now they're literally 1 minute gap in between them. But for Team Myanmar, they're done. Finally can have the lead to go straight into the finishing line. I have a feeling it's going to be another 1 minute gap in between them because of how they just left the third checkpoint here, and henceforth they might need another minute to reach out to the finishing line. But Team Singapore, on the other hand, finally finished off their third checkpoint. And this is arguably their best performance just yet coming from Team Singapore.
A very honorable ending towards Team Singapore here. But what is going on? The cars does not seem like it was moving for a second there. I thought they ran out of gas. But thank God that wasn't the case
I was
here.
so worried.
I am already traumatized with the number of cases of people just running out of fuel. We know that the fuel economy is getting expensive. Hop on electric, go for an Audi Q4 e-tron.
Oh yeah, that's kind of true. For the hybrid, right? But back to at the side of Myanmar team, finally going for the touchdown at 18 minutes and 3 seconds. So there's still quite a gap between them and Team Philippines, more than a minute at that. But coming up from Team Singapore, how much time do they require to finally finish? Will it be detrimental enough? Or I personally feels like this is their best round and best track just yet.
Well, that may be true, Choo Choo. The best can still be their best in terms of their personal achievements. Sometimes the best just isn't enough. And I think this might be the case here, unless they can change the tides for themselves in the next 3 tracks to come.
Not just that, I mean like one step at a time, right? So you made progress, that's more than enough. It just shows that you learn by your mistake. And we have less accident in track 1 for this round. So I'm happy about that enough. But we do have the IQ highlight given to us so far when it comes to the first few objectives and checkpoints. Everybody starting off with equal field. It's not that far off when it comes to their skills, their driving skills, which we do have a bit of a fumble here, but at least they land on their 4 wheels. And second checkpoint as well, it feels like everyone on the same level of it. But when it comes to the final checkpoint, now that will be the stretch as always. Even though you've been left behind in the case of Team Thai, where they kind of missed a checkpoint, they even made a U-turn of it, still managed to finish off as the first team.
Yeah, and so that 15:50 here finish should have probably be about 15:35 to be honest, if it wasn't for that backtrack. But it is what it is. We will still recognize the feat that they've pulled on here. 15 minutes for a map is still spectacular. And here we're looking at the Audi potential Super A player with Myanmar Gus coming in at 418 of the points. The Philippines Casito with 416 and so on and so forth. Representing from Team Singapore, it's Yuno and DD.
Oh man. So far, track 1 and track 2, we do know that they're a bit more stable in these 2 tracks, right? The one we should watch out for is going to be track 3 and 4. But so far, I see an improvement coming up from Team Myanmar. but it's just the third checkpoint. That's it. They need to have a big lead to make sure that they have around 1 minute gap. Then only they have a shot to make sure they will finish off first by the end of the finish line.
1 minute of a gap is doable. I would say so myself. It's not like a tall order, right? If you're asking for 2-3 minutes, then that's a bit ludicrous. But if you think 1 minute gap is enough for Team Myanmar to pretty much succeed, then why aren't they striving for it? Because that's not really difficult to do.
They did try. We saw how they tried to take the lead when it comes to the first checkpoint and second checkpoint, but they happen to have some accidents here and there. Provided there are so many conditions for you to be in to make sure you can take up the lead. One of it will be the driver's seat. And the drivers, even though we barely get to see the drivers happen to be having a lot of contribution when it comes to the points, but it's actually one of the most heaviest responsibility for the entire team, because you are the one who's starting off from the racetrack itself as a head start. If you are late and you're having some issues with the car itself, then it's on you. I'm sorry, but it is what it is.
Yeah, don't apologize to me. I ain't driving anyone anywhere today.
Just today.
You could address that apology to the teams we have on the screen here. In case you forget, we're looking at Team Thailand, Team Myanmar, Team Philippines, and Team Singapore here. Team Thailand, of course, the one with the overall fastest time within Southeast Asia, looking like they might set up for that same record again with an averaging of 15 minutes to end a match. That's even faster than the entirety average of the West Asian group here. Team Philippines, they're hot. Sometimes they're cold, sometimes they're just lukewarm in between, and they kind of have to find themselves in solid footing here if they were to look to make their way into the #1 finish. But so far, top two contenders, definitely Team Thailand and Team Philippines on the board.
I did mention before, when it comes to the odd numbers, we do have a longer track, but when it comes to the even numbers, which could be track 2, which we are looking at the checkpoints of each of the places we do have in the track 2 right now. Usually they do have lesser time, and based on the data that we do actually have, it's going to be a reduction of 2 minutes based on comparing to the first track here. But it will be traded off by how much the obstacles there is in this particular track, and not just that, even the corners a bit sharper than usual.
I like track #2. I think it's the best. It's a smaller circuit, sure, but that also means every single mistake feels much more punishable than most.
Then you're not a very nice guy, then.
Yeah, I'm a sadistic person, maybe.
I think the same case goes for track #4, right? The same goes, especially at the ending there at the bridge. That's where a lot of South Asia teams just avoid to use the bridge entirely, because they know how detrimental it will be if they made a mistake there. So in case of track 2, I think the platform, the one that going from the first to second track, or I think it was the first to the second track, which will be a bit tougher than the rest of all the other sections in there. So track 2, when it comes to those platforms, they have to be extra careful with the drivers.
Yeah, and there is that one hill, which really is a testament to see if a team has done their homework or not within that rotation. We've seen Team Kazakhstan, who has shown that they have done their homework, but now we come down to Southeast Asia. I don't think I've seen it, at least within the group that I've casted for the qualifying round. So hopefully, this right here, we get to see what's built, how champions are built, pretty much.
It's kind of true, but at the same time, were you willing to take the risk? Because high risk, high reward, right? Yeah, the platform, sometimes you can swerve around it and making a bit of longer rotations just for the sake of safety. But if you actually do hit on point with your speed boost, that will pretty much shave off 20 seconds. And that's a huge lead, by the way.
I'm sure that's 20 seconds. That's a bit too substantial.
Because you're just mid-end, just land on with 4 wheels, and that's it. Because you saw there's one particular section in track 2, if I'm not mistaken, the platform just flew over that side where the other team like trying to hit the wall. Right? Yeah. So it's really a big gap in between.
Yeah.
So if they can actually use that and know exactly the time to use that speed boost, it will be a perfect run, and they definitely have a huge lead to go into the final checkpoint as well. But can they actually time well when to actually shoot down those speed boosters?
I still think it's for about 8 seconds. Come on, 20 seconds, really?
20 seconds. Because you have to put in mind that maybe when you got stuck around the corner of the platform, just to swerve around it.
You're just factoring potential
It's not entirely
roadblocks at this point.
100% safe, though, by the way.
Yeah, but okay, fine. Well, we'll see how that one plays out here. Maybe Southeast Asia, the teams in Southeast Asia has got a different flavor and style in playing it. But judging on, you know, what I have seen in the past, which is very recent, like a couple of hours ago.
In the past. It's in the past.
That is in the past. Every second pass is a pass. I'm not too confident in that sort of high level, high risk, high reward play going with them. They barely can drive it within that straight bumpy line and still stay afloat. So
hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully finally they kind of get the gist out of it and got themselves, you know, the tempo of how to drive it and making sure, you know, when you drive long enough, you realize, yeah, there's a good time, that hunch that you have as a driver, as a long-term driver. And speaking of which, do we have a driver that been swapped over by each of the team based on a certain track, or they just fixed on one designated driver so far?
I never noticed.
It's so hard to see who's driving in a car.
No, it's much worse. It's like a huge shutdown towards the drivers who arguably we were just talking about how important that role is to the team, and I'm just here not noticing them. I don't know. Who's driving the car? Does it really drive? Or is it automated? Does Audi Q4 e-tron have self-driving or a self-parking sensor? I don't know.
I would want to have that vehicle if that's the case, because I'm so bad at driving. I need some assistant to it. So back about, I mean, like, why do I exploit my own weakness on live here? But by the way, speaking of which, the average number of time required for each track so far when it comes to Southeast Asia qualifier, the average is around 16. 16 is I think the standard here. But when it comes to the lowest number so far, we delivered by the side of Team Thailand. And if you compare with Team Philippines, on the other hand, I feel like they're still just a bit later. Just not too much, not around 2 minutes. Definitely around 1 minute, maybe even lesser than that.
Yeah, but also you said averaging out Team Thailand's performance, it's usually 15 minutes, right? Per track.
Provided that they're not making a U-turn. But still, even though they made a U-turn, it's still around 15 minutes and 50 seconds, close enough to 16. But the usual is going to be the 15 minutes, around 30-ish seconds in between. So far they have been consistently deliver because of how well they shoot in the very last checkpoint.
So we don't have to worry about them. If they're going to keep on hitting 15, then I can tell you straight up, they're for sure already up there.
Then, since we're talking about somebody will get relegated, some teams will be relegated, then what is the standard not to be relegated for the average speed or the total time then?
I'm glad you asked that question. It's the same question I would ask someone. What is the standard to outrun a bear and not get mauled? You want to know the answer?
Yeah.
Run faster than the next guy. You just gotta do better than the next guy, eh? Team Philippines, they're the easier target to beat. Yeah, just don't be last. In this case, don't be the bottom two.
And the thing is, if you are the second last place, then that's already the next guy, though. They'll be mauled by the bear.
That's why you gotta beat Team Philippines, which seemingly, I don't want to put it that way, but I guess if you had to put them power levels compare, that would be more feasible of things, right? Team Philippines were 4th in the overall. They're borderline the bottom half.
I definitely don't want to go camping with you in the future in case something happens in the jungle, because I know what kind of a person you are now, Keith. I'm disappointed, but it is what it is for the sake of own survival. But we're finally heading into track number 2. This time it will be more towards the northern side. Ruins as the starting point with Alpozo, San Martin and Cruz de Val will be the checkpoints. Yeah, we will end up on top of Campo Militar. But who dropped first? They're trying to just snatch away all the loot from the other team because they happen to be sharing the same compound.
Well, sharing is caring, but I don't think that is the theme when it comes to competitive esports here. All a man for himself. Again, I'm trying my best not to go back to the bear analogy, but it's just reflective through and through. I don't know what to tell you, Choo Choo. This is called hard truth reality.
We are just humans, by the way. We're just humans, okay? We're not selfish, we're just trying to survive. But back towards our game we go. Philippines taking the lead. And two teams back-to-back, including Team Thailand, stuck at the back line.
Well, it's not the first that has ever happened to them. Even in track number 1, they were in the number 4 position because of a blunder during that rotation. So I wouldn't be too worried about them. I would, in fact, have my eyes onto Team Philippines because, again, they are the teams to beat. They are the one team that you could potentially push down and save yourself from relegation.
So basically you're saying that Team Thailand right now is untouchable at number 1. So the one that you can claw next is going to be the second place, which Team Philippines always having the lead in the first and second checkpoints, which quite difficult for the other teams, including Team Singapore and Myanmar to catch up. But here comes a platform, flew over the tree, another one to jump, and they do have a better lead when it comes to Team Philippines, but Team Myanmar can actually catch up.
They will still try here, Team Thailand finding themselves in a back foot. But yes, Team Myanmar taking a word of our advice. They have their eyes set on the boys in blue. It is Team Philippines up ahead. One wrong move and that's going to allow the likes of Team Myanmar, who has got a better curve entry here, keeping things as straight as possible, giving them a little bit of a boost head start towards this first checkpoint. So fortunately for them, they do not have to share that compound. And it is Team Thailand and the likes of Team Singapore who comes in as the last one to the party.
Tail to tail for all the teams here right now. 120 seconds commencing for the downtime before the checkpoint mission finally commence. But for all the teams, can they find all the hidden target? Can they have enough time to loot up? Will the drivers start to, fill in the gas right now while waiting during the downtime? Because if you try to fill in the gas a bit later, then it's going to be detrimental for the team. The driver's seat is always the hardest one.
Now, talking about filling those gas tanks here, one of the other factors that they have to bear in mind is also the utilization of the boost, because every single time you do use the boost, you actually burn more petrol. So in the worst case scenario as a driver is to activate boost and ram into the wall, because not only do you burn more fuel, but you don't cover the distance you would have hoped with that propulsion in the first place.
Now, I do want to know about the boost, by the way, because from what I know from the players, you're only able to have the boost when you shoot the drone down, then it will be instantly boost up.
Really? Wasn't it an active button?
I don't think so. So that I'm not quite clear for that, but I will try to clarify for you guys in the future, because from what I know, they told me there's no button for it. But here comes the first checkpoint here. Whoever trying to shoot down this one as much as they can, they will actually leave the vicinity first. And so far, as per usual, Team Thailand, they were third coming into this checkpoint, but no surprise, they're taking the lead again.
Yeah, they are doing things nearly up to gold standards here. They started a lead of 96 points before this came up online, and so they're finding themselves in better position. Team Myanmar just trailing behind it, and Team Myanmar, they're logical. They know that they only have to beat Team Philippines to at least give them a second chance here in the Asian Games. And so they're going to do exactly that. Thai is their performance from Team Myanmar and Team Philippines neck to neck together with the land with many smiles. It is Team Thailand who hits 300 first alongside of Team Myanmar, and now these two might find their way towards a happy ending.
Not too far behind, Team Singapore trying to catch up as well, but trying to find their vehicles. Where is the vehicle? Now finally ram into it as well, but as per usual, I feel like Team Thailand with the first one to leave with lesser time than before, which is going to be 4 minutes and 45 seconds leaving the first checkpoint. Next is going to be Team Myanmar, but only a couple of seconds, 1 second literally behind is going to be Team Philippines. Now for the side of Team Singapore, they have to shoot down a lot of speed booster in case if they want to do some catch up.
Catch up is the name of the game here. It is after all a race to the finish line, and Team Thailand is just getting away with it. Now here comes the iconic well, fly wall, I would say so. But first, an ad by our sponsors, Future Gaming Flagship. It's
They're going
Icon.
super slow. Ooh.
I told you, they are taking that way.
Yeah, no, the thing is, the time of their boost just now was impeccable. They know exactly. They slowed down for a bit, but this is where some teams will have some problems. And we have a bit of a tumble coming from Philippines, but every single time they land on 4 wheels, so I think that's still pretty okay. Neck to neck, tail to tail. It's going to be Team Thailand, Team Myanmar, and Team Philippines on the other hand. Where's Team Philippines?
Team Philippines got staggered on the fall, so maybe they get a short burst ahead, but the moment they land, they were staggered and they had to build that momentum up, which allowed a team who like Myanmar, who maintained momentum through and through, to overtake them by the entire attempt, and now they find themselves at #1 spot. It is Team Myanmar. Team Philippines has to be careful.
I don't want to jinx the team, but yeah, Team Singapore happened to be stuck in another crush just now against one of those palm trees. But speaking of which, I don't want to jinx, again, disclaimer here, but I personally feel like if you have the best driver in this group right now, it's definitely Team Myanmar so far. But it's just when it comes to getting those targets down, that's where they have some difficulty on it.
I think Team Myanmar shoots pretty well, even in the track 1. As we saw, it was neck and neck for 3 different teams during checkpoint 3 itself.
You know it's redundant for first and second checkpoint now.
No, I'm talking about checkpoint 3.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's kind of true.
It was neck and neck, and for the most part, it was only Team Singapore that was left in the end, and we had to pretty much wait for them out of courtesy.
Hey, we wait for everyone. We have time for that. I would wait with them until tomorrow or even next week.
Hey, you and I both, sister. You and I both. I'm just saying, again, all they have to do is outrun the next guy. That's all.
To be mauled by a bear. But here comes our second checkpoint, the retracting target. Now, from the perspective of Team Lao, which is not in this group, they are the only ones by far that I noticed that put a quadrant on each of the section of the building. The others, not so much.
I wish I had a follow-up and explanation or answer towards that method, but
help me out here, bro.
I'm trying to help you out, but like you said, only Team Lao does that. So what sense of you getting that from me?
I mean, like, unless if I overlook some teams that I might not notice, they actually do the same thing here, because it takes a lot of time for you to have the big swing. So I'm surprised nobody actually taking up the second level of the platform can cover up on the eye level for the targets, actually the first 2 rows up there. So nobody actually trying to do that. So I'm kind of surprised right now. On the side of Team Philippines, they are catching up to Team Thailand at second checkpoint. But will it be enough a head start for them to lead up till the finishing line and get into the first of the few into the third checkpoint? Because we do know that hold them back such a long time.
Well, that all depends on who hit that 400 mark first, and that looks like maybe Thailand might be able to do so. Now 317 actually with Team Philippines. Look at that. This is what I meant by the top 3 teams. They're even in the gunpowder. They are all within the 300 range. It seems like each and every one of them, either these top 3 would just drive away at any second, and we cannot even predict who.
I mean, like in the previous group, we do have Indonesian and Team Brunei neck to neck till the finishing line. Now imagine if that happened between these 3 teams in track 2.
Team Thailand and Team Myanmar, both of them understood the assignment. 2 of these teams now make it into the next checkpoint itself.
3 of them now. It's just 1 second gap in between. This is so important to be the driver now. You cannot afford to make a mistake.
Now, if you're Team Philippines, you have to be very worried about this. No mistakes at all.
This is how your hands will be like when you're driving in your
because they know that they're not unstoppable. As Team Philippines, you're not unstoppable.
That's kind of true.
Right?
That's kind of
they're
true.
not closing in record numbers when it comes to, you know, the overall as well. Even they were barely making it top half of the group. So if anyone has to be worried, it's going to be them. That's where the real competition is going to happen.
Now, speaking of Team Philippines, where are they? It feels like they've been falling off the back line. Maybe some trouble with the terrain, but Team Myanmar still taking the lead. But it's less than 1 second gap between them and Team Thailand, just chasing tails to tails. But they definitely will head into the last checkpoint, and this is where it will make a big difference. Can Team Myanmar clear up as much ground trackers as possible and the target to be before even the platform started, before the final mission starting, because that's the only way for me right now to see if they can actually take the lead. Because if you're waiting for the flying object to commence, feels like slight difficulty for the side of Team Myanmar to take the lead from there on.
I totally agree with you 110%. I think if you've got your eyes set for a goal, waiting around is not going to help that happen. You know, it's not going to expedite that situation. So they have to try and capitalize with that 120 seconds that they have, build that lead now that they know that possibly Team Philippines is not even in that vicinity. That competition is against them with Team Myanmar. So they have to go in and take away those resources and, well, available targets.
Now, at the same time, remember we talked about how detrimental this 120 seconds of the downtime. As per usual, Team Thailand, we don't have the flying objects yet, but they find all those hidden and moving targets. There's frantic movement coming up from all those targets. They still manage to shoot it down. Just how well when they are tracking those targets down. Back to Team Philippines, Team Myanmar lost their chance just now. Even though they were in the lead, getting themselves into the first few teams in this final section or the third checkpoint, they've been left behind. And Thai teams, the Team Thailand against once more, taking the lead into the head start when the flying object target commenced.
Here they are, 82, already on a head start here. Team Philippines with 76 of their own, so it is now Team Myanmar who's trailing further behind, but still in very, very competitive position. 72 to the 78, and now 82. Team Myanmar is taking on the lead against the likes of Team Philippines here. 92, breaking into the 100 mark. So Team Myanmar is in a step forward towards recovery.
I think the best way for teams that don't want to place themselves third have to think a different mindset entirely. Like literally, physically think that there might be a bear molding you if you're late. You know, when your life is really at stake here, it will push themselves into a different level of gameplay, possibly.
I mean, you could see it. They desperately want it. They are slowly inching and outrunning the likes of Team Philippines by the nose here.
Oh boy, I'm looking at the numbers, but at the same time, Team Thailand is just so good at this. They're kind of a flawless execution towards those flying objects is their strength for now, and they just almost done, almost hitting the 400 mark, while Team Myanmar trying to open up the gap between them and Team Philippines, who still can catch up within an instant with only a couple of flying objects behind.
So the game plan for Team Myanmar, seemingly that track 1, they are in a difference of 2 minutes. They have to make that difference up somehow. Whether within this map or the next 2 maps, they have to get that edge and top them with an additional minute or 2 to make sure that they've secured themselves ahead of the game.
I do want to know, is all the players coming from Team Thailand, all of them actually on the arena to shoot down all those flying objects, or dividing themselves into finding themselves those ground targets? Because we do know one ground target just going to give you 2 points. Compared to all the flying objects, one flying object equivalent to 10 points. Though.
That's what you want there. That's why they're investing all their manpowers towards this top side here, trying to shoot them down in the process. Team Thailand is the one in red. So until we've seen their positioning, I guess they are already done making their way out of this place. But still, neck and neck, second and third, Team Myanmar against Team Philippines. Like I said, Team Thailand, they're going to play the league of their own. And right now, Team Philippines seemingly going to run away with it.
Oh boy, it is too close for comfort. Well, but we do have Team Myanmar Gus taking the lead when it comes to those scores. But is he the only one that pulling off that heavy weight because the rest of the team do have to pull their own weight as well. Team Thailand racing up to the finish line is just within the distance. They can see it. It's right across them. This is yet by far one of their best tracks so far. 15-15, and it's actually the same amount of time they took for their second track in the previous round as well.
Which is exactly why I'm saying it right now. No one's gonna beat them. 16 minutes is already hard to ask from any team. That's the regular 16-17.
No, this is a different level of consistency. Exact same amount of time, even though they kind of stumbled sometimes in the early phase of it.
Also, Team Myanmar closed in second.
Oh boy.
And here
You get
comes
more
Team
by the bear.
Philippines. What is the difference in time? 39
seconds. That's quite a huge lead, but
they need 2 minutes.
Will it be enough? If they keep this going for the next couple of tracks, they might actually do it.
They need to have that 2 minutes closed in. That's all that matters at this point. If they cannot close the gap. So right now, if they had 2 minutes of a gap between Team Philippines, minus that with 39 seconds, whatever's left, they have to close it and then gain some more. And they only can do it within the next 2 tracks.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure for them. And then that's the track where they have the most accidents, by the way. That's where a lot of crashes happen. And track 3 and 4. Because you want to take advantage of track 1 and 2, where you are very familiar with it, having lesser mistakes being made. But now they are putting themselves at the risk of being relegated. Not just that, mounting up pressure, knowing for the fact that you actually do have a shot.
Oh, this game just got way more intense. I can think of 1,000,001 scenarios. And you want to hear what the worst ones are?
1 second.
No.
Milliseconds.
What if Team Philippines in the next track
Don't.
ran out of gas?
Don't! I don't think they will make. So far, they haven't made that mistake. We did see that coming up from Team Brunei. And the previous one was another team, if I'm not
Was
mistaken.
it?
No, it was only
Kyrgyzstan
Team
or something?
Yeah, it was a different region entirely. But congratulations again with Team Thailand having such consistency, having the same amount of time, the exact number of time, maybe not the milliseconds, but from the previous round, in track 2, it was exactly 15-15. But on the side of Myanmar, this is definitely a huge leap of their progress, because the previous round was 16 minutes and 19 seconds.
Yeah, they are, again, the math is right there. 2 minutes to catch up and then make some more. That's the simple game plan strategy for Team Myanmar right now if they want to take over the top 2 position. And Team Philippines, they have to do whatever it takes to either increase the gap or maintain status quo.
And we're going to head into our IQ highlight right now to see what really happened, in case you guys missed that one just now. But that was a really close combat, or really close scores in between the players and the athletes. We're talking about the second checkpoint. The first one, was it the first one? Not really. The first one, I do see a bit of a gap, but 1 second of a gap in between of each of the team. But the second checkpoint, where everybody landed at the same time and almost finished off in the same manner. But when it comes to the final checkpoint, on the other hand, it was close enough. But for Team Singapore, they are way behind.
Wait, I think we misread the information here. This is not 39 seconds apart. They are 39 seconds from Thailand, I think.
Possibly. And that's even worse then, because it's less than, it's just 24, or was it? Not even 24 seconds.
Team Myanmar in trouble in that the case. They have to really nail it as the number 1, or something unfortunate happened. That's as best I can get.
Yeah, we do have our Audi Super A player, by the way. Congratulations for all the top players. So far we have 400 over and 300 over coming up from Team Myanmar. We do have Gus, Team Thailand, Stone, coming up from Team Philippines, Casido, and Team Philippines once more, Barode. Now this shows how much the distribution between Team Philippines, because 2 players are up there. They are doing the heavy lifting work. But when it comes to the gap in between Team Myanmar, and back to that conversation. So I'm trying to count here. It's literally you know what? We're going to take a break first while we do calculation, okay? So we're back for track 3 and 4 for this group of Southeast Asia qualifiers in the Road to Asian Games PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. See you guys after this break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹E6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
It's down to the last wire. Will Team Myanmar make it, or will Team Philippines stand above them and maintain their stature here? But Team Thailand right now, definitely not movable just yet. And you guys are tuning back into Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. And I am Chichu, and this is going to be Keith. He's charming, he's amazing, he's a nice guy. Yeah, you definitely have to buy me dinner when we land back. But speaking of which, do they still have a shot for Team Myanmar?
First of all, to address your dinner request, that sounded like the least insincere compliments ever. It was just throwing vomits of compliments that didn't mean anything. Yeah. So at best, I'll be giving you like a bread, a loaf of bread or something. That's
a loaf
dinner.
of bread is still good food, so I don't mind that. Speaking of Myanmar team, now, what are your opinions regarding
I think. Hear me out here. I like the underdog story. I know that they have a gap of 2 minutes.
Maybe more.
Maybe more, potentially. And they've only had 14 seconds deducted from them from their position in track 2. They have 2 tracks left to play, and they have to close in a gap of 2 minutes and some. So safe to say 4 minutes.
True.
I somehow think they're gonna pull through. I think so. I feel it in my bones. Sir Cloud said he feels it in his gut, and his gut was wrong, but maybe my bones will be wrong too.
So you have a different breed of bones there.
It's called osteoporosis. You should know that.
I don't want to say that. Hopefully you will stay healthy as long as you need. But when it comes to the teams, they are definitely ready up. The athletes already organize their next tactical move or even their strategy possibly. But coming up from Team Philippines, all smiles right now. Saying this for Team Singapore. Well, Team Singapore is just having a good time here, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, they've mentioned within the interview video itself, their main priorities of going to all these tournaments is the social relationships. They like that. They enjoy that. And I mean, we've both talked and spoken with Juggernaut. He's a nice guy himself.
Yeah, super nice.
So I believe the man. Like that's probably not his priority to be above and beyond. But I mean, now that I'm saying that, I feel very bad about myself. That's like saying that he's got low aspirations.
But I take it in a different way. Maybe what they want and what they really need is exploring more all the other teams' tactics, what they can learn from them. Is a sort of a learning curve coming from Team Singapore right now. And they have been improving slowly but surely. Not the best, but still it's a learning curve and a process. But back towards the side of Team Philippines and Team Myanmar on the other hand, it's down to the last wire to see whether they can make it or not, because only top 2 teams will proceed towards the next stage, which is going to be tomorrow for the finals.
Yeah, and that window of opportunities, each and every one of these teams here literally has got 50% chance to make it. But since Thailand is pretty much a permanent fixture, that I guess 80%. That goes down.
I think it's 100% for now for them.
Really? I think 25% chance.
No, it's like, honestly, when you actually look at the gap with the other group as well in the overall standings, they have maybe even by now almost a 5 minutes lead against all the other teams.
Yeah, but that's reset there, right? So in this group of 4 teams playing, who is the 2 to rise above? That's what we're fighting for. So that's 25% chance because Thailand's a permanent fixture, so you're fighting for that 1 spot.
But don't forget that we do have to add up and accumulate all round robin points. That's what my concern is right now, because before we even starting off this round, they already have almost a 5 minutes lead. Imagine now. And they have been consistently getting themselves not more than 16 minutes when it comes to the second round, but when it comes to track 3 and 4, that's where they start to hit themselves in a 16 minutes lead.
So I guess we'll find out soon enough later on. But first, we have to fix our eyes down here onto what matters the most. It is track number 3 in, well, for round 1 of the qualifier series of Southeast Asia.
Coming up in the last place, you're still going to be a Singapore team. But they are catching up as a start as per usual. But surprisingly, Team Singapore hardly get the boost done, and it's just always them being fall behind. But Team Thailand now catching up. As always, you have to give it to Team Myanmar. They do have the best driver.
They do, and that's why I feel that maybe they just had one of the bad games, and unfortunately for them, we're only playing one set of it right here and now, and so this is not the best of situation for them, right? They flunked a little bit on the first track, but they have to make it up, and they have 2 rounds to do it.
A lot of teams taking a lot of shortcuts here as well. Some of them even got lost just now, didn't realize they just passed those checkpoints. But Team Philippines definitely have some issues at the back because they being pulled back all the way till the last place. I'm not sure what is happening, but they still can catch up because it's still a bit too early.
Well, how the tables have turned, haven't we? We did talk about that previously, and it's going to take a miracle for Team Philippines to lose their spot because firepower-wise, they're up there within the top 3. Driving-wise, I think they're up there as well with the top 3.
Oh, they got stuck again.
But if they keep getting stuck, that is literally shooting themselves in the foot.
No, the problem is, even though they got stuck multiple times, next to them is just Team Myanmar. So it's not that big of a gap still. Unless Team Myanmar actually do take the lead. Now, it happens to be all 4 teams in the same first checkpoint. But the lead this time is going to be Team Thailand and Team Singapore. Surprisingly, given that Team Singapore actually having the latest start after we starting off from our starting point.
Well, I guess at this point, there's no advantage to both if they're still neck and neck. The unfortunate tales, it stretches across these 2 teams, and so they have to make things work instead via the traditional route, and that is actually turning in the points against the other team.
But right now, they're trying to find all possible targets on ground, while Team Thailand is going to be leading off with 22 points for now. So it's going to be divided by 2. So how many targets there is? So far they're hitting almost 20 targets, maybe even 16 to be precise. And now it's 8 targets, making even more. And for the side of Team Myanmar, they're catching up. But Team Philippines is just too close to them. I feel like it's almost impossible for Team Myanmar to have those 2-minute lead for now. For now, but now is a long way from here and eternity, and I'll take that chance any day here, seeing as though that they're working around the clock to try and make it happen for them. And Team Myanmar, we've seen them shoot. They do have what it takes to even topple the likes of Team Thailand itself. So I think I wouldn't count them out just yet, but right now, surely it's swinging the side of Team Philippines with their 121 pointers. And they are keep on adding up those scores here, but on the side of Team Thailand, they're close to only 100 more points to go, while Team Philippines now overtaken by the side of Team Myanmar. All of a sudden, I'm not sure what is happening, but Team Thailand, they're definitely the first one to leave the first checkpoint once more, while Team Myanmar heading towards the 200 mark here. Team Philippines just entered into 200s as well, while Team Singapore, on the other hand, well, like we mentioned before, is a learning process. Team Thailand, they can take that points and just run with it, right? At this rate, they're that one special child that you don't burst their bubble. They let them play in their zone. Now the real conflict comes into Team Myanmar and Team Philippines itself. And Team Myanmar, you can see them. Despite having lesser points, they really try to grind their way up into overtaking. And if you want to do the same, you got to own the device that these players are using, the IQ 11. Yeah, I do wish. We got it in front of us, but it's like, you know, like a lollipop offered to you, but take it away in the last minute anyways. So sad. But on the side of Team Thailand, they're cutting a lot of corners. That's going to shave a lot of seconds, or maybe even a minute of a gap by the end of the final checkpoint here. But hopefully they don't stumble into any of the structures or haystacks. And so far, things have been going pretty smooth for them. Very swellingly going their way, but PH a little bit too bumpy for comfort, and Team Myanmar finds themselves a little bit held back here, bumping it by the corner of those borders. They will have the jet propulsion to maybe push them forward, but PH versus Team Myanmar, Team Philippines, these two they know what is on the line and what is at stakes. Yeah, both teams cannot afford to even make one single mistake here, and they made it once for Team Myanmar, and it was a costly one for them. On the side of Team Thailand, they don't have any contenders up here. They definitely have too many space and too much comfort, where they will land themselves on the second checkpoint. They might even clear up all this ground target at first, making it even harder for the teams of Philippines and Team Myanmar.
There right now, this neck and neck. I wish we could have full autonomy over this camera, because these two is what I want to see. Every single details, every single move, every single checkpoints or maneuvers that they execute on. This is where the most of the suspense is going to be drawn for, and I would like to see how they could play Chapter 2 out or checkpoint number 2 out.
Side of Team Singapore, they're the last one as per usual, but if they can actually make up their time with the target later on, it's going to be still okay for them. But all the other teams already positioned themselves in the second checkpoint here, where Team Thailand again once more taking the lead at 40 points ahead, make it even maybe 60 or 70 at this rate, but I'm not sure. It's still going to be 20 seconds to go before the retracting target commencing, but these guys, yep, that happened though. That's ambitious.
Hey, I feel for the man, okay?
He tried to climb over a wall with nothing on it, like, so, yeah, there's an entrance literally next to it.
That's the story of my life. I'm 5'4". I could jump for a ledge, but doesn't mean I could climb over it.
I cannot comment on that. I'm your friend here, buddy. But yeah. You know what? I'm not that tall either, so we're in the same boat, okay? Coming up from Team Thailand, they're leading off with a triple digit already, with 100 points in the lead, while Team Philippines happen to be on the second for now, but we do know when it comes to the target, Team Myanmar can do eventually catch up here. But the problem is, the gap between Team Myanmar and Philippines is still around 2 minutes. If they cannot stretch the gap, Team Myanmar will have problems proceeding to the next stage.
And that is where things are getting a little bit dicey for them. They know what they have to do, and they know they can do it, but can they do it at such a huge gap? That is really the ultimate question, I would say $1 million question, but they're not playing for $1 million prize pool, so I guess that's the most prestigious question to be asked here.
But they have a lot at stake. This is for your country, so definitely when it comes to your region, you have to put up the best of the best. Like, nobody else can compete against you anymore. But to have that 2-minute lead, I feel like that lead will only be doable during the final checkpoint. And even if they manage to execute that, it means that they do have to find the hidden target or the ground target around 150 points as a start. Can they actually do that? Because even the Thailand team right now is struggling to have that head start with a triple digit before even the flying object starts.
Well, I guess for the Team Myanmar, that is a good news. If Team Thailand does not get the triple digits, that means there are still more ground targets left for them to play around with. But can they get the 100 points as a starter? Less likely not, unless they were the first one to make the move onto the next checkpoint. That does not seem feasible enough. So they will have to make do with whatever they get. Thankfully for Team Myanmar, they will have 2 tracks to be able to close in that 2-minute gap. And that sounds very feasible still within their realm.
But for the side of Team Myanmar, they are leaving on the second checkpoint as second place as per usual. Team Thailand and Team Myanmar only have 20 seconds gap here. It's all down to the driving skills and the timing of the speed booster as well. As Team Philippines once more tail to tail with Team Myanmar here. It feels like for now the only way for them to create the gap is if somebody running out of gas.
A mistake, like this one right here. Oh,
and
no.
It's them who's making a mistake for Team Myanmar. Now things getting really difficult for them.
That should not have happened at this level of the competition, because they cannot afford these mistakes, Team Myanmar. Any sort of slowdown is going to be very detrimental towards their advancement, because, again, the name of their game is to increase that lead and to be able to close in that gap of 2 minutes.
Oh, they're taking a bit of a turn there, coming up from Team Thailand. They know how to cut across the corners, easily done and well well done coming up from this team itself. But Team Myanmar, they're just going to go straight for the shortcut and straight into the checkpoint as well. But the gap is too close still between them and Team Philippines. On the side of Team Thailand, as per usual, still a 20 seconds gap. They're still in the lead, and they definitely usually do take the lead when it comes to the final checkpoint as well.
Team PH, actually, this sort of lead is quite substantial, I think. It's at least maybe 20 seconds apart from Team Myanmar, so it could probably add up sooner than later here towards the last stride of this race, but they have to worry about what's in front of their eyes first. That would be checkpoint number 3.
Team Myanmar cannot afford. It's always when it was really critical for them. They start to make mistakes. So for Team Myanmar, we can feel the agitation come out from the team right now. The athletes have to be calm and composed. But on the side of Team Philippines, just 20 seconds, not even 20 seconds of a gap against Team Myanmar, maybe even lesser, around 10 to 5 seconds there. But Team Thailand already shot down around 30 points of those target, those ground target. Now, can Team Myanmar match up to that?
This is going to go down to the wire here. Okay, let's take the facts in check. Number 1 spot is definitely going to be Thailand. That's undisputed.
Yep, that's true.
And the last position is more likely than not going to be Team Singapore. We're just interchanging the two in the middle.
Yep.
In this position. So we're back at that 50-50%.
That's kind of true, but still you have to remember the gap before then. Then can they close up the gap of around 3-ish or 4 minutes? But here comes the most crucial time that they cannot allow themselves to make mistake, and not just that, to have to shoot down all the target without wasting any resources, because they will be wasting their time to replenish their ammunition. Now they have to use it wisely of every single thing they have on them. Even a single millisecond they cannot afford to waste for Team Philippines and Team Myanmar, because these two, sadly, one of this team will have to say goodbye because they will not advance to the final stage.
Oh, this is getting insanely stress-inducing here, but Myanmar is the one who takes in the lead against Team Philippines for this brief moment here. And then that lead has gone even further with the 80 to 90 now points going on to their way. Thailand can just get the scores they want and run away with it, but the eyes should go onto the likes of Team Myanmar right now. At 130, they are making significant strides. If they hit a 160 point, that is nearly half more against Team Philippines itself.
But on the side of Team Myanmar, taking the lead at 100 points advance against Team Philippines right now. Team Myanmar and Team Philippines, there's quite a gap. But Team Thailand, on the other hand, they are on different league entirely. We're talking about playing a different ball game. The only one they want to beat is going to be themselves based on their last track performance, which was 16 minutes and 48 seconds. Can they beat their own time? Whilst on the side of Team Myanmar and Team Philippines, on the other hand, can they have enough gap in between to make up their lost time before for Team Myanmar or Team Philippines? All they need to do is just consistently trying to get themselves second place.
Right now, it is still down to the wire, neck and neck, Team Myanmar and Team Philippines. Team Myanmar found themselves in quite of the stagnation. Finally will hit the 300 mark. Maybe even looking to bypass the likes of Thailand if that is even possible. And at this point, they could use that miracle right here, right now. And because those discs are very limited, it really depends on who gets the shot, because when one team is accumulating, the rest remains on hold.
That's kind of true. And also, whoever lands the final bullet will actually get the points away, because it requires more than a bullet to shoot down one. And at the same time, Team Thailand just 8 more objects to go, while Team Myanmar catching up at the same time. Now, this is the lead we talked about before, but it's still not going to be a big enough gap to stretch out until 2 minutes.
You'll never know that. Actually, if Team Myanmar makes it out at 500, Thailand will then take the place of accumulation, and that could put Philippines even on hold further longer into the game here. So it's crucial for Team Myanmar to make it out alive first. That's going to buy them at least 10 seconds from the get-go.
But at the same time, when you mentioned that Team Thailand already finished off, they only have to hit one more. And now they can actually leave. Will it be enough time for them to actually make up their loss here? When it comes to Team Myanmar, they cannot afford to have any sort of mistake here. We're talking about the final bridge. Even though Team Thailand is in the lead, we don't mind that. It's okay, go ahead and take the first place. But it's all down to every single second. They cannot afford to waste if they want to make sure that Team Philippines will be overtaken by them in the overall standings. It's so detrimental if they swerve, if they hit a one small bump even.
I think they can do it. Last check, Team Philippines had only 300-ish in the scores. That means they need at least a 200 or 100 plus points.
Everything now.
And that is going to be probably enough time to close in gap, if not 2 minutes, a minute and some, for them to be able to overtake. Comes the last track of the day.
Took a bit of a long swerve there coming up from Team Myanmar. Try to catch up to Team Thailand. But if they overtake Team Thailand, they might actually do have a shot at this. And Team Philippines still not leaving checkpoint 3. Now this is it for them to open up the gap. The gap in between, but Team Thailand as per usual #1. But for Team Myanmar, how much of a gap they can make between them and Team Philippines right now? For the side of Team Philippines, they should know what's at stake right now. They have to leave as soon as they can.
They're not hitting their shots. Team Philippines still within checkpoint and compound. They have yet to leave. Now, the time in which Team Myanmar has clocked out of the checkpoint was 16:36, which means if Team Philippines leave that with enough gap of 2 minutes, then that's pretty much it, and Myanmar would have taken the lead. Right now, they barely even hit the 500 mark. Team Philippines.
Boy.
This is that one thing that I talked about. In my bones, I feel it happening just with the sheer trends on how they play things out. And right now, Team Myanmar looking really, really good the longer these games goes on.
It's all down to the finishing line. We have to count every single second, every single minute that when Team Philippines go and head up the finish line. Now we have 18 minutes on the clock. The last time we saw Team Myanmar touching up to the last finishing line was 70 minutes and 7 seconds. They're just 2 seconds away from Team Thailand. This is how close it was just now. But from the side of Team Philippines, can they actually not make it a 2-minute gap?
17:07 was Team Myanmar's departure. Right now it's 18. Arrows down track 4 to only a minute difference, which is very doable.
They cannot afford to have an accident here, but if they do, it's going to cost them quite a number, because if we reach up to 19:07, that's a big gap already by the side of Team Myanmar. They might actually can make it in the last minute, and Team Philippines, they cannot afford to lose that one. They're already on the 19 minutes. This is costly for them, and it might be the 2-minute gap we talked about here. Exactly as it is.
By the skin of it. They barely just didn't make it. But thankfully for Team Philippines, though, they still have one more track.
They still have one more. This is such a close one.
It is going to be a make or break moment for both Team Myanmar and Team Philippines. This was the significant differentiator to end the game with. And now it really goes down to one single moment of clarity.
And there's going to be that final bridge to talk about. If they flip the car there, if they crash in there, if they got stuck in there, and it happened to be the moment of where they could not afford to lose any more gas, and that happens, God, I don't know what else I can say there, because Philippines had it in the back, and now they might let them slip by the fingers their opportunity to proceed to the next stage. But here comes iQOO highlights. We get to see what really happened. There was such a neck-to-neck competition between Team Philippines and Team Myanmar, but they know what's at stake. They hyper-focus on the final checkpoint, and they even managed to catch up to Team Thailand just away 2 seconds.
This is insane. You cannot script this even further. We're down to the wire, and everything's still not a confirmation just yet, but that's just barely made it to that 2-minute mark. And so whatever lead that they may have in the first place, probably negated already. Sure, we do not know what the seconds were, but whatever that seconds were can be gap closed in track number 4.
Honestly, if with the overall rankings of overall standing, we might even down to milliseconds at that point. But we do have our Audi Super A player. This time it's going to be Juggernaut from the Singapore team taking the lead with 459 points. While we do have placed second, it's going to be Team Philippines Barrow taking 447. While Stone coming in from Team Thailand with 436. While Liquid from Team Myanmar head with the 362 scores. Now back to the numbers. Previously it was 14 seconds lead from the side of Team Myanmar against Team Philippines. Now it's 2 minutes. Make it 2 minutes and maybe possibly around 30 seconds that they managed to redeem themselves in the final round here in track 3 just now. But will it be enough for them to redeem themselves when it comes to the overall standings?
That question really is in the ether. I could have an answer, but also we're working with so very limited information, right? Like, thank God you wrote it down on what minute they ended up with, but now it goes down to the seconds. And like you said, there is a chance that we may have to weigh things out in a millisecond perspective here.
Oh, it's gonna hurt if you happen to be just down to milliseconds, honestly speaking.
But the good news is that whatever the gap is, it can be closed in just one track now. If Team Myanmar only had 30 seconds lead within the previous round, that last track seems impossible. But now, 50-50.
I honestly want to see the overall standing so bad, just to get it out of my head to know who's leading right now. Will it be enough for Team Myanmar to overtake Team Philippines when it comes to the overall standings, even being the top 2? But right now we're having a clean slate, or we're just going back to overall standings is also another question for me, because it's not really per group per se. I think it's the overall standing, who gets the top 4.
I heard it's the top 2 within each group. So round 1, we're running this four games, and then the top 2 within this group will advance to the next stage, which is tomorrow. And then later on, off broadcast, they're going to play another set for the remaining teams, and that too will then move on to the next stage for the qualifier finals. I mean, the regional finals.
But at the same time, even in the overall standing, if that's the case, just in case, still, it's within their reach for Team Myanmar.
Exactly.
It's not even a problem for them anymore. But we're down to, if it's really based on this group, then it's down to the last one even. Because Team Philippines, they were actually one of the top teams up there. But now, man, Team Myanmar, something happened. They definitely have a different sort of strategy compared to the last round that we saw before. Because before this, they were just doing okay. They placed themselves consistently as 3rd place, where we do have to go with Team Thailand and Team Laos before. And they were averaging around 17 minutes, even 19 on certain track, including the track 3, which they had their worst performance at 19:08. And this time they got 17:07. That's 2 minutes of a difference. Within an instant, they can make an improvement.
I'll tell you why that is. Number 1, they're not up against Team Laos, who is arguably higher within the overalls in the group, right?
True.
Team Philippines is at number 4. They were barely top half draft, which means it was an easier barrier for them to surpass. And number 2, survival kicked in. They ran faster than the guy right next to them. And right now, it goes down to stamina. Can they keep this lead up? And if they do keep that lead up, who's going to get mauled by the bear?
But if you look at it, okay, we are looking at track 4 here, but I'm still not satisfied with this discussion. So you guys just read it yourself now. Speaking of the overall standings we witnessed before we start this round, right? Number 1 was Team Thailand. But for them to actually catch up Team Thailand to this rate, they are one scary team.
Exactly. And that's why I think if you clawed your way from playing behind this way in such clutch manner, who could deny them a spot into the regional finals?
Yeah, Team Lao is super strong, but they play second regardless of how the other teams compare with all the add-up numbers. But still, Team Myanmar, this is a different level of plays that we're witnessing. It's just, it feels like they boosted themselves up in the last minute. If only they played like this since the start, that they don't have to go through this kerfuffle to make sure they will make it in the next stage.
Actually, no. I think this is smart. Because irregardless of how good they play before this, they will still have an overall placement and be segregated into different groups and still have to play this out again. Because they didn't play as good back then, they're now pitted up against team who arguably maybe is a lower barrier to overcome. Like Team Philippines instead of Team Lao.
Not really. Team Philippines do have the better number than Team Lao around that area.
Okay.
And it's not that far off when it comes to the difference as well. It's not that big of a difference.
So, Team Philippines is number 4, right?
Not really. They were number
4.
1. They were number 1 in their
No,
group.
no, I mean in the overall.
In the overall. I don't think they are. I think they were second.
Nah, they were number 4.
Second or third.
They were number 4. That's why they're here. Because the grouping for round number 1 is first place, fourth place, fifth place, and 8th.
Yeah, they're fourth. They are fourth. Now that kind of makes sense. And plus, maybe another one is going to be, they know for a fact they will have to go through another round robin. So they've been reserving their energy as well to play their heart out when it comes to this round.
Because it's an easier entry, right?
And not just that, this is where everything really matters.
Right.
Why would you want to be focusing and investing your energy and stamina into something that's still a 50-50 when you can get into 100% hyper-focus when it's 100%?
Well, it all boils down to this right here, ladies and gentlemen. It is track 4 here in the Road to Asian Games with the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Southeast Asia qualifying stage, round number 1. Let's go.
I'm just going to put up team tires first for this one as well, just in case, Because right now we do have the lead. It's going to be Team Philippines this time. They know what's at stake here. And Team Thailand, they are not the fastest when it comes to the first few checkpoints, but when it comes to the final one, they know what they have to deliver. So far, we do have coming up from Team Philippines leading off with Team Yellow. Team Thailand coming up second with Team Purple. Well, the back of it, we do have Team Singapore catching up as well, but we do know when it comes to the 4th track, it does provide a shorter track, the shorter circuit of it, but there will be a lot more sharp corners, a lot more obstacles, especially when it comes to reaching out to the finish line.
This is, obstacles itself could be enough to maybe deter some of these teams, right? And see, just like that, they nearly went through that bumps, and that could have costed them dearly. So these two teams, Team Philippines and Team Myanmar, definitely playing for survival right now. I believe within this match, we're going to see the best these two can bring.
I just hope they don't actually being a counterproductive pressure for these teams right now, because too much at stake. Imagine the mounting of pressure for the players and the athletes right now from both teams. Team Philippines and Team Singapore, while Team Myanmar coming up the last place today when it's come to the final track, was down to getting themselves in the first objective. It doesn't really matter who comes first or who comes last when it comes to the first objectives there, but who finish off first will matter in this first checkpoint.
Luckily for them, Team Philippines was the first one to reach on there to start off that counter, and it is Team Singapore who stumbles a little bit. And Team Myanmar did stumble as well, but nothing too detrimental. Right now, marginal difference between all these teams. This is where they can look to maybe increase or insert an exponential gap for them to set themselves up for the overall success of their entire squad.
On the side of Team Philippines, you know what at stake here after that third track just now. They're trying to redeem themselves, make a comeback for it. They're getting themselves the lead with 42 points as a start. Everybody just fill up as fast as they can, knowing for the fact it will be detrimental if they realize the gas is not enough for the next couple of journeys. But on the side of Team Myanmar, having a bit of a later start, 20 points there. But we've seen this pattern before. When it comes to the aiming of those targets, when it comes to the mission itself, they can deliver, they can still catch up.
who are we kidding? I mean, it is Team Myanmar after all. That is one of the powerhouse when it comes to a battle royale here. Although I know you're going to say this is a different format, but the skills do transfer in terms of the mechanical understanding and how to execute some of these movements. And we're going to see those in demonstration right here, right now for the first challenge of the entire circuit. It is the 4 color targets.
On the side of Team Philippines, they're having a huge start just now, but nonetheless, Team Thailand catching up as well. But for the side of Team Myanmar, this is what we mentioned before, they're hitting the triple digit already, but Team Philippines are closely behind as well. Team Singapore, on the other hand, have half to catch up there. On the side of Team Thailand and Team Myanmar, for the first time, we're looking at Team Myanmar overtake Team Thailand, but within a flash, I'm not surprised if Team Thailand taking the lead once more.
Team Myanmar, though, looking at that, they are hungry to survive here, nearly hitting the 300 mark, and this could be the make-or-break moment already.
Oh, they're done.
Making a move for it. They are done. They are getting the heck out of there and into the next objective. The rest of the teams can play in the lobby if they want to. This is the yellow team that we're looking at. This is PH, who is wasting precious seconds here, still waiting for that color to come by.
Oh boy, it's not their color as well. And they're just waiting for the right time to open fire. And Myanmar, even Team Thailand is not leaving here. What a lead! And this is by at their best performance of all overall rankings, and also when it comes to the track. Hopefully their driving skills so far has been great. And looking at the hand cam of IQ11 coming up from the players of POV, that's going to be Team Singapore who just got themselves on those vehicles. But this is going to be Team Myanmar taking the lead, hoping they were not making any crucial mistake. But on the side of Team Thailand, they got stuck around the haystack, given the opportunity for Team Philippines to catch up again.
Thankfully, it is Team Thailand. They can flunk it right now and still be fine. The difference really is between the middle portion of this entirety, this race within the group. 2 teams only can advance forward. And Team Philippines right behind Thailand. This is not the opponent that they would like to go up against. They need to have Team Myanmar within sights, because that means that they can still overtake Team Myanmar. But at this point, they're out of sight and out of mind.
But Team Myanmar, they cannot afford to swerve here. It seems a bit unstable for now, but to make it through, they have to make sure they cannot even hit any trees. This is going to be the tough one before they're heading into the second checkpoint. And so far having smooth sailing. Nothing hits them just yet! And they lost slight momentum there. This gives an opportunity for the other teams to catch up. There's going to be between them around 10-second gap, or maybe even less than that. But both Team Philippines and Team Thailand right now neck to neck, next to each other.
That was too close for comfort there. A little bit sloppy. They have to really be careful here. Any setbacks at this point is going to be very, very detrimental towards their success. Right now, Team Philippines joins the compound alongside with Team Thailand. Hopefully, please, dear God, Team Myanmar, capitalize on this situation. Get in some of those points while you are first movers. Team Singapore getting stuck in the back end. That's all right. That's okay. They're going to get stronger soon, and we might have to look at them next year and coming, but not today.
But back to its... They almost missed that checkpoint again coming up from Team Singapore, but as long as they made it into the checkpoint, that's what really matters. On the side of Team Myanmar, Philippines and Team Thailand, they definitely try to find as much target as possible. Taking the lead this time will be Team Myanmar. Even Team Thailand having a hard time to keep up with them. But the problem is right now, can Team Philippines catch up as well? Because they are in a position where they are in the warning zone, in a very high risk zone, red zone even in this case, because they cannot afford to lose more than that. They need to have sort of a 2 minutes lead even until the very last minute.
Look at that, Team Myanmar parking their car immediately below this entire platform. So as soon as they can get things done and out of the way, it's a jump down and into evacuation itself. And they've got a decent lead of 44 initially, now breaking the third triple-digit mark here. As the first team, 109 is the number. They will slowly make their way into the midway point of 200, and this is going to be the difference maker with them setting themselves up for an earlier round in checkpoint 3 and getting themselves the lead points they need.
Oh, Team Thailand on the other hand got themselves the airdrop, if I'm not mistaken, got themselves an extra 14 points here, but on the side of Team Myanmar, they're halfway there. All they need to do is just shoot down around 10 more targets and they're done. But coming up from Team Philippines, they are on a stagnant. They are on a plateau just now, slowly climbing up, but the targets are limited. Whoever see them first, shoot them down, get the point first. On the side of Team Myanmar, on the other hand, they only have 12 more targets to go and they're done. But Team Philippines is catching up. Same goes for Team Thailand. But at the same time, Team Philippines have to catch up to second place here and have to push down Team Thailand if they want to catch up towards Team Myanmar.
Team Myanmar just a couple more shots away here before setting themselves up next. This is the lead that they've been yearning for the longest time. It has been dominated by the likes of Team Thailand for the longest. And now, Pocket Walkers, they're just 1 point away in booking themselves an exit and a great lead to start off with. Checkpoint 3 seems to be the destination in mind.
Now I'm surprised they're actually on the same level of Team Thai right now, coming up from Team Myanmar, but coming up, crossing across the border, which is going to be just moving on towards the next checkpoint. It's going to be just 2 seconds different again between Team Myanmar and Thailand. Before this, it was Team Thailand having the advancement, having the front lead within 2 seconds. Now it's down towards the terrain. We do know this terrain do have a lot of obstacles. The terrain itself is uneven, a lot of bumpy road, a lot of sharp corners, and also those platforms they have to overcome against. They cannot afford any room of error here and try to shave off those very sharp corners after a couple of seconds. But on the side of Team Thailand, this is chasing of Team Myanmar tail to tail. I'm like so excited right now. I cannot even have proper words to line with.
I totally understand. That's literally the position we're in. It could swing either way here, but they have to still bear in mind that right now we're up in different gradient hills and terrains that could potentially pose as a threat here to the advancement of Team Myanmar. So they have to still proceed and with caution that any given chance might just tip them over here. Now they find themselves upon flat land, so this could be a good straight movement into checkpoint 3 to try and kick things off here. But the fact that Team Thailand is trailing behind them could also mean that those targets and leads that they wish to accumulate for themselves might have to be in contention to one of the greats too.
And also coming up from the side of Team Myanmar, they're taking the lead again, checking into the third checkpoint, the final one, where it will be detrimental for Team Philippines to catch up here. But the gap is huge right now. 20 seconds in the lead. It's going to be Team Myanmar, while Team Philippines hoping to closing up the gap will still possible. All they need to do is make sure they don't miss. They cannot afford to miss any target when it comes to the flying objects, because it's down to the milliseconds for them to make it to the next stage. But for Team Myanmar, on the other hand, we do know they are potentially one of the best team when it comes to driving, but they still have slight chance of having a bit of a crash in the very crucial moment.
While you say that, I just see them going in full force. I've never seen Team Myanmar being this good before, holding the lead from checkpoint 1 all the way until now. And look at that, 60 points already. Not yet counted down just yet. The activities has not come online, but 70 already on the board. If they can pretty much bring in an 80, it's still going to be good for them. And that chance has finally passed. It has come down to the main event itself. 74 points lead for Team Myanmar. It's going to be a much easier hill to climb for them, but they cannot take their foot off the paddle just yet.
This is the first time I'm seeing Team Thailand being pushed down, but now they're taking the lead once more. But the lead is not that big of a gap. But for the side of Team Philippines, that's going to be halfway through. They still have a lot of points to catch up to the side of Team Myanmar. But Team Myanmar just flawlessly shooting when it comes to the last target of the checkpoint here. And they just catching up to the same level of Team Thailand when it comes to their accuracy.
They're really neck and neck with one of the greats, and that is dire news going to the side of Team Philippines here, who's so needed desperately right now, still lingering within 80+ points. That's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Thailand breaches towards midway 50% progression points. Same can be said with Team Myanmar, who is trailing at about 45% right now.
halfway through for the side of Team Thailand. Now saying goes for almost there for Team Myanmar, but they're hitting the plateau. Now that's not going to be a good sign, but Team Philippines catching up very closely as well. But they're hitting a stagnation. 234 points. Team Thailand is just 60 points away from the side of Team Myanmar, but we do know they can play the catch-up game. Day 4 for the side of Team Singapore, they're barely making into the triple digit, but Team Philippines, they are stuck at that number for a long time.
They are definitely not accruing those points as fast as they should, but that's because Team Thailand is taking the most of the bulk here, which means Team Myanmar is still not safe, because if Thailand is taking the bulk, means there isn't much to go around, including for Team Myanmar themselves. And so Thailand will be at the 400 pointers. They might just walk away with the #1 finish, which isn't the focus of this entire track itself. That one goes to the side of Team Myanmar, who's at 348 at the time being.
And they're taking the lead against Team Philippines, but Team Philippines, if they start to rise up those numbers, it will be non-stop. It's going to be one team who have to sacrifice themselves to be the one that cannot have any target to shoot, because these guys' reactions are just flawlessly amazing and just too fast. But Team Thailand now back in the lead. They just leaving out the final checkpoint here at 14 minutes and 27 seconds. Now we do know Team Myanmar will be next, or will it be Team Philippines? But at the same time, they're taking a dangerous lead, a bit too off. And now they managed to land back on 4 wheels, but that caught themselves in a bit of more time. But in the meantime, Team Myanmar still not living the third checkpoint, and they caught themselves in another fumble. Man, Team Thailand, back-to-back crash, but it's still gonna be okay for them because all the remaining teams still shooting in checkpoint 3.
Team Blue, Myanmar's out, Myanmar's on the move. They're already leaving checkpoint 3 here. This is it, the gap. I think it should be substantial enough if they close this one on, but Team Myanmar, they took the very risky of approach, and they will land.
Oh, they stuck!
They get close!
They got stuck!
Team Myanmar, they cannot afford this right now. They have to hit the reset, and they will.
Oh my God.
Team Myanmar, they're still not down and out just yet. That's going to be an additional 10 seconds on the clock, but I think it's 10 seconds they can't afford. Team Philippines only at 400, so it's going to be a significant amount of time, or at least a minute, which is enough potentially to set themselves apart down in the bottom 2 position.
Finishing at 15 minutes and 45 seconds now. Team Philippines, they have to make sure the gap is not too far.